28-foot tall people. Lots of them everywhere. Akron, Ohio. They dig them up all the time, and they just get
20
them.
feet?
They
Did you
get
say
sent
20
away.
feet?
They get sent away. Gone. Smithsonian picks them up. Oh, we have to preserve this as his history. You never see it again.
Well,
And it's
20 feet is a lot different than 22 miles.
28 feet tall.
Okay,
How do you
well,
explain that?
well, I still think that's fake also, but 22 miles is just ridiculous.
Oh, that's fake also. Okay. All these people are hiding gigantic skulls and bones and people in the ground.
Are you sure it was a human? It was probably like something
I gotta
else.
get Sasha
Let's
too.
call
Like,
them humanoids.
I don't know how much I can trust. Like, what is that? Archaeology or anthropology or whatever the fuck it is. Where they're
Paleontology.
like, yeah, all this stuff that they're known to be hoaxers. Like their whole field is known to like they're trying to get rep by like discovering something new.
Why would you discover a gigantic skull and have it disappear?
I don't know. Maybe if you just could have it be in a gray area where it's neither confirmed nor denied, maybe you can get some rep that way.
So you haven't seen the actual dig pictures, like the construction guys next to the road when they hit the skull?
I've seen Egyptologists dig up some shit I don't believe in too. Like that's the thing. Like I don't need to see.
I've never seen a dinosaur bone come out of the ground.
No, neither have I. But then again, why would I believe? Because I've never seen that. Why would I believe in a 28-foot tall skeleton that I saw on the internet?
Well, why do we have 3 feet tall people and 2 feet tall people?
Do we?
Oh, is that
right
yeah,
now?
midgets? Yes.
My
3
yard.
feet. What is the record for the shortest?
What about the tallest people that are at record right now? They were taller back then.
I was gonna ask Sasha what he thinks the tallest, the max. If 28 is like fake, then what's the max? Just out of curiosity.
Just above basketball players, I would assume.
Yeah, maybe.
I mean, there has been recorded some pretty big people throughout the last recent years, to be honest. I believe there is also some living right now that is extremely high, also higher than basketball players.
Pretty sure that your magical books say there's giants, there's midgets, there's
CB, are you asking about
people.
humans or something else?
The size of giants and the size of trees has
like people that were supposed to be like basically like smaller than your midgets you're talking about. Like they were actually proportional sized, like, or maybe not pygmy, but that might not be the right word, but yeah, I believe I've heard that mainstream science or evolutionists or whatever, like, or they've claimed that there have been people who were discovered that were proportionally sized, just much smaller, like they would stand at your knee.
Yes, that's not a myth. That's what people were there definitely were small people. And if they were that small and proportionally correct and lived normally, because there's nothing wrong with them. I mean, miniature dogs live just like big dogs.
No, that's fake.
Dude, it might be hard to believe, but how can you write it off as fake?
No,
It's only hard to believe because they want evolution to be real and not something else. That obviously there was a mud flood everywhere because we're digging the buildings out. They can't cover that up.
evolution was cool for like a little while, but it's not that cool anymore. So
Yeah, but it was only cool like when you knew you were going to the moon someday.
What does the size of giants and the size of trees have to do with God the Creator?
Because I'm saying that whoever created this is bigger than this place. You won't even see something that big. How do you like that? You can't see the big ones that are laying on the ground right now. Unless you look at them.
It doesn't have to have a size, right?
Oh, this is a machine we're inside. It's obvious. Please. It's not magical.
Why would
It's not
that need to be?
It's not magical dust.
I want to point out Sasha's. Like I said, like how could you say that it's completely fake if you believe that you came to existence through a big bang and shit like that? Like everything is possible. Like everything has to be possible if you believe in your story.
It's possible, but it just doesn't make sense.
But it's your side who claims that these people existed.
My side, evolution does not claim that people were 28 feet tall.
No, dude, there was giants, and there were also, especially, you will definitely find information. Instead of going big, go small. Find information that there were tiny people, like and races of tiny people.
Yep.
But
Look for that first.
They'll tell you that because we were bigger, Neanderthal fucking ate them. We cannibalized their motherfucking asses.
And that's the reason why the 28 feet tall people probably got wiped out, because they were eating people our size.
Have you guys heard the giants, the Nephilim giants were much stronger and much faster than humans? Not because of the size, but proportionally.
And there's supposedly one standing up, and you can see they look completely different, but they are not, they're an animal of some kind, and they're giant, all right. I don't know how tall this one was, maybe 2
They
miles
should also
or
be
something.
red-haired and blue-eyed, like the Aryans, or the early Aryans.
Yeah,
Dude,
CB, I recommend what CB says. Watch Attack on Titan.
I mean,
Yep.
Sasha, you keep on like throwing out the arguments that your side puts out. You just disregard them like nobody said it. Put
Dude,
together
no
the
one
actual
said
picture.
in evolution that people were
Put
28 feet
together
tall.
the actual picture that's trying to be painted, and tell me that that's realistic.
I think unless Radwin or whatever his name is can actually show proof of 28-foot people as far as the skeleton, unless he can actually show it, he's full of bullshit, and he's here to embarrass the flat Earth community, and he should be disregarded until he can actually show proof. Because until then, it's BS.
All around, Jim. That's a really caustic way to call somebody out. Radwin's been around a long time. You and him might have a disagreement here. In fact, I guarantee you do.
Not only that, Jim, we're having a conversation.
But that was a one hell of a way to call a dude out who's been here way longer than you.
Yeah, I want to see 28 feet people in a skeleton. That's what I want to see.
Okay, so the thing is, all we really have to go by on that is we have newspaper reports of eyewitnesses. Yes, I agree. It is a little bit unstable as far as you would consider proof. But as a whole, when you put all of those together, then you have to make some kind of connection and go, now, why are all these actual newspapers with the dates on them? And I mean, okay, so yeah, we know Photoshop has been around. Okay, can that be done with old newspapers? Yeah, sure. So you just have to go through that process. And what I found in looking at it myself is overwhelmingly eyewitness accounts have shown that like there's
Sonny and Redwood. What if we are the giants?
I think actually the other way. I think we are actually tiny, possibly even.
What if we're the giants? What if that's why the trees seem small? That's why the pygmy people got eaten up, and we're still here.
No.
What if we're the giants?
No, I think the giants. were killed off, but I think the bloodline lives on, and I think they're actually the ones that are in controlling everything from behind the scenes, the wizard behind the curtain, and those initial families are still in control that lined up with this evil, whatever it is, this evil bloodline. So the cannibals never went away. Their bloodline is still in those families. That's what I believe.
The cannibals are roaring right now. That's a thing. It's not fake.
Yeah, it's going
Hang on, Jim. Jim, do you believe in the Bible, Jim?
Me, myself, Jim?
Yes.
Yes, and I believe
Weren't there
that.
Nephilim in the Bible?
And I believe that Goliath was 9 or 10 feet tall, and that's fine.
Hang on. Weren't there Nephilim in the Bible?
Was he
What's
a seed
that?
of the Was he one of the Nephilim, or a seed of the Nephilim, or the hybrids? One of the hybrids.
I just believe that he was around 9 or 10 foot tall.
So it's just in your imagination.
So you're taking it out of context. Were there Nephilim that came from the Watchers originally, and then mated with women of Earth?
Do I believe? Do I believe that something other than the creation of Adam and Eve in the Garden of Eden went into something else other than men and women creating other babies that were men and women, and they created something that was bigger, or something that was around that was bigger? No, I don't believe that at all.
Well, it's in the Bible. It's in the Bible.
To the daughters of man. Can you explain that verse?
It's in the Bible, so you're taking things out of context then.
I am saying that I believe that people like Goliath, 9 or 10 feet, did exist because the Bible says it existed, and I'm not going to speculate on anything else other than that.
They had measurements back then in the Bible.
Jim, that's fine. Jim, that's fine. But like, what is reality, or what was reality, is not necessarily determined only by the Bible.
Belief is the enemy of knowing, and so we can have our own belief system. All I can say is if somebody claims that there were humans that or something that was 28 foot tall, that is a claim, and let's see it, please.
Debunk the pictures, or I'm going to mute you.
Debunk the pictures of what?
The giant skulls.
Jim, the sons of God came to the daughters of men and bore children.
In my opinion, again, Radwin, I think that's taking it a little far too.
No, listen. He fucking sat there and just called me out like I was a punk. He's going to do some proving now.
No,
Jim to explain Genesis 6, please.
That's stupid. I don't do that to anyone. I don't do that shit to anyone.
The truth is the way that our standard works around here is you would have the burden of proof to prove that those skulls are real.
Really? So we don't have to have that standard for Globers?
That's what we do tell Globers.
So I understand, Lou, that Radwin has been around a lot longer than me, but at 6:51 or 51 after the hour, Radwin comes in and goes, ban Jim 777. So if somebody disagrees with Radwin, he should be silenced. Is that correct?
Away.
No, right now there's a personal grievance going on, and I don't really care to arbitrate.
I never heard of this guy before. Never heard of him, never seen him before.
Sir, you were only banned for 3 minutes. I've been banned for months at a time.
I want to see proof of 28 foot people. That's what I want to see. I want to see proof. I want to see
Jim, I have proof in my giant video. It's 29 minutes. Look up Godric in the live stream.
I'm in live stream right now.
29 minutes.
Kobe!
Take a look and come back. And then tell me also, what does Genesis 6 mean? Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks for giving that. I'll go back and scroll up. But to say to ban somebody because they disagree with you, I don't. That is such totalitarian BS. I can't believe it.
But you're judging him for saying giant.
Jim, I'm gonna ridicule you on this.
Go ahead.
Don't fucking appeal to emotion and shit like that. Like, dude, just get back on point.
So you said old dude put something down at 29 minutes after the hour. Does it start with Twilight Zone?
No. Hang on. It's first of all, it's Godric. Look at 4:52 p.m. Pacific time.
52.
Giants emerging everywhere. They can't hide this. YouTube video. I believe it's 29 minutes.
29 minutes
The
after.
universe inside you. 4:52 p.m. Pacific time.
52. Okay.
4:52.
Oh my.
So Pacific time 4:52, which would be 6:52 here.
You're on the East Coast?
No, I'm in Central Time Zone.
Oh, okay.
So you said 4:52 p.m. Pacific time.
Right. Inside you, giants are everywhere.
I don't see anything that says 6:52 on live stream voice text here.
Today, Junior?
I see some. Is this Tim talking?
Jim, it's exactly 18 messages up. It's a YouTube video. Giants are everywhere. They can't hide this.
I see something from Tim at 6:58, which would be
No, it's
4:58
Godric.
your
Look
time.
at
Sir, you know there's a
Godric.
search bar. You can search for messages from users, and that's how I would do it.
Okay, Boomer.
What's about me?
I'll post it again if you can't scroll up. I'll post it again.
Thank you. Godric, right? At 7 p.m. or 5 p.m. your time?
Yes, you see it?
Thank you. I'll take a look at it right now. Thanks.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, Godric, you posted in that video, it looks like there's an astronaut getting a spear through him. Do you have any comments about that?
No, I haven't seen that part. Tell me what time zone that is.
Well, it's in the thumbnail of the video you posted.
Let me look. Hang on.
That's an astronaut with socks on?
Okay, so the story. Okay, so there's eyewitness story about some military troops from America going to Afghanistan and confronting a real giant. And he had red hair and pale skin, and he killed the guy by impaling him on his spear, and he killed some other people. He ate them, some other military troops. So it's not an astronaut. It's a dude in military gear. It's just a drawing. It's just a story. You can take it for what it's worth. That's my comment. And not in this video, but there's a further story about that where they had to pick him up with a military plane. They had to put him on a pallet. He was over 1,000 pounds. He had 6 fingers, 6 toes, red hairs, 2 rows of teeth. He smelled very. He had a horrific smell to him, like he never took a shower. And he ran like so fast you couldn't barely even see how fast he ran.
Seems like we lost both Jim and Radvin.
Let's get Jim went to watch the video, so we'll see what he comes back with.
Also about those pictures that was posted earlier by these giant skeletons. Like, I know it's from National Geographic, but there is a full article about how the hoax started with those skeleton pictures. Just to add into the whole conversation, I guess.
Yeah. Is God Rocking in the house? Are you there, God Rocking, or are you busy?
Hey,
Looks
Jim.
like he's busy. How you doing?
Big
God
fan of
Rocking was
listening.
just in the. Go on.
I was going to say, I'm a big fan of listening to your stories about Japan.
Oh, thanks. Yeah. Well, it's currently 9 o'clock in the morning. Full sunshine. Probably 20 odd degrees Celsius, something like that. Let's have a quick check. But yeah, I was just in the Gem Panda stuff with God Rocking. God Rocking came in, right, to talk about refraction. When he came in, they didn't really welcome him as well as best they should have done in Gem Panda. So for the interest of the listeners, I said, the guy that's just talking, his name is God Rocking, a man of high standing and impeccable integrity. With that, Gem Panda got upset. Because why are you telling the people that, Jim? I said, well, he's a contractor of mine. Yeah, you didn't do your job. You didn't welcome him in, did you? And they got really upset with that. You know? they just went into one. And then God Rocking hit them hard with refraction, covered most of the angles, and I peppered them with the actual looming images, and they just lied. They just lied. That's what really pissed me off. That they just lied, as you know, and were treating him bad as well. You know, they were really treating God Rocking totally uncivil. God Rocking told them, because you're not being, you're being a bit brash and that. And then Gem Panda apologised, but that's how we are, he said.
Yeah, it shows that they're losing hard when they're that butthurt and have that much of a temper about it.
Oh, yeah, because I welcomed it. I did the red carpet treatment for God Rocking, as I do for any of the 24/7 that go in there. You know me. On my own, I smash them to hell. I said to Jem, just before I come in here, I goes, Jem, I'm going to wear you out. Your health is going to degrade by your mic. Guarantee you. You are nowhere near my league. I feel sorry for you. You'll do the right thing and you'll unmute my mic, and he unmuted it.
Isn't Gem Panda the one who shouts really loud?
That's the one. Yeah.
He's so annoying. I don't like him.
He's really upset.
Yeah. And you should see he's upset now. Yeah. Screaming at the high level. But I scream at them back as well. I hold them to task.
I mean, we must be on the globe. Just look at how upset that guy is.
And anyway, on the last little topic, hi, Jen. Nice to see you. On the giants in America. So here comes the plethora of information from photographic evidence of when they're actually digging these things up, all the way back to Spanish explorers, actual reports themselves of eyewitnesses of people that were twice as tall as the tallest men on the ships. Magellan, for one, and other explorers had these also reports. So I guess if you consider at a whole, all those eyewitnesses, all the newspaper reports, all the actual archaeological digging that is verifiable with their own photographs, that's fine. Eyewitnesses of the actual bones being displayed in museums that were taken out subsequently. So stop repeating me. Who's hot micing? I don't like that.
Might be me, sorry.
Anyway, so there we have bunches and bunches of evidence you can dig through, just like the information I dig through on the Proto-Hebrew speaking Cherokee. It's the same thing. I mean, am I saying anything definitive? No. How could I? I didn't dig the bones up myself, so no, I couldn't. But if you just want to ignore all of the evidence, then that's fine. I mean, that's your choice.
Well, Sonny, I mean, It is up to you if you're going to say it to back it up with whatever your best ability is. You know, you didn't have to necessarily dig them up, but this is kind of like how stories of Bigfoot and the Loch Ness Monster get started. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah, but you don't have
I'm really
any.
hanging around with Lou on that.
But you don't have any bones that are big enough to fit over a regular man's head from a Bigfoot. But you do human heads that are twice as big as a regular human head that could fit over, like the jawbone could fit over your face. So these have been found.
Yeah, but can you verify them that they're human bones? You know, can you? Have you touched the bones yourself?
Yeah, can I?
Have you had a
No,
look?
that's
'Cause that's
true.
the only
Yeah,
way I'm
that's
going to
true.
believe.
Yeah.
I want to touch the bones and magnify them under the
That's
microscope.
true, and that's not a. You're right. That's not a hill I would want to die on. That's true. Any more than I would with giant bones being dinosaurs. You know, I wouldn't. Yeah, I wouldn't die on that hill.
Yeah, mountain ranges being freaking titans and trees. You know, like what do they call? What do they call them? Mesas being trees. You know, like it's
silicon trees. Yeah, I know that to me is a little far fetched as well. You know, I.
Of course it is. Yeah.
But very interesting.
There might have been the occasional tall man, yeah, and in Africa we have those tall men, but giants, no, man.
Yeah, well, okay, then what about the Native Americans then that have their own native oral traditions about these giants that were stealing their women and children and eating them, and they locked them up in a cave and burnt it, and then
it's a story. It's a story.
I know it is a story.
It's a story.
So do we just ignore all?
That's all that is. It's a story. It's not. You know what? Yeah, that's what I'm going to do. Yeah. I mean,
well, listen. The only reason I do it is because it was mentioned. I find it very interesting. That's the only reason I look into it. I'm not. You know, I'm not saying like anything.
It's okay. Don't stay. Yeah. but you've got to be able to discern if it's true or not. It's interesting. Yes. Is it true?
Here's the problem: is finding it interesting is one thing. A lot of people find it interesting. Too many people around here like to try to talk about that stuff as if it's fact, and then they back it up with the Bible, or even worse, they don't even use the Bible. They use the removed books from the Bible. You know, like all of a sudden it's like here's the Bible didn't want it, you know, because it was too crazy.
Jen,
reality now doesn't want it because it's too crazy, but because it was once written down, it's now true.
What about the buildings that have the steps that are only for awfully huge people? What about those buildings, Lou?
Dude, what you're talking about, some of the big steps, that's how you quarry stone.
There's steps in front of a building, dude.
That's how you...
They quarry them right in front of the building to look like steps.
When you want slabs of stone, like you make these giant steps to cut the shit out.
They're in front of a building, dude. To the doorway.
To the giant furniture then that was in the house, all the giant furnishings. No, man, there were no giant.
I'm not saying it's proof of anything. I'm just saying there's more than just, you know, there's actual buildings that got steps going up to the front door. That they're 10 feet fucking tall steps. You got to use a ladder to get up them.
Someone's playing city buggers.
Who the fuck was using those is what I want to know. I'm not saying, you know, I mean, who was it? And when you get to the top, the doorway is fucking 30 feet. The doorway's 30 fucking feet tall. Why?
Jen, the flood of Noah, is that a story, just a story? Noah's flood?
Yeah, go on.
I'm asking Jen because he doesn't believe in stories.
What I'm saying is that, you know, that stuff is a story at the moment. I mean, you can see the building, it's real, yeah. Where are the people who used to live in them? What happened to them? Where are they?
That's a good question, Jen. We would like to know that.
Yeah. Because I just think someone's messing with history, or grandeur gone wild. Who knows? But come on.
All the bones are recovered up by the Smithsonian.
Yeah, I don't trust Smithsonian for anything these days. They've lied so much. Unless I can actually touch, smell, and get this stuff in my hands and then put it under my microscope and that, then I'm going to say, yeah, okay, it is. Indeed, that's what it is. I'm not going to take their word for anything. I can't do that now. They've lied.
They're
so
saying
much.
the Smithsonian's Jen is saying that there are no giants. They came and took the bones. The people that were on site said the Smithsonian showed up, took the bones, and now they're saying that they don't exist.
Look, here's the thing. Like, this is a big difference between like larger than normal humans to where the average size is like 20, 30, 40, 50 feet tall, or some of them are literally like miles tall. If you want to go down this route, all of a sudden you're talking about mile tall people, 2 mile tall people. Like, that didn't happen.
Yeah, where's all the equipment they used to make the stuff and that, to build it? Must be some remnants of this stuff somewhere.
Well, that's just it for sure. I'm a builder, and like I said, these buildings that we see around, that they show horses and buggies around them, and they're saying that that's the technology they used to build them. I call bullshit. You have to dig a big hole in the ground. You got to put huge footings in the ground to hold a building of that size, or they settle, they fall apart. It's standard procedure for building. You got to have a footing and a foundation, massive. They don't do that with picks and shovels. They had some form of equipment that we're not aware of. It's been hidden from us.
Where is that equipment? Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Yeah,
I don't know, Jen. It was probably metal, and if there was any kind of a flood, or if it sat outside for eons of time, it rusted away. It fell apart. Metal, you can't leave metal outside for 100 years, Jen. It turned back to dust. I don't know if that's what took place, but that's at least one explanation for at least some of it.
Yeah, you've got to find something. Now, there has to be something. They can't all just die.
They have found huge wheels and huge that look like equipment of some sort that's petrified. It appeared to be steel at one time. Steel does petrify and turn to stone. There's tanks. They got pictures of World War II.
How long does that process take, though?
It depends. It depends on the environment. There's pictures of World War II tanks or World War I tanks. I'm not sure, where they were submerged in mud and they are now turned to steel. They're metal.
Check the video.
Rock, stone. They turn to stone. Stone. Excuse me. The metal turned to stone. My bad.
Sorry, yeah. When you said they turned to metal, I turned to metal.
Yeah, the metal turned to stone.
You got me there. Yeah, you got me there. I thought, what?
I mean, there's pictures of that that have been found, and obviously it didn't take very long.
Metal turning to stone.
Yep.
Metal turning to stone.
Yes.
Complete stone tank.
Yes.
I've got to see this stuff. I haven't seen it, so I've just got to see it. Hard to believe.
I mean, all I can is...
Does that mean the metal is fossilizing the stone?
No, that means that the metal was replaced through, I don't know what it's called, but when it's submerged in mud, and as the molecules as they decompose and fall apart, they get replaced with a piece of mud or whatever, and then it solidifies and turns to stone. The basic.
I can't understand how that could happen, because you've got the original metal shape. Now, hang on a second, please. How can that, let's say the turrets, yeah? Okay, how can that dissolve or whatever and then rock form? So the rock has to form on the metal. The metal must still be there. Can't change the stone, can it? Because this is a precision tank. It's a vehicle that's got precision.
It appears that it did.
Nature's hazard.
It appears that it did, because it was submerged in mud. All I'm telling you is what it appears to look like. I haven't seen it with my own two eyes. I've just seen pictures, and it looks like they've turned to stone.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, you've seen pictures. That's fine.
it's still questionable, isn't it? It's still up in the air.
Yeah,
It's
of
not
course.
fact of any
Of
kind.
course.
Yeah.
But when you believe petrified wood is real?
Yeah.
So it does happen.
You know, yeah, it does happen. Oh yeah, I do believe petrified wood is real. Yeah.
Did all you guys see the hammer, the wooden hammer handle with the metal top was found inside of a rock that it was dated to be like 1 million years old.
And it was still metal?
No, I haven't seen that.
It was still intact.
1 million years old. 1 million years old.
Well, we all know
a metal hammer with a wooden handle, dated 1 million years old inside of some other granite rock.
Well,
Okay. Did it look?
I don't know anybody here that believes that there's been here for 1 million years. I mean, I don't believe that. So whatever.
Yeah,
That's the whole point with carbon dating. It's faulty.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, it's not reliable. Exactly, it's not reliable. I was going to say. And did this 1 million year old hammer look modern or primitive? Was there anything that did it resemble something that could have been made recently? They're the things I'll be looking at.
Well, that looks
It resembles something like from, I'm going to say the 1800s, like a hammer that you can make with smelting ore and taking a piece of handle and fashioning it and making it tip of a hammer.
So, okay.
Let me see if I can find it.
How does wood get petrified?
Well, they say it happens under extreme pressure, like in mud with extreme pressure, like from like tons and tons and tons of mud on top of it, and then tons of water on top of that, and it pressurizes it so hard that when each molecule decomposes in the organic material, then it gets replaced with a piece of silica. It gets forced in from the pressure. Well, that's how petrified. How does petrified wood happen then? What's your explanation?
I'll come out in the desert right near me, about 100 miles east of here. There's some places you can pull off the side of the road, and there's tons of petrified wood. You can see the grain in it, but it is truly rock.
Yeah.
It's right on the top of the surface of the sand.
So how did that happen?
So it's not very deep.
It's not deep at all.
So
It's right
I would say you need to have extreme humidity, like mud, and then you need to have for a couple of years heavy winter, extreme cold.
But wait a minute. I'm talking about a place that is only sand. There's no soil.
Yeah.
There's no other life. It's just sand and brush. That's it.
You don't know what it was 1,000 years ago.
That's true. We don't know what 1,000 years looks like at all.
Yeah, we don't know it.
I hate to interrupt, but there is no person here.
Does anyone here believe in time travel?
If they do,
no, time travel is the worship of Lucifer.
If they believe in
you
time
guys should, Dave.
kick them
There's a
out.
new person he wants to talk to.
All right.
I mean, it's impossible to time travel.
No, I just went from the kitchen to my living room where my computer. And I traveled the distance over a certain amount of time. So
What if they had a whole lot of liquid helium? They couldn't time travel?
No,
liquid helium? No.
Liquid mercury. And
Time travel.
You have to drink
It's traveling through time all the time. I'm traveling through time right now. Forwards.
Time is not a thing.
Travel.
Oh, Lord.
The arrow of time.
Like time traveler's wife?
My mic working.
Hey,
Yeah,
Godric. So at 1644, that's not a fake. That's the actual giant in film there.
So let's say you have a time machine. How you would
Are you talking about my video? Hang on, my video?
Yes.
Would you use
like
the
that? I
Gregorian
like that.
calendar
I
to
thought that was
set it up?
a good video.
Yeah,
Wait,
that
there
ends
is someone.
all arguments.
Wait, guys, there is someone willing to ask a question about time machine something.
Go ahead. Sorry, go ahead.
Was that me, you meant? I was just saying,
Yeah,
let's
you
say we
were.
have a time machine. Would you use the
Okay.
Gregorian calendar to set it up to like where you have to travel to? Because time is a man-made construct, and so are the calendars. How would you actually set it up if there was like some sort of machine? How would you do it? Like
You can't.
Dude, it's all about
It's
gravity and
impossible.
black
Yeah.
holes, bro. It's
Well,
all
it-
science.
It violates the second law of thermodynamics, so it'd be a
First off,
foul.
Sonny,
Gravity
don't you
and black holes. It's
I'm
all
surprised
about
none of you remember this, but in order to go back in time, you have to reverse the planet like Superman did. So it is possible.
Yeah.
It is possible on TV, at least.
Didn't Einstein prove you can go
Hollywood.
back in time if you float around the Earth because of gravity displacement?
Can I get a mic check? Is it working
Hey,
now?
Dave.
I can hear you.
I've
You're
been
coming
trying
through,
to
Dave.
tell y'all for 5 minutes. There's a guy named or somebody named Brad Rising here. Need to welcome him here.
Hi,
He's
Brad Rising.
verified.
Hi, Brad Rising.
Hey, how you guys doing?
Pretty
Great,
swell. How
great.
are you?
Glad to have you.
Not bad.
There's your petrified tank video. It's at the bottom.
What?
Putrefied tank.
Seen any Earth curve lately, Brad Rising? We're still looking. The search
Still
continues.
looking.
Sorry, what was that?
No curve here. Still looking.
Still looking. Everyone's still looking.
Can never find any of that darn curve for Earth. I
Can
don't
I
know.
just say one thing about that? I'm not looking anymore because I already measured, so I've moved on from that.
Yeah, me too. Yeah.
Well, I mean, it's just a leading question.
Oh, I know that. I know that. I just wanted to say I'm not looking anymore.
Exactly.
Well, you should always be seeking truth.
Well, I can do more observations.
I already found it. I found it
Yeah.
already.
Well,
I
I think
pretend
I
that I'm
already
looking
found my truth,
just to lead them on a wild goose chase.
We can do them over and over again. That satisfies the requirement of a repeatability, and that just keeps bludgeoning the ball Earth into the ground like a big jackhammer. You know. So apparently there's just scattered petrified wood all over in the desert out here, everywhere, right on the surface. So I don't know what happened there.
What do you mean? You can go get some?
Yes, exactly. I can go get some. Yeah, I could get some easily. Yeah.
Wow.
I've had it in. I pulled it out of the sand myself. I've kicked it around. I've kicked out over the sand, and see big piles of it under the sand. And you could just grab handfuls of it if you wanted.
Can you get any big chunks and I'll pay for shipping?
I would have to get my son to go see my ex, but that's their mother, so I'm sure there's no shortage of the petrified wood from what I saw. It was right where they were living, right where she lived.
Well, we can't get any here in Ohio, so I'd like a piece.
Damn fresh out of. Hey, I'll look into it. I'll talk to my son.
There's some here in Utah. I've stood in an area where there was petrified trees laying on the ground.
There you go.
Where's that?
In the Uinta Mountains.
Closer.
Oh, really?
He's closer.
Well, I'm in 1,200. I'm in 1,200 foot elevation where I'm at in Ohio, and I'm starting to look at the elevation maps, and it looks like we're on some kind of shelf going to Lake Erie.
You're from Ohio too?
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Hey, there you go.
Cleveland.
Above the
Cleveland.
Yeah. The bad sports teams.
You live in the good part of Cleveland or the bad part of Cleveland?
No, I don't live in the city of Cleveland anymore. I did when I was like
Oh.
20, and that was a long time ago. I can't give my location now, but I have quite a different place now.
Yeah. So I'm betting that NASA picked up their petrified wood at a bargain basement, you know.
Oh, so they had to go out there and get as much as they could find because they didn't want people grabbing that shit and saying, "Why is this a tree?"
Yeah. Clearly is a tree. So, like all the artifacts found in rock and stuff like that, now either they're million years or whatever they claim that strata is true, or things petrify much quicker than they say. That's all.
Well, I have a tank video I have to watch about that now. It's queued up. And I also have a big giant on my 87-inch screen looking at me walking in Japan. That's crazy.
Yeah, well, there are tree stumps that have been cut in the 17 and 1800s, and now they are petrified.
So it doesn't take thousands of years to petrify things.
Yeah.
My point exactly.
I say it takes only a few winters. One special
Interesting.
winter, and that's it.
Yeah, I didn't think it was anything to do with age. I just didn't know how it was done.
Yeah. It's a very interesting. I mean, the man who will discover how this thing is happening is going to be able to make all sorts of gemstones. You know?
He's going to be able to make Medusa.
Yeah. Yeah.
I used to be married to Medusa. Fuck. You don't want to meet her.
What'd you do? Send her my way? I had one of those.
I'll give you the address. You can turn to stone when you get there.
Well, you know they're showing that Medusa on TV all the time.
Starbucks.
Is that what it was?
Yeah.
Oh, that on their cup. No, they have a commercial where Medusa's walking around, turns people into stone. TV has become a new tool for me. Now it's just fun seeing all the programming that's really going on. Evil people are funny and they have devil horns and they perform magic tricks.
Yeah. Clowns.
So do
you
Mormons.
guys are heretics. You don't believe.
I know there's people that back east that actually think Mormons have horns.
I got one for you. Picture Moses in your head. Does Moses look like a human or does he have horns?
I don't know what Moses looks like, Lou. I don't even know if he was a man that lived, but I would say he.
You know that Moses has horns nowadays, right?
I didn't know that.
Hey.
What do you mean nowadays?
Did Adam have a belly button?
Mandela effect. If you look, all of a sudden Moses has horns.
Not the Moses I remember.
He's got like nubs, like where the horns were cut off. Like God like removed them or something, but like he's got like nubs.
What's that
Interesting.
superhero dude? They cut his horns off, and you got these stubs coming out of his head. Who was that dude? I can't remember.
Oh yeah, see, he's a nice guy. You know what I mean? It's
Yeah.
okay. They're okay, especially if their horns are cut off. They're really nice.
Hellboy.
Hellboy, there you go. That's him.
Yeah, Hellboy. Not Hell Monster. Hellboy.
Well, he was a real person. You know that, right?
What do you mean by that?
Well, he lives. I seen it on the telly.
Yeah. Well,
I'm
that is true.
I'm speaking for 99% of the normies.
Well,
TV confirmed.
they sure do show horned people a lot on TV, don't they? I mean,
Yeah.
all the time.
Yeah, but that's the weird part is even the Bible supports this now. Like, I'm talking about Mandela effect type stuff. Like, the Bible supports these horned people being in existence. And so does, I believe, like what Gutrockin was just saying. Like, it's a really freak occurrence, but like once in a while there's people born where they have these nubs where horns would be. Shit like that. Like they have these bumps on their skull.
Genetic past to the horned people.
Are you sure it's not evolution that we were a goat once?
No, I'm not. Of course. How would I know?
Yeah, I would definitely pick monkeys before goats. You know what I mean?
I'd like a pair of monkey horns on the wall. That would be kind of cool.
I'd pick a moose.
Now, a set of moose horns from a big bull moose, they are fucking huge.
Those are gigantic. I saw just regular, moose in Canada, like on the side of the road, and I wanted to shit my pants.
Just tell the truth. You did shit your pants.
That is
That's an
something
underestimated animal.
you do not want to look at those and have them get your attention. And they're like, you got their attention because I don't even know what I would do. I just kind of saw them and I said, okay, that's close enough for me.
I've stood 20 feet from one once in the mountains. He didn't seem to care one bit I was there.
You're so small, probably, or he didn't see a lot of people.
It's not a moose or anything, but the job I'm working on is in what we call lake country around here. Like we got all these tons of tiny little lakes where like there's just a little bit of land in between them. Like they're really basically one big lake. And the deer, I think the deer around there, I think are so used to people. They're so docile. Like we're working construction, got radios blasting, firing nail guns, yelling at each other. And these deer are coming up within like 25, 30 feet and just eating off the trees. Like we're shooting nail guns at them and they don't even flinch.
Never seen you before. Or they've seen you so much that they just don't give a shit.
No, they do not give a shit. Like every day, this one brings her Bambi right through. Like there's like the tiny little Bambi like we see every single morning. It just comes like the kid that we're training, the 20-year-old kid, he really thinks he can go and tackle it. Like, and we told him we'd give him $100 if he tackles the Bambi.
You give him $100 to go into hospital?
Yeah.
I got $100 at least.
Yeah, no, we're chipping in 50 if he can tackle the Bambi.
Yeah, go ahead. Go for that little one. That's an easy takedown, too. We got those all over the place in my yard. And when I see the deer, I just, hello, and I go back in the house. See, we had one time at my other house, nested up against our house in the backyard, and I almost had a heart attack when I was just walking through there, and it was there by itself. And at that point, I just looked around and I just got out of there and I went back later and it wasn't there, and I was like, oh, that was close.
I was doing some work on a cabin up here in a place called Causey Estates. It's a private community. And I built some terraces in the background for the homeowner. And I was staying up there, because it's so far away. I just stayed in the cabin. And I went out one morning, opened the back door, and there was a bull moose laying on the terrace I just built the day before. He was just laying there, big bull moose, and it was probably 40 feet from me. And I just stood there in the door and looked at him, drank my coffee, and he just looked at me. And after about 10 minutes, he got up and walked away like no big deal. Moose aren't scared of people at all.
Well, deer are scary enough when they get mad. So,
but yeah, you don't want to piss a moose off. If they're coming for you, you're probably going to die. But if you just leave them alone, they really don't give a shit. You know, you don't just encroach up on them and invade their space. But if you stay back,
you don't try to tackle their young. Is that what you're trying to tell me?
Yeah, pretty much.
I wouldn't try that with a deer either, but you can tell your guy to go ahead, but I recommend not trying that.
No, it's all right. During the winter, when or like in the fall or early spring, when there's still a little bit of ice on the water, if we're near like a lake house or like a pond or something, we tell when it's really, really thin. Like we'll throw something out there on the ice and be like, "I'll give you $50 if you can get that."
Oh, that's an easy win for me. I'll rig up something to get it.
Yeah.
Yeah, get out the lasso.
Yeah, I will definitely win that $50. And I'll say, want to go double or nothing?
Dude, it's pretty funny. Kids will do anything, especially when they need the money.
I know they will. That's what I mean. I know they will. And they'll run out there and fall. And I'll be, why would you go out on that ice? You know it's too thin. Just go lasso that thing.
Of course, we save it for the end of the day. We'll challenge him during the middle of the day, and he's like, "Yeah, I'll go do it right now." It's like, no, you're waiting until the end of the day when we're done working you. Like, you can improve it then.
Yeah, when we're getting our stuff packed up, ready to get out of there, just do it then. It's a lot easier. We'll all have a laugh.
Then he can get in the truck and warm up from his fucking accidental break through the ice. Unless you planned on leaving him there.
Dude, if he fucking dies, we're leaving him. We had nothing to do with it.
I don't know what he was thinking. He said, I'm going to go catch that deer, that baby. And then we've never seen him again.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, it's like the fire in the sky. You know, the guy saw it was the deer this time.
That's right. 4 days missing.
I don't know. He just didn't show up to work one day. But you know what? That was not unlike him. I mean, he's your normal 20-year-old. He likes to party at night. I don't know what happened to him.
Maybe he got another job.
Turkeys around here are ridiculous too. Like we get so many turkeys, and they're not afraid of people. They just come like right up, like within like 15 feet, like just come like strutting by.
That's how they are here. They're wild turkeys everywhere. They just go by them. They don't really run too far. Unless you try to go after them, they'll stay out of the way. That's about it.
Yeah, no, dude, he's pretty sure he can catch a turkey too. We've got to bet on that one also.
How do they taste?
You ever eat them, Lou?
Do they taste kind of
Dude, no, we don't hunt the wild turkeys. I mean, I'm sure there's like a season for it, like, but no, you can't just like shoot turkeys because they're strutting through your yard.
You cannot shoot turkeys if they are strutting through your yard. That is correct. There is a turkey season here in Ohio, though.
Yeah.
That's why there's so many wild turkeys around, and they keep building homes, and the turkeys aren't moving. They're just coming out of the woods and doing their thing, and they're getting displaced, but they're still running around where they were before. They're getting pushed our way. There's a deer path and some small animal path that crosses from one side of the woods to the other through our yard, and then a big hole from one side of the woods to the other where the deer go. And I threw watermelon rind out there the other day, and it was gone, and I don't know who ate that.
You got baby deers out there, don't you?
Yep.
We got big ones out here.
Yeah, there's some big giant ones, but that's rare. Right, especially this time of year, you're just listening to see the regular size. But they're all over the place. It's like having birds in your yard. At night, it's just too freaky. You don't even know they're there because our neighborhood's not lit up. You have to light up your yard if you want to see shit. And I don't light up stuff. I'll go outside and I'll just get a little glimmer, like a reflection of something. I'll be like, "Oh, that deer is standing right there next to our house," and then it'll just be standing there. And then I'll go look out my side window. There'll be like 8 of them down the side. Like, oh boy. They don't do any real damage, but I do notice they like to eat the flowers in the front, in the tree that we hang.
One of these days, the kid that we're training, he's going to come running back to us. He's going to have a turkey hanging from his jowls. It's good. It's like he's going to have a turkey by the neck in his mouth. He's like, I got him, guys. That's how we're going to know that he deserves this promotion. I think it's funny.
May I ask Lou if we want to have this discussion now about the 30 minutes of a video I just watched about the giants? Or should we wait till scientist comes back?
Oh, I don't give a fuck about the Giants. I have my own opinion about it, and I'm not going to hate on people who are for it or people who are against it. Like, personally, I think it's highly unlikely. Okay, like, there's the claims that I've heard. There be large people.
You're very robotic.
Large people. It's just where do you draw the line? Like how large? You know, like that's kind of where I'm at.
Hey, Lou, I don't have a real good connection with you. I want to go to a different part of the house.
Yeah, Lou, but robots have no opinions.
What's that?
Talking to Lou, I'm telling the robots no opinions.
No, I have my own. I have my own opinion. I'm just saying.
Yeah, but you're roboting.
Well, I don't know what to tell you. My fucking internet went down. I got hit by lightning around here. I'm on my mobile data in the house.
Stop with the excuses.
So Lou, is it fair to say that
I got a red connection? I can't do anything about it. I'm on mobile data with a red connection.
You can mute yourself.
You can fucking come over here.
Yeah, you can mute yourself since how we can't understand a fucking word you're saying.
Until fucking 10 seconds ago.
No,
yeah, I'm good either talking about this or not talking about it. I'll go whatever Lou wants to do. I'll defer to him.
No, like I said, no. If you guys want to discuss Giants versus no Giants, that's like it's kind of a fun topic. I'm not gonna like pick a side and say who's right or wrong. It would be more about like what is a logical argument and what is not. You know, like that's where I would interject. But my own personal bias on it is that I mean the Giants. Like I said when I was probably roboting, was that. It's like, where do you draw the line of Giants? Like, how big are we talking? Are we talking about 12-foot people? Are we talking about 30-foot people? Are we talking about 50-foot people? You know, like, I might be able to be on board for 12-foot, even maybe 15 or 18 or 20-foot. Above that, I'm not really on board. And mountains becoming giants? No. Or giants becoming mountains? No, not on that.
I can concede to 10 or 11 feet, just because I believe that Goliath was 9 or 10 feet, and obviously I wasn't there. At the end of this 30 minutes, they did state that they believe that dinosaurs and big bugs lived millions and millions of years ago, and I don't agree with that whatsoever. So they're basically giving us an evolutionary viewpoint of these supposed giants, which I totally reject. But, you know, I appreciate whoever whoever did send me that 30-minute video. I thank you very much. It was very good, very informative. I can talk about it with scientists someday, or in this group, whatever you like to do. I like to have scientists around if it's possible. But Lou, I think you're very fair, and I appreciate the chance to talk with you here.
Well, that's kind of. I never even actually wanted to be a moderator. This is what I did as a silver or as a gold or whatever. They just kind of were like, since you're doing the job, you're going to have this role, and it's just what I'm going to do no matter what. This is how I behave. Thank you.
And I will concede that I came in hot before, and I apologize. I shouldn't have, and I apologize.
Well, your behavior is unacceptable, Lou.
Yeah, well, you believe in friggin' like 100-foot tall people, so
I do. Who told you that?
No, I don't know.
I believe that there were giants on the earth, but I'm with you. At what height do you call a giant? I mean, I really don't know. I think there's evidence that 8-9 foot tall people. There's still people alive today that are that tall. There's people in countries where there's 9 feet tall people alive today. So how can you say they don't exist? They do.
The one thing.
Are they giants?
I don't think so.
Are they giants? I don't think so. They're just, really tall people. Now, a giant would fall into a category to where you don't see average people, or even throughout the times where you'll see occasional 8-9 foot tall people. I think giants are a different thing. They're probably 15 feet tall, or 12 to 15, maybe a little taller. I don't know. But titans, I don't know. That's a whole different story. I've read a little bit about it. Does say some stuff in some of the esoteric books about the giants. There's the Book of the Giants. There's several different things that you can find about them. Now, that doesn't mean they existed, and I don't know how tall they were. As tall as the cedar trees in Lebanon is one of the stories that kind of come from the esoteric type, scripture type books, that there were giants as tall as the cedar trees in Lebanon, and they were like 40 feet tall. So I don't know.
Have you ever looked into petrified organs? Any one of you?
Petrified what?
Organs.
Organs? Like bodily organs?
Yeah.
Yes. Selenium.
I posted
Selenium 7, there's a guy on here that comes here to visit us, has done quite a bit of research on that, and he's been here and talked to us several times.
He was here today, I think, earlier.
Oh, was he?
I posted a video of a stone I found in our garden, which I don't know what it is, but it's not a normal stone. I really think it was something organic someday. No, maybe someone of you knows what it might have been.
I lost my hot mic in yesterday. I don't know. I guess.
By the way,
I forgot that I was. I forgot that I was on the computer.
Sorry. I would highly recommend to watch the video I posted. Good.
I don't really complain about people hot micing. I think it'd be the pot calling the kettle black when it comes to me.
I think the only two things I like to say further, and then I'll leave it alone. And they're positive comments. When they mentioned the one time they mentioned a 28-foot, creature or person, they showed two people, two skeletons laying side by side in a grave, which looked perfectly normal. But I find it fascinating that they mentioned 28 feet and then showed two skeletons, laying side by side in a grave that looked perfectly normal. And then the other time they mentioned 28 or 30 feet creature because of a footprint, they thought, and the footprint was sideways into a rock. So in other words, the creature would have been laying down and put his foot up against, whether it was mud or a rock or whatever, and would have had to make it that way. So it was perpendicular to the ground and not horizontal to the ground. So I found that very, very strange. But so anyway, thanks, Lou, and whoever sent me the video. Thank you very much. It was very informative.
That was the sleeping giant, by the way.
Yeah, it was good. I'm glad I watched it. It's 30 minutes long.
I got disconnected. Did Bread Rising ever talk or anything? Are you there, Bread Rising? Not here.
He just said he couldn't find any Earth curve either.
That would hint at that he's a globe skeptic at the least, then.
Yep, can't find any curve.
I guess he doesn't want to talk right now, so. Back to silence till the next person talks.
Yeah, again, I think there's a lot of things that we have not been taught, or maybe even the modern science has not ever considered yet, to look at it in the wrong way. But certainly having these huge rocks that very much like bones, where you have this extreme high irony substance within them, just makes a lot of sense, you know? Because you can see similarities with any other organic or with any other human being, and you know, bones and so forth. I definitely 100% think that it lines up giants being a point. I mean, the perversion of genetics is nothing new, right? It's going on today again, where they pervert the blood. Maybe not that was in the days of Noah, but certainly people are willingly perverting their genetics. So it's nothing new under this. Yep. It is what it is.
Why are all the Globers hiding? They owe me Earth curve.
They will always be hiding, man. Over on the Debate Flat Earth channel, I certainly now see the pattern of how some people trying to get themselves in the religion of the heliocentric absurdity really begins to make sense. I see a pattern.
I like that, the religion of the heliocentric absurdity.
Yeah, I mean,
should be like a book title.
It is what it is. Like, actually talking to some of them has no point, because these people are not willing to accept, or either not willing to research regarding the very roots of the heliocentric beginnings of the people that created this whole thing. They just disregard. They don't want to hear it. They just disregard that it's literally openly occultist, Satanists, Luciferians that are running the S show.
I think the point is to expose the heliocentric absurdity. That's the point in talking to them.
Right, but the problem is they're so blind that they don't even get behind the root. I always like to look at the so every tree has its roots, right? And to find out what the fruit of a tree is, you just need to look at the roots, and later on the fruits will make even more sense if they're rotten or not. So if you look at the root of the heliocentric religion and what people stand behind it, what was the influence of creating NASA and so forth, you just come to the point of where you're going to be further interested in understanding everything else we flat earthers say, because you realize these people that created this whole system are deceivers. I mean, it literally says it in the word NASA. Like, how much more obvious does it need to be when you have, for example, one of the most famous astronauts who was on the moon supposedly doing the 666 and the one eye? Blatantly obvious, and these people are like, it's just a coincidence. Like, what? I wish to know what is going on in the brain of someone who sees a picture of someone openly showing you Luciferian gang signs, and you can just disregard it and move on. Like, it's as if normal people would do that. And that's just like a fragment of all the things we point out. Not even to talk about all the screw-ups on the ISS and whatnot. But even today, with the Black Swan, they will always find an excuse. And I pointed out, like they told me, the Black Swan is wrong because it is refraction. Then they showed me a picture of where they point out refraction on these cranes on the Black Swan, while disregarding that the horizon, which is further away from these oil rigs, is keep on rising in the background, shows no distortion, shows nothing of a very wavy lines or whatever. The horizon is completely perfectly straight and line. And also the fundaments where the oil rigs are standing on do also not show any refraction. And then they just disregard it. They're not talking about that. They completely disregard that point.
The purpose isn't really to convert them or to convince them or change their minds, because you're not going to do that, really. It's just to expose the rotten roots of the absurdity. That's more so why I argue with them. I don't think I'm going to turn them.
No, me neither. But it's just sometimes the reason why I go so deeply into it, I just want to understand these people. I think I understand it now. It's just really the deception is too great that some people are completely falling for it. They're deceived.
I said convert. I should have said deconvert, because they're the ones practicing a religion.
Right. It's just very hard to get someone who's deceived out of the deception, especially when deception is so, what is it called, so sweet, so to say, so like honey, so feels so good, because it's so cool. And they would lose a big part of their life. Actually let it go, right? I mean, imagine what you need to sacrifice in a certain way when you become a flat earther. Especially if you're someone who wants to be honest with your fellow human beings, right? Maybe your family and friends and so forth. Some people just never talk about it, but I personally do, and I don't care, and so far I don't really had a huge problem with it. But it just will turn your whole worldview around, and that's just a problem what most people will face. That's why they're just gonna ignore further on everything represent as an inconsistency of their claims.
Oh, you're talking about the Jim Spanda server?
Yeah.
Yeah, I was
Where you
hearing
have,
that shit.
where you have like 5, 6, 7 main people talking, and the rest are just weird trolls in the chat that tell you how tell you what kind of person you are, while never contributing anything. It's unbelievable. It's just like, they're just there for
Those people are rabid, dude. They're suffering.
right.
Yeah, they're pretty mad because they get debunked like every 5 minutes for someone. I mean, they're not happy at all. And I mean, as soon as you get a point, they just run away. That's exactly what they do. That's exactly
That's
what they
right.
did to you.
They're just clinging to this obviously false, debunked ideology.
Yeah, that's
So they're having a hard time.
That's what I really see
Yeah.
today with the Black Swan that I think Jin posted. He like they pointed out that you see these two cranes being distorted, like you would see when heat waves are going up, right? And you see this heat distortion only on that part. And then pointed out, why is it that the horizon this far away is perfectly flat and horizontal, and and not showing this distortion? And they had no answer. They just went on because of what about this, what about that, right? They didn't want to acknowledge that.
Just ask them to walk you through the steps, like tie the bendy crane to the perfect, uniformly flat-looking horizon, which is actually curved. Like, show me how one equals the other, and you'll never get them. They'll just start raging and mute you.
They didn't want to do that. They won't do it, and they didn't want to do it.
It's obviously completely non sequitur. One thing has absolutely nothing to do with the other, but they think they can just point at a bendy crane and therefore globe. It's the stupidest thing I've ever heard.
Right. Exactly. I'm just sorry for these people, right? They just let themselves be deceived. Like literally, you can obviously expose these NASA people for what they are, or like let's say the popular ones, the ones that are in the on the stage of things, so to say, and you show them what they openly admit to do and the hand signs and whatnot, and what they themselves said, and the inconsistency of what they say. One astronaut contradicting the other one and whatnot, and still they don't care.
They're not at their lies. Further lies over reality.
I really think that if you're a liar, you're gonna be happy with living within a lie, right? If you're a liar from heart, you will support and contribute into the lie. You know what I mean? Like, if you're an honest and true person who loves truth, you would never stick to, NASA, for example, lying to you once and just say, okay, I'm going to disregard it, and maybe they just messed up. You will then start already be critical and look further. Then you're going to see them lying often and more often, and then you're going to say, okay, actually, I need to be honest with myself. These people have been lied so many times. I cannot further go on and just lie to myself and say, this is just a coincidence or something, But maybe on the other point, it could be that these people are just not capable of connecting dots. Maybe they're just somehow too, I don't know, what is the right word?
Rigid. Or, I don't know. That's not what you're going for. Never mind. Low pattern recognition skills. I don't know. But I think also that they're just clinging to the ideology. Like, I mean, this story that they were taught of the heliocentric paradigm they think they're in, they just don't want to let that go. But I don't know. I mean, it might come down to the individual in every case. I don't want to speculate on, the minds of that many different people, but they have a problem somewhere, that's for sure.
Right.
Yeah, they said that the Black Swan was distorted. They said, but they don't mention anything about refraction. So they don't say. I mean, they don't go like deeply into it. They don't explain. I mean, is it? I mean, stooping or I don't know. I mean, what is it? They don't. They don't explain it. Like, I mean, show me what's wrong with the picture. Just like it is. Don't call me with, oh yeah, it is
Well,
like this. No, you
that's what
come
the
up
flame of horizon
with
is.
something.
It's a distortion, right? But does it look distorted? It's perfectly flat, uniform, and
Yeah.
horizontal.
Right. And the other thing is, when you see a distortion, for example, when you drive on a flat road, right, in a hot summer day, how does a real distortion look like from heat, for example?
Yeah,
it
not
looks
like that.
crazy, right? You don't get a horizontal line, right? And I told them that, and they just said, I hear it in the voice that he didn't want to recognize it. He knew that what I was saying is true, but he could not go on to the point because he has no explanation for it. And yesterday, oh man, I even had a more retarded conversation with I mean, he's a nice guy, right? The moderator owner, at least for conversation I had so far with him, Mr. Panda or something. He seems to be, kind of reasonable. But I I pointed out the stars, flimmering within the waters, right? And he told me that these stars or the lights that's in the sky are flimmering like if they are in water because of the distance of the camera that you're pointing at them, right? So you have a maximum distance of 30 meters, and then things are getting what is it called? Out of focus. And when they're out of focus or not in the right focus, they just tend to look like as if they're flimmering underwater. So that was his proof of things, right? Then I said, okay, let's say I have my geocentric model where I'm going to build a small scale of a light which I put into water, and then I'm going to look at it from the outside while it's in the water, and I get the same outcome, right? And he said that's stupid. So recreating something which we, or at least I think could be reality, and it shows the same thing which I
You don't even know better.
Hello, what is going on?
Hey, Twad, you're hot micing.
Yeah.
What? Oh shit!
No worries.
And is then for him not justified enough. So it's crazy what they come up with. It's unbelievable. Like I who can create something which supposed to be, we're saying there's waters above as biblical cosmology believers, right? I personally, I don't think that every flat earther would do that, but that's my explanation of why the stars, when you zoom onto them, look like as if they're underwater flimmering. And then I'm telling him I can do an experiment where I just recreate in a smaller scale what it should be, and I get the same outcome, and he says that's rubbish, that's stupid, that's retarded, that's foolish. But on the other hand, he claims that his out of focus proof or claim, because the camera has a certain distance of where things are being
I mean, they're the ones equating bendy crane with miles and miles of missing Earth curves. So
yeah, they also told me today that level means curved in a certain definition book. I told them in German we have a definite explanation of what level means, and it's not curved. Level means Ebene, and per definition it's like plane, and we all know what a plane is. So I don't know what's going on in English, why you guys have so much complicated stuff, but in German it's pretty obviously plainly obviously what level means.
Yeah, well, German's also a really messed up language, so.
No, it's not a messed up language. It's a very detailed and
Sasha, do you speak German?
Definitive
language, right?
Yes, I can.
For example, you say bicycle, right? We say Fahrrad, okay? Because within the word it already explains what it is. So let me explain to you what Fahrrad means. I mean, Fahrrad is bicycle in German. But if I would translate it word for word, it would say drive wheel or drivable wheel. Okay? So you say bicycle and we say Fahrrad because it's a Rad that you can drive because it's a wheel that you can drive. 2 wheels you drive, right?
Wait. How did Germans mess up language, Sasha?
Well, look at the word I just posted in chat. Like, that shouldn't be a word.
Kraftfahrzeughaftpflichtversicherung. You just proved my point, man. This is the perfect explanation. Thank you. So Kraftfahrzeughaftpflichtversicherung is just showing how perfect German is because it really tries to, in a short way, tries to put everything in there to explain to you what it's talking about. That makes sense. You just don't know what the word means and you say it's messed up. That's so unlogical. I know the English language. You do not know what Kraftfahrzeughaftpflichtversicherung says. I think
It's like insurance for a motor vehicle or something like that.
Yeah, something like that. But you cannot
Sasha.
even say the word, right?
Sasha, I remember we were talking about Ukraine earlier. I got a meme for you, man. I thought about you when I saw this meme because all the like people on the left, the virtue signaling people, they're like, "Oh, Ukraine, they're standing for freedom, and no, Russia doesn't want to be free, and they're so progressive." Check out this meme.
Okay, like what is this supposed to prove?
That destroys the whole narrative of them being.
I'm pretty sure this is just false. Like I think this is false. This is misinformation.
No, it's not. So that kind of destroys the whole narrative that they're like some leftist, ideologically progressive state that needs to be defended. There goes that whole virtue signaling narrative.
But yeah, again, German is a very, very nice language. But I'm pretty sure, man, again, I think even in English, level has a very common and definite explanation. I asked them if they can send me literally the sentence that says that level means curve, but they didn't send me it yet. So I must think it's actually just a claim they try to use to justify the retardedness. But anyhow, I think level is level, right?
Of course. Like it always is. Sasha's rebuttal was that Germans messed up language as if level does mean curved or something.
Yeah,
it doesn't matter how many polled said that they believed in anything. They're talking about the government doesn't allow it.
So Sasha has
the government doesn't represent the people then.
Sasha, you have the language messed up, and that's why you have a problem with the language when it's right.
Witzit, you know what the great thing even is in German about, for example, sea level? We even have you know what we say when it's about sea level, or what sea level means in German? It means sea mirror, also Seespiegel. So we don't say Seegrade, which would be sea level. We say sea mirror, because water creates a mirror if it lays flat.
Nice. Why'd you guys
That's
cuck
awesome.
so much to hate? But you guys cucked way too much to hate speech laws, and
what?
You guys cucked to hate speech laws, and you guys can't talk about one of the most important historical events.
Yeah,
you're one of the hundreds of countries that just ain't even talking about it, and you guys are really kind of turning into like a socialistic society. So I love a lot of the stuff you guys have come up with. I'm actually German. I have German in my ancestry, but you guys are kind of losing the plot. I'm just going to be honest.
They got conquered,
but it's not my fault, right? It's the deception that rolls on with the
of course,
the pride stuff, gender. They want to change it. Like they already gender many things. Like for example, you get a letter from the government, and it says everything must end with a feminine. What is it called? Feminine
suffix. Yeah.
Yeah. So instead of for let's say let's say you say Lastkraftwagenfahrer. Now, because Fahrer at the end is a masculine pronouns or whatever you call it, or vocal, what I don't know how to describe it in English. Now they need to say LKW-Fahrerinnen. So you need to add the feminine part of it. It's so stupid. Absolutely crazy. Like, this is literally
You just do it
revelation.
the way you're taught.
Yeah, but it's literally revelation unfolding. Everything turns into Sodom and Gomorrah. Everything. Everything. I mean, America is even more worse, right? I mean, the whole pride thing, it's even more progressed over there at the moment. But, man, people are so blind. Like, they're waving around the rainbow flag, not understanding what the biblical meaning about it is, which was the establishment of the Most High showing us that he's not wanting to send a flood again, and these people wave it as a pride symbol of their disgusting filthiness. It's like pointing the finger straight up towards the Most High every time. Making fun of him. And these people are unaware of it. Or, I mean, maybe some are aware, but it's just disgusting. Just disgusting. 100% disgusting. There's no excuse. I know, Witzit, have you seen the Alex Stein videos where he exposes kids being in a, weird bar and where transsexual men? Yeah.
Have you seen the one where he talks about his daughter Lizzie, the lizard, who identifies as a lizard? He tells the city council that he needs a what's it called, terrarium? Terrarium, a terrarium in the class. He's like, I understand that we can't keep it at 85 degrees for all the other students, but the least you can do is get a terrarium for my daughter Lizzie the lizard. And they have to take him serious because they're so crazy. It's pretty funny.
Yeah. I think there was also there was that one time when he played that transsexual woman with using this swimming body wear thing. I don't know, swimming suit or whatever.
There's no harm in taking them seriously, so why does that matter?
And
they're taking them seriously because they're so stupid that they have to take people's opinions like that seriously. It's hilarious.
Right.
They do take them.
Yeah, but there's no harm in taking it seriously, so you might as well just do what makes them happy.
Oh, so you should be able to go tell a school they have to put a terrarium in your classroom because your daughter thinks she's a lizard. You think that's legit?
Yes.
Sasha, you're never going to get a girlfriend, buddy. You're going to have to grow up.
Well, you realize
girls don't like beta males.
No, most girls actually agree with me.
But they don't date you, do they?
That doesn't matter.
It does matter, Sasha. The reason they don't date you is because you're just a dime a dozen. You just agree with whatever they say. They want a man to tell them when they're wrong. They want a man that stands up for what's right whenever it's not popular. They don't want the guy that just regurgitates CNN and thinks that makes them special. That makes you weak. Okay? So when you're like, oh, there's no problem in taking them seriously, how is there not? A 7-year-old can't be a lizard. It's a girl. Okay, so what are you talking about?
Like, if they say I support Biden, I think Biden's bad, but I don't even watch CNN.
All right, Sasha, I tried to big bro you the other day. Look, stop watching so much porn, man. I gotta go. We're gonna play a game, but you guys have a good night.
Good night, man.
Hey, thanks, Witzig.
Yeah.
They might virtue signal about it, but no girl's gonna date a lizard.
No, the girl is the lizard.
Whatever. As a guy, whatever.
I'll be honest, man. I rather want to have any girlfriend as if my girlfriend would accept people identifying as lizards. I would rather walk alone all my whole life instead of having any girlfriend that would ever accept the fact that identifying as a lizard or a trans woman is normal. No, thank you. I actually don't even want to live in a world like this, but I'm somehow forced to right now. But I know there's a day coming where I don't need to anymore.
Hey Clay,
Yeah.
you can check out any time you like, but you can never leave.
Yeah, I mean,
Where's
there's a
that
reason
supposed
why
to
I'm
mean?
here, right? I mean, I need to expose these pedophiles and disgusting human beings, or at least the demonic entities which are behind them. I don't certainly think that it's almost the fault of these people. Most of them were in their childhood being, raped and, many bad things happen. That's why their mind is all messed up, actually, most of the time, case, it's sad, but it's not good if you support it. Okay? If someone is mentally ill because he was, as a kid, was, maybe raped, or there are so many other things that could happen to change, the mind of a growing teenager or whatnot. It's not good to support it and be quiet about it and just support their feelings-based identity. The love also means want someone, and yeah, that's what I do. There's a reason why the rate of suicide has been shooting up lately. Why also the rate of people do not even know what gender they are is also shooting up lately. People are just completely confused. I mean, this is the time of confusion, right? I mean, I don't know if it can get any more confused. I mean, we're already living in the last minutes where people think they live on a spinning ball. How much more confused does it need to get, people? And now they're gonna top it off with making themselves, I don't know, identify as a helicopter. Who knows? Who knows what's next? Or identify as a child so they can go back in kindergarten and molest some little children. Who knows?
Clay, I tend to identify as a airplane that goes 50,000 feet up in the air so I can see the curve of the earth.
I knew. When you said identify as an airplane that goes up, I already...
Larry, are you there, Larry?
What you want?
Just wondering.
Hurry up, I'm mowing the yard.
Newest season of Hank Hill.
No, is there a new season?
The most recent one.
Yep, haven't seen it. I don't watch much TV.
Did you
Ain't nobody
say,
got time for that shit?
Did you say, Larry, you're mowing a yard? Is that what you said?
Yeah.
It's kind of hot outside in Texas today, isn't it, to be mowing a yard? Goodness.
Well, it's my only day off, and the sun is already behind the trees.
That's true. That's true. I guess if you're going to mow the yard in Texas when it's 100 degrees out, you do it early morning or after the sun goes down.
Well, you do it early in the morning, the grass is all dewy.
Yes, that's true.
You do
that's
it.
True.
You do it. I'm no expert, okay? I just got my first lawnmower like last year.
Oh, really?
But I've done figured a few things out.
It's been 105 to 100 degrees the last 3 days, hasn't it?
I don't know. I guess so.
It's a warm one.
I don't keep up with it. I just keep drinking water and keep moving.
That's all you can do.
Sasha?
Yeah.
I identify as a broke down McDonald's shake machine. Does that mean I don't have to go to work?
I mean, you would have to consult your boss about that, I guess, because it seems like you don't actually identify as that. You're just saying you do.
Oh, I do. I do. I really, really do. I told my boss, and she don't give a fuck.
Wait, you assuming something? Isn't that like the biggest sin you can do in that new religion of brightness?
Yeah. Why are you not accepting me, bro? Why are you being so
Well, I
judgmental?
mean, that's not really a sexuality. Being an ice cream machine is not a sexuality. It's usually like you're a non-binary or something.
Well, I
like
mean,
How
you
can
can
you say that
identify as
so
a different
hateful?
race. You can identify as a different age. You can identify as
that. I mean,
anything
that
you
would
want
be
to.
identifying as an inanimate object.
Sasha,
There's no limits, bro.
can you please stop your hateful behavior? Man,
Yeah, your hate speech is really bothering me right now. Your
No, that's not
microaggressions are
hateful. I'm
piling up.
trying to help you.
you're so hateful.
Yeah, you need to be more tolerant, Sasha.
No, I'm trying to help you guys. You guys can't identify as an ice cream machine. You should just say you're non-binary.
Why? Why
Well,
can't
if
I
you
identify
identify
as
as
a...
that, just say you're non-binary.
But that's not true. I identify as a broke down McDonald's shake machine. So you're
Well,
just not
as a
getting
member of
anything
the
out of me.
LGBTQ community, it sounds like you're being homophobic.
You're being homophobic. You should
You're
be more
pretending
tolerant
like
of
you
my views.
identify as something that you're
Wait,
not.
are you
I'm not
assuming?
pretending.
Are you assuming
I'm
something?
not pretending.
Sasha? Stop assuming things,
I
Sasha.
really identify as a broken down shake machine.
Don't be so hateful, Sasha. Are you a Nazi, Sasha? Are you secretly
No.
a Nazi?
Yeah, we
I'm
punch
not the one
Nazis
who's
around here.
German, bro. You're the one who's German.
Look at that freaking
Bro,
haircut.
that's terrible.
Look
Not,
at
not all Nazis were German. Not even back in 1933.
Assuming
Not all Germans were Nazis.
there is no nationality,
Look at
Sasha.
Sasha's hair. Of course,
It
he's a
is
fucking
all
Nazi.
one consciousness, Sasha.
Yeah, I agree with that. It is all one consciousness.
He's a gay. Oh, so all right. Anyway, so apparently now, if anybody wants to get off Facebook, all you got to do is use some slurs, and they will disable your account. So you remember how people say I can't get off of Facebook? That's how you do it. So I call one of my boys a fag, just fucking around, and apparently they sent me some shit saying your account will be restricted or disabled if you continue. So I'm like, oh, really? It's like finally I can get off this motherfucker. So you want to get off Facebook? Just call
Hey, I saw a video. I saw a video of a guy walking into a store and a girl was following him, and the lady, at the store says, "You can't film here," and he's like, "No, she identifies as a camera."
Lol.
So they couldn't stop her. That's ridiculous.
Next time you're robbing a bank, oh sorry, I identify as the bank director.
I identify. Oh shit!
I'm the real. Don't you dare assume I'm not the real bank director. It's my feelings that's telling me that's right to be the bank director. Okay, so just accept that. Okay, otherwise you're homophobic and a Nazi. I mean, I don't know how often the Pride movement uses the Nazi term where in the US, but in Germany they love to say that you're a Nazi, regardless of whatever you're gonna criticize on the movement or about the movement.
I mean, guys, it's okay if someone's non-binary. Like, I don't know why you guys are so upset about that.
Not upset, just I'm sorry for them actually because it shows how much confusion has processed.
Yes, Sasha, you kind of look that way, Sasha.
Maybe sometimes I feel that way.
Yeah. Feelings is not reality. It is.
That's why.
Just because you feel a certain way
atheists are
doesn't
so
mean it.
confused.
Just because you feel a certain way doesn't mean it is what it is.
Dude, he's an evolutionist, so he believes in you can be anything you want to be. So they're fucking weird, man.
Right. What I see with that whole evolution theory right now is going very much backwards in society. People seem to be going the backwards path of evolution. Slowly degenerate. I'm not saying you, Sasha. It's just the overall experience that I have so far with generation of zombies. I personally don't know you enough to justify that or anything like that. But trust me, I'm just sorry for this society, really. Yeah, where grown men dress up as dogs, half naked in front of kids. Yep, that's really what a dying society looks like. Thanks, Jim. Like, imagine showing this to someone who lived in the 19th century, where the supposed evolution must be way much, on a lower state. What do you think these people would have reacted? Do you think they would have hanged these people right away, or just shot them right away? And I'm not saying that this is what I think you should do, but I probably think that is what these kind of people would react to have to when their child would have been exposed to men like this. I'm not saying that it's the right thing to do. Huh? Or
They
the
would have been looking for the
circumstance,
circus tent.
Maybe that could also be the case.
The freak show goes mainstream.
Right, yeah. Yeah, they had freak shows back then. They were just, yeah, they had their place. What was his name? Who was the guy with the circus?
Anyways, there was something I wanted to say, but I forgot. The funny thing is, many people do not agree with the whole Pride movement. The whole Pride movement just tries to make it look like as if people agreeing with the whole stupidity. But actually, we had a discussion in our classroom one day where we had this vote calculator thingy where you put your preference points in, and then it shows you what party you should vote for. And we did it with the whole class. And then there was one question of, should we have gender language be implemented into German society? And guess what? No one wanted to have that in the class with 32 people or something. So yeah, it's just them trying to make it look like as if whole society has already accepted their weird way of thinking. But it's not actually the case. Some people just don't want to say anything because they're too afraid to offend. Which
identify as a rich person, but I'm trapped in a poor person's body, so you guys are required to send me money so I can live who I'm supposed to be.
Oh, man.
We're supposed to send you money because you're a politician. So you identify as a politician. Therefore, we need to send you money.
Jim, did you like my giant video?
It was excellent. Thank you for sending it. Are you talking about the 30-minute documentary by National Geographic?
Yes, sir, but not National Geographic, by a nice lady who did some independent research.
I thought it was good. I think we're talking about the same video. I think we are. It's 30 minutes long.
Yeah, from Godric.
Yeah, I think it was very interesting. The last part, if this is the same video we're talking about, we may not, but if it's the same video we're talking about, the lady who narrated it basically said, dinosaurs lived millions of years ago and there were big bugs around, stuff like that. And it's like, okay, because I don't believe in that at all. And
well, she's a normie, so you have to take that in context.
Yeah. So, but I appreciate.
She also said that Captain Cook went around the globe, because she's a normie.
Yeah, I appreciate you sending me that. Thank you. It was interesting to watch. I'll say that.
Yeah, and that's probably all the proof you're ever going to get, because even if you saw a giant skeleton, you can just say it's faked, like the T-Rex skeletons, they're faked. So you can't really prove anything.
Well, I heard that the dinosaur bones from 65 to 225 million years ago are not on exhibit. They're behind closed doors to protect, because they're so delicate. So the people that brought us the myth, keeps it behind closed doors because they're so fragile. Arr.
Right, and the T Rexes that are in the museum are plastic.
Yeah, they are. But my brother-in-law, he is he has his church and he's kind of keeps to himself. So he's been living with my wife and I now for about 6 years. So we went to see the Tom Cruise Top Gun, a couple weeks ago, and I think tomorrow or Wednesday we're going to go see the new Jurassic Park one. So I can't wait.
Life will
Entertainment
always
is not
find a
necessarily
way.
real.
I guess the dinosaurs invade a city and start eating people inside the city. So I can't wait to see that.
Can't wait to see this whole thing burned down.
Yeah. Yeah, that Hotel California song that came out quite a while ago. You listen to the words, it's kind of weird, but at the end it says you can check out anytime you like, but you can never leave. That's like the last 27 months. It's like I want to check out, but I can't leave.
Good song, good band.
It really is. I mean, the bands back then, 70s and 80s, they were just.
As far as Eagles, have you heard the song "Last Resort"?
I may have. You may have to sing it. You may have to sing it for me right now.
The way you said that, that means you haven't. You have to.
Okay.
YouTube Eagles "Last Resort" and listen to the words.
Eagles "Last Resort." I'll do that. Thank you.
It's worth the listen, and because you may not have, meaning you have not. You need to know.
Okay. Okay. I'll do that. I'll do that right now. Thank you.
So back on binary, what does it mean non-binary?
It means you don't identify as a man or a woman. You don't have a gender.
Yeah,
That's fine, but does that mean we have to accommodate you in some special way?
Well, you should respect my pronouns.
Okay, what are your pronouns?
He, him.
But isn't he a male?
Well, I never said that I'm non-binary.
Oh, I'm not. Okay, sorry, I'm not talking at you. I'm just asking questions.
So why do we need?
I'm ignorant.
We have to respect your pronouns. So explain why how do we respect other people's pronouns, and what's the answer his question?
Yeah, if I want to be called like Lord and,
let me answer.
God, hold on. If I want
Hey,
Shit. Just
Hello,
lost him.
You were to refer to me as Prince or Your Lordship.
He just wants to be called.
Okay, well, the way to respect someone's pronouns is to ask them their pronouns when you first meet them, and then after they tell you,
There's different
call them
pronouns.
Man,
That's awesome.
shove that shit up your ass.
It's amazing.
It's going to be hard for you to find a job if you don't listen to people's pronouns.
What a load of
No. Guess what? That's called discrimination, and then you can sue. Look it up. You're fucking moronic, dude.
Dude, people can fire you if you don't
can
call them
sue if
pronouns.
you say bad things in a work environment. So don't come at me with that. There's a guy, look him up. He gets jobs just to sue them. That's it.
But is it for the pronouns, or what is he suing them
Yes,
for?
he finds people just sitting in like the library, or not the library, the work zone or the cafeteria, just talking about sex or something like that, and then gets the company, sues the company, and files all of this stuff and wins $10,000. Look it up.
That's the problem with America. It's become so litigious that it's retarded.
Yeah, it's basically Sodom and Gomorrah in a nutshell. Like, these people even want pedophilia to be normal, right? Like, the next nice step to say, identifying as a
I guess they're gonna have a nicer word than pedophile. It's a good thing, just because my preference are little children instead of normal people.
It might be that we're at the end of the Roman Empire.
Yeah. We're at the end of the end, brother. Not much left. That's why I'm so annoying with what I'm saying, but what should I do?
Stay positive. Pray.
Dude, I'm super positive. I know what I'm happy, what I'm looking for, what I'm looking forward to, so to say. This whole place being burned down on Judgment Day. Because I want to have all these things that these people do in secret exposed. And then I want to see the faces of the... No, actually, I don't want to see the face because it's terrible. I hope as many people can be saved before that, but at least the faces of the people who had a choice and we're already aware of, just standing there and listening to the books that are gonna be opened, right? Like, is that a joy to wait for? For me, that's pure joy. Comes back with fire. I had actually a vision of this, when everything was burned down, walking through a valley where I saw dozens of bodies burned like bacon. I mean, it sounds crazy, right? It sounds terrible, but it's just what is written, right? He's coming back to bring a sword.
Why would they be burned like bacon?
I don't know. I can't describe it. It looks like very dried up, like dry meats, but very dark. And the weird thing about that vision is I was not scared, right? It was not as scary like when you're in a horror movie or something. It was actually not at all as scary. It just every house was almost completely destroyed, and they had like these bodies in the foregarden, completely burned down. Everything was just, I don't know. It's the same as if you put meat on a grill too long.
Do you believe in nuclear bombs?
No. I'm talking about the one who really brings the nuclear bomb, which is fire. I can read to you what will happen if you want to, but I don't think that.
So Sodom and Gomorrah, the Lord destroyed the city with fire from above.
Yeah, fire and brimstone.
Can that happen again?
I don't know if it will happen in that kind of setting. I can only take what is written in Revelation, right? He comes back to bring a sword. He will burn everything with fire, as if the farmer would get the weeds and put it in the oven because they had no fruit. They're just weeds that no one needs, right? Yeah, let's just separate, destroy the things. I mean, it's actually essentially the whole creation in itself, right? He's like a farmer who has spread out seeds, and there are some good seeds which bear fruit and grow to very good trees or plants or whatnot. And then there's the weeds between it that needs to be eliminated, so to say, move on, right? Just the exact same thing that you do in your garden. Have good fruit, you need to get rid of the weeds which are behind it, between it.
I will reproduce with a robot cervix.
Your robot is start again.
Yeah, you're roboting.
I think that was his point.
Well, what did I robot?
No, he was
No,
pretending
you're
to be a
fine.
robot.
Commander Seal, you're fine. It was the other guy. I think he was citing the verse. I think.
Okay.
Commander Seal, how do you know that the Bible has not been corrupted by man? How do we know that?
That's a very good question. The only answer I can give you is information I have with the spirit I received. It's just as if you read something that is alive and it talks to you in a certain way. Also exposes you sometimes with your own kind of foolish thinking and whatnot.
So you're describing a spiritual experience.
Right. It's hard to prove to you, right? Can't prove it to you, actually. And I don't need to.
Well, I would say that the proof is in the personal experience, but it's not
Right.
it's not
yeah, that's
generic
exactly it.
proof.
You're right.
It's like a personal life
Yeah.
path proof.
Right. I can only say it lines up with many other people having the same experience. That makes sense when they read scriptures.
What do you take, Clanderson? What do you
Sorry
take
for interrupting. Excuse me. I know the question wasn't directed at me, but I'm going to go ahead and answer the question. The same question was asked to this guy from Dallas. He's basically like one of those double doctorate, scholar, so to speak. So he's like the creme de la creme of scholars. And what he said is basically there's 3 criteria in which they hold an ancient text to be valid or not, right? So criteria number 1, the number of years between the events happening and getting written down. In the Greek New Testament, it was 100 years or less. And with people like Alexander the Great, it was like 500 years. So automatically, it's more valid than the guy who took over the world with military might, right? And comparing him to the guy who took over the world without raising an arm, Christ has his own kingdom all over the world. You'll find the remnant in every country, I'm assuming, pretty close to it, at least. And criteria number 2 is the number of accuracy between the copies. Because if you were like Dan Brown and you went into the Vatican, you could just change the original, and then everybody would believe that, Christ had children and he was married to Mary Magdalene, but you can't change the copies. In fact, the copies that were still buried up until recently, they found a mummy in Egypt and his face was wrapped in the Book of Mark. So you can't go back and change those because they haven't all been found yet. So the number of accuracy or the number of mistakes was 0.6%. So instead of it saying like the Messiah, it might say the Son of Man, or instead of the Son of Man, it might say the Son of God, or it might say 66 instead of 666. But nowhere in the doctrine is those mistakes changing the doctrine. It's just like spelling errors, etc. Right? So 99.6% accurate, right? And then the third criteria is the number of copies. Now, the reason the number of copies is so important, like I said earlier, you can't change the copies. And with the number of copies, you get to see how accurate they were. So this raises the validity up to the most historical accurate text ever, because the amount of riches we have in the Greek New Testament alone is 5,300 copies. So when you compare that to like Alexander the Great, Iliad, we're talking like 15 copies of the originals. So those 15 copies could be easily changed. And you could have a story about Alexander the Great who maybe wasn't so great, but, that's how they wrote it down, because he ordered 15 copies. Or maybe he ordered hundreds, but only 15 survived, right? So not to mention the 10,000 Latin New Testament. As far as the Old Testament goes, it's a different story. The Greeks did have copies of the Old Testament before Israel was sacked. And there was a Hellenization period where they exchanged culture, and some of it was copied, but it's not as accurate as the New Testament. Now, whether or not you want to argue whether Christ walked on water, right, whether he raised the dead, that's a different argument. But, can you honestly argue whether or not he actually existed or not? That's just an argument made by ignorant people and people who are dishonest. Because if you're going to throw out Christ, the man, then you have to throw out like all these, ancient historical figures who have way less, documentation. Thanks.
Thank you, Hank, for that.
By the way, I can cite my source if you want to hear the original, because, I copied them the best I could and remembered the talking points the best I could, but I'm sure I left out about an hour and a half worth of stuff.
Put it in the live stream for us, please. Okay, back to Clan Seal, or also to Hank, if whoever wants to answer this. Genesis 6, and the sons of God saw the daughters of man, and that they were fair, and they took all they desired, and they bore children, were men of renown.
Mm-hmm.
What do you make from that?
The sons of men are fallen angels, or are angels, which had intercourse with human beings. What it says there. Short touch on the perversion of genetics by the sons of men, which are, does that make sense?
So Nephilim.
Yeah, the outcome of it wasn't him. Yeah.
And where are these Nephilim today?
They supposedly died in the flood.
From the flood?
What?
Evil spirits.
They were washed away by the flood?
Yeah, killed by the flood. Like drowned.
Did any survive?
Can't say that. No, I don't know.
Well, how do you interpret men of renown?
Great men of renown. I mean, it's not specific. I mean, I think there's a book of Enoch that tells more, but a lot of people don't accept the book of Enoch.
Men of renown would be like Alexander the Great, or Jesus Christ, or Muhammad, or in modern times, maybe like Donald Trump, or Bruce Willis. Like everybody knows who they are. Yeah, big names.
Elon Musk.
Yeah.
Just 5 seconds. Does Larry go by Hank as well? So I know.
That is a fact.
Okay. Thanks, Hank. Do you prefer one or the other?
I prefer to be called Larry. I can't afford any titles.
Okay. Good. Thanks for letting me know.
Yep. I posted the guy who did it. I think this is the original. If you're kind of on the fence about this sort of thing, I did see a video where he's debating like a scholar who's a biblical scholar, but Bart, I forget his last name, is agnostic. So if you're the type of person to where you want to see both sides of the coin, that stuff is out there for you. Let me see if I can find him debating Bart, just for the skeptics.
Yeah, I haven't looked at a lot of debates, but I certainly gonna to it. Probably not today anymore because already 4 a.m. I should have been long in bed.
It's okay, bro. Just save it and watch it later. But yeah, for anybody who doesn't necessarily believe that Christ raised the dead, I'm not arguing this proves that. My argument is that you can't discount Jesus Christ as a historical figure and accept all these other ancient historians like the ancient Greek philosophers, Alexander the Great. You have to throw all that history, like the ancient dynasties of China. If you throw out Christ, you have to throw out the lesser verified and bona fide historical figures also. Thanks.
Yeah, as a flat earther, or for every flat earther, I would highly recommend watching this video right here of Sodom and Gomorrah, because since you know that the only explanation that from mainstream is a shower of comets or something, coming down, which destroyed that city. But these sulfur bolts are so uniquely, perfectly pure that it's just a stupid excuse of literally God's judgment on Sodom and Gomorrah. So yeah, I can highly recommend that video.
Are you gonna post it for us?
Yeah, I already posted it. I would recommend to watch it when for yourself when you have some to concentrate on it and not just skip through it or something like that. But it would really maybe make you think. Hopefully.
The book of Jasher gives a more detailed account of Sodom and Gomorrah, of what it was like, and the depravity and the corruption that existed there.
I mean, if I look at what we have established today, I can certainly, I don't even need to know the details. I mean, I don't want to sound ignorant or anything that. I would look into it, but I'm just saying from what I see today, I would not be surprised. Of why it wouldn't
comparable. Yeah.
And I mean, I'll be honest, man. I know my own heart, wicked. Like everything about the carnal mind and flesh is wicked. It's the only reason why I need Savior, because otherwise I would just go back down the road that I was in years. Can't go onto my own feet. It doesn't work. Well, my carnal mind and my heart is very wicked. Every man's. No one's good. Yep. Guys, I think I should go to bed. What would be a wise idea?
Hey, then when you wake up, Ichabod Ben Linen,
What?
or whatever he said. Whenever you wake up, you can be a donut.
A donut?
Yeah, don't you remember Kennedy? Ichabod in Berlin.
Okay. Ik ben een Berliner.
Yeah, it's only about 90% of what you sound like and only 10% of what you say.
Okay, gotcha. Yeah, let's see if I wake up tomorrow again. Right? Who knows? I'm kidding. Anyways, guys, I love you. Thanks for the conversation. See you tomorrow, I would say. Or, I mean, not tomorrow, in a few hours. For me.
Good night.
Thank you, Clay and Lucille.
Good night, lovely people.
So, Larry, what inspired you to change your name?
That is his name, isn't it?
Well, before he went by a different name.
What's up, Witsit? How you doing today?
Good. What up, bro?
No, not much. Just seeing your mic unmuted. This thought I'd say hello.
How you been, bro?
Been doing all right. Yep. Just living life. When you get as old as I am, you just kind of take it one day at a time, brother.
So, God Rocking, what type of things do you build?
What type of things have I built?
Yeah, like what do you build?
Well, it started out pouring concrete at the age of 12. In the summers, my grandpa taught me how to pour concrete, finished my first driveway. And then worked in the summers for him. He was a developer, learned to run heavy equipment, graded the lots with a D3 Cat. And then I went into pouring concrete in the basements and then sidewalks and curb and gutter, all that kind of stuff. And then I started framing residential homes. Did that for quite a few years. My dad had his general contractor's license. He had his electrical license and his plumbing license. So when we built the house, we did it all. We poured the footings, the foundations. He had a Conform Foundation company too. I ran the crew for that for a few years. Then so we frame the house, do everything in it. He had Quick Quality Paint and Drywall too, a company. So I learned to do all of it: electrical, plumbing, drywall, painting, framing, you name it, shingles, roofing. And then when I got older, I started working for bigger companies like the 17th largest construction company in the nation is out of Utah here. And I built some commercial buildings, huge ones. Mormon Conference Center for one, the cold storage unit in Corinne, the largest cold storage unit in the western United States. The ice skating rink for the Olympics in Salt Lake.
You seem like a man of many skills. Have you considered building your own business?
I have before. I've had many businesses. I was contracting for a while, and then I also built a speed shop because I started drag racing, and I had a speed shop called National Speed Equipment, and I sold high performance auto parts and built race car engines, and stuff like that, and drag raced for a few years. I had a real pro stock car. I don't know if you know what a pro stock car is, but there's only 3 pro classes in drag racing. It's top fuel dragster, top fuel funding car, and pro stock. And it was it. In 1987, it was ran on carburetors and gasoline. It's the class that you can't have blowers or turbos or any like shit like that on it. It ran 180 miles an hour in 8 seconds in 1987.
Oh, wow.
And so I did that for a few years. And so, yeah, I've done a lot of different types of construction. I can do it all pretty much. Journeyman in like probably 7 trades, I would imagine. I haven't counted them all, but I don't need, just give me the blueprints and leave me alone. I can do it on a skyscraper or anything. Doesn't matter. When I worked for the big company, I was assistant to the superintendent. I was the only other man on site that had a full set of blueprints. And I would wander around the job site and lay stuff out for people and shoot grades on all the elevations for the floors and set up the datum to shoot the grades for the entire building. And then I just walk around and check the layout or do the layout for the floors, the walls, whatever needed to be laid out. If the guys couldn't handle it, I would just go lay it out for them. What? No, I'm good. Thanks. Yeah. No, I'm good. Thanks. So anyway, yeah, just a lot of different types of construction, building houses, skyscrapers, race cars, all kinds of shit. I've got a good life, and I've had a lot of fun. I love to build. It became a no-brainer.
Did you ever travel to Las Vegas?
I've been to Vegas many times.
Do you play poker or blackjack?
No, not professionally or not. No. I mean, I do, with friends and stuff like that. We used to have some big, huge poker games, me and buddies of mine back in the day. I won like $5,000 one night. playing on
Oh,
Christmas Eve.
nice.
Yeah, I like to play poker.
Yeah, I really like playing poker, but I'm not very good. But I want to try to get really good. But right now I don't have that much money, so I can't really play that much.
Well, you can learn online. You can play on some free sites that give you free money to play, and you play with real people. You can play.
Yeah, but it's not the same. I feel like people bet differently when it's not real money, you know what I mean? And then like that kind of puts you off.
Well, not really. Not from my experience. If you just bet with your hand, don't worry about what they got. You know, you see the cards like do Texas Hold'em, where they roll out the cards where everybody uses. You got
Yeah,
two
yeah,
cards in
yeah.
the hole.
Watch
You
the
can
movie Good Will Hunting, bro. Go watch Good Will Hunting, Sauce.
you watch what?
Good Will Hunting.
And what is that?
Oh, it's just a famous movie with Matt Damon about poker.
Oh,
I gotta do something.
Yeah, you can learn how to play online with. You just thing of it is, I played online on a couple different sites, and I could win. I could be either win the table every time or be second place every. When you get to the end where there's just two people left, sometimes you can just go on for quite some time because neither one of you really want to go all in or risk your whole winnings. But it's pretty easy to not really easy to tell, but as long as you pay attention to the cards that have been played and the cards that are on the table and what you have in your hand, you can kind of figure the odds, you know what I mean, what your chances are to win, and go ahead and figure that by trying to understand the guy you're playing against with the little bit of time you've had, to play with him. You can do. I mean, I've either won the table or taken second place. Got to where I could do that every time, either take first or second place. And so it's just a matter of looking at the cards and realizing what his chances are to get if he's really good, playing with someone that's really good, and he's got the game in the hand. He's got the game pretty much wrapped up, but he suckers you in and makes it look like he's maybe not got quite as good a hand, and he kind of waits it out and waits till the last minute and waits for you to go all in when you think you've got it, and then he just follows you in and then he wins. I mean, there's always things like that can happen, but just pay attention to cards that are on the table and the odds of him getting like winning on the river or whatever. That's not a very good bet ever. Bet on the very last card. Yeah, you can learn to get good online. I would imagine. If you want to practice, it's free. Give you fake money to. They're real people playing this. Kind of boring around here. There's no Globers to talk to, isn't it?
Is Witzik there?
He said he had something to do.
Okay.
He said he'd be back. I'm sure.
I just had a question to ask him.
I would assume he's coming back because he said he had something to do, but he left his mic open and he left his name. He's still here.
I can be a closet glober if you want to. I can say light bends, and I can say refraction all you want to, and I can say Chicago is a mirage, and I can say you're all crazy, and I can say you shouldn't breed or procreate, and you're meth filled. I can do all those things. So ask away.
Someone had a question? Someone said my name?
Oh, Witzik?
Yeah.
Hi. Thanks.
What up?
Have you had the pleasure of debating not Professor Dave?
No, he's scared to debate me. I reached out to him 2 years ago on GM, and he won't debate me.
Yeah, I think you would absolutely destroy him. No doubt.
He said he doesn't want to propel my career.
Yeah.
Oh, jeez.
Yeah.
Because
Actually, I
it's
sent
famous.
screenshots of the DMs. They're pretty funny.
I get the idea that not Professor Dave caters to the lowest common denominator of globies. Obviously he ridicules flat earthers, but he talks down to globies and just lies to them as if they would not think twice about believing his lies about us.
Yeah, just Professor Dave's disgusting. He really is. His whole approach to the whole thing is very amateur. It's just got to be pretty much brainwashed 100% to believe in his stuff. And there's so many people like that, then that's why he's got so many.
They got the algorithms on YouTube such that if you just punch in flat Earth, he comes up like 2 or 3 or 4 down if he doesn't come in first.
There's my DMs with him.
Oh, nice.
From a couple years ago. Called me an ant.
An ant? Oh my God. What a dick.
He said enough time. That's more than enough time wasted on an ant. I have a few people trying to set up a debate with him, though, so maybe it'll happen.
I mean, that just shows his intellectual level, just calling you when he knows damn well, probably heard of you from other, he knows probably too knowledgeable for him. So,
yeah, he said, he was saying I can't respond to his stuff or whatever. And he's like, why would I waste time debating someone that is not only objectively wrong, but can't even construct a coherent thought? What would you say in a debate if you can't say a single thing in the way of refutation here? Why are you so desperate to be humiliated? The only reason I'm even responding to you here is that when I check social media, I'm procrastinating. You're a joke. I said, cool story, bro. So again, are you afraid to debate me live in front of an audience? He said, so again, you can't explain why anything I say is wrong. You're not going to bait me into an interaction to propel your career. Save your breath, kiddo. We are done here. So then I said, Globe Earth is a positive claim of specificity and has the burden of proof. You make videos attacking strawman models founded on presuppositions. For example, in your latest Flat Earth video, you presuppose the solidity of the moon. We also don't know the makeup of the medium differentiation from us of the moon, altitude, or attenuation properties. I would obliterate you in a debate. So again, are you afraid to debate me live time in front of an audience? And he didn't respond.
Not after that. That is so fucked up.
I saw this Witzik for the first time yesterday. I want to get your opinion. NASA's been getting $23 to $25 billion a year for a number of years now, and I saw that in the 2023 budget, that's come up, the Space Force is getting 24.5 billion. So NASA's getting 23 billion, and now the Space Force is getting 24.5 billion. So they're almost getting $50 billion not to go into outer space. What do you think about that?
That's awesome, man.
Find that shocking.
That's progression. I'm glad they take my money.
I just find that shocking. 50 billion. You can line a lot of pockets with $50 billion or buy a lot of propaganda.
Yeah, they probably spend very little.
They're going to bring. They're definitely going to bring a new level of space propaganda videos, in my opinion. They're gonna it's gonna be a new era of CGI.
Yeah.
Who knows? Maybe not, because they're kind of nervous to fake stuff again, I think. That's why they're going to crash the ISS supposedly in 2030.
You're going to crash it? You say it's going to falter?
Yeah, they say they're going to intentionally crash into the ocean, but they're not going to go retrieve any of the parts. Why would you not put it in a museum? That's pretty convenient, huh?
Yeah, I'll say.
Yeah. And then, of course, we won't get to see it, in its normal orbit and then coming down and getting more visible and then going all the way into the ocean. You'll just see something fall out of the sky into the ocean. They'll be like, yeah, that's the ISS, but you can't go check on it. You can't go see it. We're not going to get any of the parts, but just believe us.
Yeah, same old fucking horseshit.
I think they probably won't even actually crash it. I think they're just saying that so people kind of forget about it. But I think that I don't even know what that light in the sky is. I don't know if they have something up there for real, if they have fleets of something, or if it's something that's naturally there. So it's possible that they don't even control it. Also, you have electrogravitic propulsion, and it makes the flower of life over top of the Earth. And so if you were to go to that high in the sky, which is nowhere close to 152 miles, but say it's 60 miles up, 50 miles up, you have 100 to 120 volts per meter increase going up. So if you're that high up, there's tons of electricity in the air. So you would be able to move crazy, crazy fast and change direction and levitate and utilize magnetic levitation or quantum locking, electrogravitic propulsion. So they probably do have something up there, honestly, but it's obviously not what they say it is.
Yeah,
people aren't hanging outside of it.
Yeah, there was a video I seen where there was a couple of retired employees that were in Antarctica, and they recently became flat earthers. And I can't remember where I seen it, but one of them was the guy that said he installed some equipment down there to map out the center of Antarctica. And then when he went back, that's when they laid the fiber optics there so that it could transmit this information back and map out the interior of Antarctica. And when he got back down there, he went back down and it still hadn't mapped out the interior of Antarctica. So he looked into it and started poking around and trying to figure out what was going wrong. And then he realized, well, it's because it's not there. There is no center, and the way they show it on the globe. And so that's when he realized that there's a ring around the plane, or it's a ring or not exactly.
Yeah, have you guys heard the theory that Antarctica actually isn't an ice ring?
No. Why? What is it?
Yeah, there's a theory that it's not actually an ice ring. It is some form of continent. It's just really big. And that one day they'll roll out look, we can prove it's a continent, and therefore it debunks flat Earth. Because the truth is, we don't know anything about the Southern Ocean. We can't go that far. We don't know what's out there. We don't know how it's mapped out. We don't know what Antarctica is. We don't know anything. So I don't know. It's an interesting theory. I don't know.
And then on that same video I was just talking about, there was a gal that was there, and I can't remember what she said she was doing for government or NASA or whatever, but she claimed that they had vehicles just like what you were talking about, that they were locked into some magnetic field of some sort up there, and they could stay up there for indefinite times. You got these surveillance and whatever type of vehicles up there, and she claimed that they have them and they are there, and they
of course,
yeah.
I think it's like a foregone conclusion.
Yeah.
I mean, like the Nazis had electric vehicle propulsion in the 30s. I think that existed like thousands of years ago. I think there's definitely stuff up there. I watched them launch Starlinks. You can see Starlinks in the sky. Like you can see what they call the ISS in the sky. You can see that light in the sky.
Right.
Yeah, there's definitely stuff in the sky, in my opinion, and it just uses like electrostatics effectively. Like it's like a bumblebee. Like if you've ever seen a dragonfly, it like basically reverse engineer the dragonfly. You get the helicopter. I think it's the same thing. They reverse engineered the bumblebee flight. And so they create like basically a little aura around the device, like a force field, and so they're not affected by air resistance or anything like that, or what people call gravity, which is just effectively incoherent dielectric acceleration. So it's just like weight, gravitas is just weight, and so you would be able to displace weight based on electrostatic manipulation, and then you'd be able to go left, right, super fast. You can do all kinds of crazy stuff, and I think they do have surveillance up there that does that. I think they are creating like a Skynet with electrokinetic propulsion. So, I mean, it's like, yeah, satellites are fake as in what they claim and where they claim they are, but I wouldn't go as far as to say nothing's up there. I think they set some truther traps. I think Antarctica might have been one of them. I think the star trails in the south might be one of them, and I think that satellites are one of them. I think that, yeah, we're right about the fact they lied about what they are, but we're not completely right with the mainstream flat Earth depiction of it.
I know this. I know this would probably be speculation, Witzik, but are you thinking 25 to 50 miles high these contraptions might be at?
Yeah, I think like 50 to 60. Yeah.
Yeah. Thanks.
Yeah, it looks like they have like a superfluid medium up there, and so you'd be able to fly like crazy. You would have no resistance. And if there's actually like a vortex, which there clearly is, if there's like a vortex in the background, right? Because you can detect different precession with a gyro, which is just interferometry, like it's cross patterns of lasers, like little lasers that shoot really precise measurements, like in a cross pattern. That's all that the gyro is. And anyway, you get a different precession higher at the same latitude, which debunks the globe because it should all be the same axial rotation at the same latitude. But anyway, my point is that I think it's a vortex. And so, yeah, there you go. Like there's a vortex up there. And if you're that high up, you'd be in like the widest part of the vortex. And so that movement, all you have to do is basically jump in the train, if that makes sense. Like you just have to just ride the movement, and then you'd have electrokinetic propulsion to change directions. So when they say it's a geostationary satellite, well, it's moving, but they claim it's just moving with the sky. I mean, moving with the Earth. No, it's just moving with the vortex, right? So that's my opinion.
Are you pretty literal on Genesis 1:6-8 and Psalms 19:1? That when it says firmament, it means firmament.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, but like I think there's actually, scripturally speaking, there are 7 layers to the firmament. So like 7 density layers prior to like the strongest bronze final barrier that can't be penetrated. I think they can go up within the bottom layers, and that there's a medium difference. So they're kind of like laughing at us because they're like, we totally went into space. They know we lied about all of it, but they have no idea what we're really doing. I think you really can go up there and do some crazy stuff, and there's probably really some crazy stuff up there within the firmament.
Thanks.
I think that's why the rainbow has 7 colors, and the rainbow, because it's the 7 layers, and the rainbow is showing you a reflection of the dome, quote unquote, which is the firmament, and that's why it says that it won't flood anymore, because during the flood the heavenly gates opened, and so when you see the rainbow, it shows you that the firmament's intact, so it can't flood again. So it's like literally showing you like physical proof that the earth can't flood because the firmament's still intact, as opposed to the mainstream Christian explanation, which is nothing. It's just the rainbow's pretty, it means it won't flood, but it actually makes literal sense, and I think that's why it has 7 colors, because there's 7 layers. And many of the texts that were removed from the scriptures explain that there are 7 layers.
Yeah, that sure. 7 different realms of heaven.
Yeah, quote unquote. Which heaven comes from Hashemayim, which means the unseen existences. So heaven comes all the way down to the ground level as well. Like it's what can't be seen.
Right.
So it's pretty deep, and Yeah, like we've just been lied to about everything. I think that they are playing like crazy metaphysical games up above us. Because who's the prince of the air? I think that he effectively, literally, reigns over top of the earth prior to Messiah coming back. So I think they're playing like that's why they name all their stuff after gods. And I think that the quote unquote planets are wandering stars, and they're lower altitudes, and so potentially accessible or like much more accessible. That's why we can see them a little clearer. We can see their cymatic patterns clearer. I think they're at a lower level, and then they move a little bit different because Enoch says they're chained up for being rebellious. So anyway, I'm just saying I think that they actually worship these things that they can kind of get close to in the 7 layers, and then they've made up this whole story to disguise it. This is speculation, obviously, but it's pretty deep to think about.
Right. And supposedly they're supposed to be, since they rebelled against they didn't fall into the same pattern with all the other stars. They rebelled against the Creator, and they'll be punished for it and pass judgment on them for becoming part of the deception.
Yeah, and like because they didn't adhere to their order, like their appointed order.
Right.
They rebelled, yeah, and so that's what wander means. It wanders from their way. They wandered from their appointed order. And it says in Enoch that in the end, that the order of the stars in the sky will be hidden from the sinners, and that they'll completely not understand it. And in fact, they'll begin to worship the wandering stars, which is funny because all the planets are named after quote unquote gods.
So what's going on?
So that's thousands of year old text that just happened to predict that.
Yeah.
So Witzig, when you go talk to your evangelical church-going friends who believe we live on a spinning, watery, curvy, bendy ball, and you tell them all these things, do they give you that deer in the headlights look, or do they engage with you?
Usually the first part, they just act like they're just super lost, and then they ask me, "What's it matter?"
Okay.
Yeah.
What's it matter?
What's it matter? Wow.
Yeah. What's it matter? What the Creator? You believe that these are the words of the Creator? What's it matter? What it says? Okay.
Yeah. What's it matter if Genesis 1 is true or not? Who cares?
That's a whole new level of disrespect, in my opinion, for the Creator right there. Wow.
What's it matter what the Creator created?
Yeah, that can be argued it's more dangerous to claim that you believe it and twist it than to claim you don't believe it. But I mean, that's my opinion.
There's a lot of reggae songs that speak of iron sky, and they must be referring to the firmament, right?
Oh yeah. Well, like when what about Lucy in the Sky with Diamonds?
Yeah.
Yeah, what's that talking about? It's like, well, what are the stars? And actually, was there some type of like metallic composition to these things in the sky? And they vibrate at certain frequencies that create the light within the medium, the fluid medium. I don't know. It's crazy because then watch the movie Transformers, and what do they say? Like Transformers, I think, is truth hidden in plain sight about the Watchers. I think they have like a metallic composition. That's why they came down and told men to dig into the earth to find the metals that are malleable. And that's why the story comes from the mainstream ancient alien story about Anunnaki using us to mine gold. I think there's something to the metal thing. And now we build everything with metal instead of stones. We build everything out of metal now.
What do you think about monoatomic?
Say again?
The monoatomic gold, white powder gold, is edible.
Yeah, I think they actually used to use that to get high back in the day, and they call it Messiah DMT. And like whenever Moses, well, we're getting into some gravy, but whenever Moses, he came back from the mountain and he saw that they were worshiping the gold calf, and then he melted it down, and then he poured it in the river and he told him to drink it. I think it's basically because he was like, it's like you caught a drug addict that you let stay in your house. You gave him one more chance, and then he came back. He's doing coke again on your kitchen table, and so you throw it in the floor, and you're like, you want your coke so bad, get it out of the carpet. I think they literally used to get high off of monatomic gold, and they call it Messiah DMT, and it makes you supposedly feel like you have the powers of a Messiah, and it gives you all these metaphysical perceptions that you're not supposed to have. because the natural veils over it, and that's why they were so obsessed with gold back in the day. And I think Moses was basically talking to the drug addicts, like, you want your gold so bad, like, get it, drink it out of the river.
Yeah. So I've always thought that once I learned about monoatomic gold, I've always thought that got to be something to it as far, because they said, stuff I read about it said that it allowed you to have like more telecommunication, telekinesis and stuff like that, communicate metaphysical beings and or people on the other side, or have just these dream state like communications with beings that you can't see, different things like that. So you right down the same lines of what you're saying, basically.
Yeah, well, I mean, like, why was gold so important? Like, why did every major civilization compile gold at like a staggering level? Like, it's not because it's shiny. It's not just because it's durable. It is like the most magnetically permeable, seemingly like the most magnetically permeable element. But I think it's much deeper. Like, yeah, I mean, it's got like insane conductivity capability, but I think it's literally about like ingestion. I think that the pharaohs and the kings, they would ingest this, and people looked at them for their wisdom and treated them like gods because they had like metaphysical knowledge that they did not have.
Well, there was that movie where they had the gods that were living in Egypt. Well, I can't remember the name of the movie, but when they cut their arms off, they bled gold. Their veins were full of gold. But I think that was sort of a metaphorical way to say that they were ingesting gold. But I think it was in the monoatomic form.
And maybe it does integrate into the blood supply, right? Because blood is the life force.
Right.
So.
Yeah, that's what they say when they hit a gold vein.
Yeah. And really, what is the Earth? I think it's just like a giant living being. I think it's sentient.
Yeah,
we're getting into crazy, crazy gravy right now.
I think it is.
Yeah, we live on top of a crazy graveyard.
Yeah. Like, I think resilience is an attribute characteristic of sentience. And I mean, what's more resilient than the Earth? You can't kill it.
Exactly. If anything's sentient, as far as the bodies that we live on or see in the sky, the Earth has got to be one of the most resilient. I mean, it's just can't do anything. I mean, you leave it alone and it would be back to pristine, back to natural, the way it was when it was created, probably in a very short period, without man on it, polluting it and whatever else. I think it would take very short, right back to pristine, 100 years minimum.
Turn all of our Doppler radar off, and maybe we could see what weather really looks like.
And that's what a living being does.
Gravy too. What's the source of weather? Is there like sources on the corners that create the weather?
Yep. Well, that's got to have something to it.
Crazy.
Yep.
Because gold is still like the standard of wealth. Like, Russia just moved it only sold oil for their currency or gold, which is backed by gold. It's still like the standard of wealth. So there's something to it, right?
Yeah, I think it's wealth in more than one area. I think it's not just monetary wealth, but it's it's like spiritual wealth as well too.
Yeah, I think that's its actual value is metaphysical.
Yeah.
I wouldn't even want to consume it though. All right, I'm gonna go watch a movie with Kai. I love you guys. Peace out.
Thanks, Witzik.
Yep.
Oh.
it's kind of hard to sound smart after a roof that throws down. We need some more Don Pettit.
My dog is smarter than Don Pettit.
Yoke Smasher is going to have to work on his Don Pettit impersonation. He's going to have to. If he can do that, he'll just be like, "Wow, please, Don, say something, please, please."
He's got to take lessons from Glatt.
Yeah, Glatt's got it nailed, dude. We need to make like a whole sitcom over that voice. So good.
Yoke Smasher has that Seattle sophisticated talk to him, so he's going to have to dumb it down a little bit.
Whenever I visit Alabama, where my dad's from, they call me the Yankee because of the way I talk. I'm like, damn, I need an accent.
I'd go to the moon in a nanosecond. The problem is we don't have the technology to do that anymore. We used to, but we destroyed that technology, and it's a painful process to build it back again.
This film you're making now, what is it? Does it have a name? I mean, do you have a name for it yet, or are you
calling it Did We Go?
Did We Go? Okay.
Doesn't have it either. This was so doesn't have it.
Right. We've been unable to track it down. I mean, we don't know where this telemetry data ended up, and we don't know what path it may have taken. So, unfortunately, I'm afraid I can't really give you much of a clue as to where this data ended up and whether it still exists.
I haven't seen anything that indicates the telemetry data is even in existence, and as I said, even if we had it, we don't have the machines to play it back.
But your own research has shown the telemetry data is missing.
That's right.
Shoot. Okay, let's get off. Get the camera. Okay, hang on 10 seconds. 4 days, push. Mission arm is out there. Okay, I'm going to get the pro. 99, proceeded. 3, 2, 1. Ignition. Right away, Houston.
Perfect.
You're roboting hard, man. It's there. Can't understand.
It's because he's in space right now.
Of course, yes. And there's that delay as well. Yeah.
You have to wait till the satellite goes right over the United States. Then it works again.
You just look straight up and see it then?
Then you have a signal.
Each cell phone that they sell gets us on the satellite.
Do you sound like you're far away on a radio or something? I don't know. You'll barely hear you too.
Underwater, maybe.
Oh, he's underwater. Oh, yeah.
It's that it's that old technology that they destroyed.
Damn, it's crazy. That tech is older than me.
Here's a question I've always wanted to ask, and we have an open forum here. If we evolved from monkeys, then why do monkeys still exist?
Because they the dumb ones. Just kidding. I don't know. I would say, like, man, like if I had my tail, I could just hold my tray of food and open the door with my tail. It would be so much easier.
And your feet have opposable digit thumbs as well.
Man.
Which is really handy. Really handy. Get it? Oh.
I mean, did we evolve from the smart monkeys or the dumb monkeys? That's what I want to know. And are the dumb monkeys or the smart monkeys the ones that are living among us now?
You got to parrot the correct pseudoscience. They used to say we come from monkeys. Now they say we have a direct descendant in common with monkeys. So that means that we're all related to monkeys and bananas. So you got to parrot the correct pseudoscience. Don't want to straw man them, right? We can debunk their silly nonsense as it changes. I'll give you an example. So they say that we can see light from 13.8 billion light years away. And somebody said, hey, how's that possible with the inverse square law? Well, the retort was, well, hey, it doesn't ever go down to zero. So I was like, oh, okay, well, if every single light source radio signal all in the universe still exists, that means I can see Mr. Chin's Wi-Fi signal is like passing through my body right now, even though he lives in China. If it never goes down to zero, and we'll call that the ether. Thanks, Glover.
Damn.
So what's rotating once per day overhead? The luminiferous ether. Because if the stars are doing it and they're creating it and their signal never goes to zero,
So what were we before we became humans? Hominids, was it? Hominoids? Hominids?
I want you to remember this. If you can't remember it, write it down. There are 0 human fossils in the pre-human fossil record. Think about what that means for a second. So that means
zero what?
0 human fossils in the pre-human fossil record. That means that Neanderthals are Homo sapiens sapiens. We bred with them. And if you find a small skeleton, today we would call that, like a, what's the politically correct term nowadays? It's a tiny person.
Dwarf?
Right?
Midget?
Midget?
Well, I have some more wisdom. If one of those guys ever attempts to give you a high five, don't leave him hanging. He'll high five you in the balls.
Oh.
Too soon?
Hey, what's up, everybody?
What's up, baby?
What's up? Is that Smurf?
What's up? You know, the earth is flat.
What?
Prove it.
That stuff is flat, man. Can you prove that anything moving? Like, can you got any proof that something moving around? Because
Yes.
look
Water
outside.
moves around.
What's up?
Water moves around.
Air moves around.
The water does move around within the container that we drop it into. But yeah, man, I'm looking for the curve, man. I'm looking for man. I've been looking for that curve,
Yeah, but the thing is, you're just going to go around in circles forever if you keep looking yourself. So what I did is I went out and measured, and it's flat. So now I know it's flat. I gave up on the curve.
Yeah.
But you can do that all you want. It's fun if you want to go out there and try to find the curve over and over. Some people will. Some people will try over and over.
Shouldn't he be looking for the Smurf?
What's up?
Oh.
I'm just here, Smurfs up, buddy. Looking for that curve. We got some advice here how to the curve. Has anybody found this curve?
I've heard if you go 150 miles up, you can see a slight curve. Well, that's kind of what I've heard.
Wow. You got to get there. 150 miles up.
Yeah, that's what Neil and Bill and I talked the other day, and they said they think, because they haven't been 150 miles up either, but they thought, I could see something if I got 150 miles up. So.
Wow. Well, I don't believe a goddamn thing that you just said, but you know what? That's interesting. That's interesting. Does anybody else have anything interesting to say?
Are you guys dumb? Just look at this. Look at the sun. Look at the moon. Look at the planets. They're all round.
What do you think that thing is that goes across the moon during a lunar eclipse? I mean, obviously that's the Earth's shadow. Come on.
No.
What else could it be?
What else could it be?
You should not assume that you know what anything is up there, because God placed the thing of the sky that is like beyond our comprehension, man. It's like a big thing. It's like the kind of stuff up there is like the stuff God places. You know what I'm saying?
I think that was spoken to in Genesis 1:14 to 19, if I remember.
Is that any different, Smurf, than the stuff down here?
Oh, I've been trying to figure that out, man. That's a great question. Oh God.
I would say no.
Go ahead. you go ahead with that question. I don't know.
Well, I would say no. I mean, he created this place. Everything it's here is because of him. It's not just the sky. This magical earth we live on.
That makes a lot of sense. I agree with you. Now, what that man just said made a lot of sense. Now, we need to look at the big picture, the really big picture.
How
Blue
big?
marble.
How big is it?
Oh, it's really big. Now, let's get back to this really big picture. Does anybody have anything to say about this?
What's the picture?
I've seen it. It's made by Rob Simmons. Blue marble.
Yep. That's a
Really big.
lovely picture. Hey, where are the stars and satellites in that photo?
Well,
Just
you know
real
what? I
quick.
think that picture's a lot bigger than you can figure out, man. Okay, now that
Yeah.
stars and satellites are all fake and gay.
Yeah. I mean, I'm not going to repeat it, but I agree.
Now, okay, so I love you guys. I love all you guys, everybody.
Smurf, did you get a new microphone or something?
Okay, what about what's the what?
Did you get a new microphone?
No, I'm still dealing with the same broken piece of junk trash. But anyway, listen, I love you guys. I love all of you. Now, listen, we have to get to the.
Hey, Smurf, it does sound actually really good. So it's not really shitty.
Sound fine, Smurf.
Thank you very much. We need to get.
For your tone is a little.
I was saying we need to get to the bottom of this. Now half of the stuff I said is making no sense, but we have to get to the bottom.
Why can't we go to the top?
That's Biden talk right there. That's yeah.
Is the bottom by the top?
It's just Biden talk. Don't worry.
Oh.
Good question. I never thought about that.
Wait, who's got the really weird sounding mic? Like he's on a bullhorn outside.
Well, that's somebody else. But
Yeah.
That's a good question. We should get to the top of this situation.
Right. I don't want to go to the bottom. I feel like we're already at the bottom. I think we need to claw our way through the top. To the top.
Yes.
Yeah,
Yes. We gotta get to the top. You guys are all right. We gotta get to the top. Okay. So well.
All right. What's the plan, Smurf?
All right. Yeah.
It's a long way.
Here we are.
We build a new tower.
At the top. Yeah, the top. Maybe top.
A tower? Why?
To get to the top.
Oh, we're not allowed apparently to do that.
They were gonna build an elevator. What happened to that?
Oh, right. Yeah, that was something.
Except they realized that the Earth atmosphere didn't follow the Earth perfectly, so that strip elevator they were going to put in would have been a disaster.
The top. We're at the top here. The elevators just work. They just work here. Everything just works at the top.
Smurf, can you take a question seriously?
Yes.
Don't lie. Please don't lie to us.
I would never lie to you, man.
Okay. I love you too. Okay. Well, I don't have a question for you, honestly. I do have a question for those still suffering the cognitive deficiency of believing in a spinning globe in outer space. More so, us living on one of those. Yeah. It's out of this world, isn't it?
Well, just say it, man. Just say it.
What am I to say?
Yeah, just say it. You have a question for the ball?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. I think you're right. I got lost in my own nonsense. Thank you. My question is, what makes you decide every day to continue denying Earth is flat?
Oh.
What's the big idea?
Oh.
Because it sure isn't reality. Something else.
Can you just say that one more time? I heard you, but could you say that so everybody could hear what you just said?
I want to know why, despite 100% evidence to the contrary, people who look into this subject still choose to believe that we live on a spinning globe in outer space.
Oh.
I want to know why they do that. I'm moving past curvature. I realized that it was unfair to ask for something that cannot exist, right? Unfair, and that was little of me, and I apologize. So now I'm trying to be a bigger man here and ask something that you might be able to answer. I'm so close, Murph. So close to being done.
Stop what you're doing and just ask that question one more time. Don't say anything else. Just say what you said. Just say that question and don't. That's it, dude. Don't.
No smurfing around.
Let the man say the thing that he said. Say it.
Okay. No more smurfing around, okay? This is the last time I'm going to say it. I'm not going to say anything else afterwards. Those who look into this topic and still choose to believe that we live on a spinning globe in outer space. My question is, why do you do that?
Can I add a side note? Can I add a side note to that?
Yeah, please do.
Especially the red-colored ones in here still that have been here for a very long time.
Correct. If you've been a glober, right, so you've been looking into this, globe versus flat, if you've been a glober for years, you're doing it wrong, man. You need to restart life, hit the reset button, and kind of just, pick back up from point A.
Take the rocket off the shelf down in the basement, like you got it on a shelf, the model that you built when you were a kid. Get rid of that thing. Take the NASA books. You don't need those anymore. The moon landing stuff, that didn't happen anyway. If you want to draw, you could change the cover, put Dr. Seuss on the cover and keep that book then.
Yeah. Yep. Yeah, just give me the why. Like when the Globers ask, why would they lie? Well, you guys have asked that question enough to where you deserve this question. Why are you still forcing it? It's not a globe. Quit it. Let's talk about it now. Go ahead. Sorry, I thought somebody breathing heavy into the microphone meant that they turned it on so that they had something to say to us.
Check this out. I can breathe heavy in the microphone if you need. Yeah.
That's God rocking.
Sounds like somebody else is taking over that.
I can do it.
It wasn't me.
Hold on. Okay.
I was just being a dick anyway.
You need somebody to breathe into the microphone.
No, I don't. Nope.
Okay.
No one needs that. Did you know that? That no one ever needs that?
I believe you. I'm trying to figure out.
I actually need that to fall asleep at night.
Just like...
Why? You're always sleepy, aren't you?
Oh, nice. Some older gentleman named George just breathing heavy into the microphone.
Yes. I need that. It's George like my dolphin noises.
His name's Mr. George Mueller, and he used to be a bank executive, but now he's just a cat man. 14 cats. Breathing heavy into your microphone.
Catman do.
That's right. So is Jesse doing more homework, or by homework I mean research on this topic, or not? Are we going to see him again saying nothing to us?
Well, you know,
We
there's a
sent him
lot
on
of research
a
to
mission.
do, though. There's a lot of research. It's a tough thing to research. You just
You're right.
go to the lake, and you see somebody far away, and the end.
That might cost $0.
Well, they want to go straight to the great Google source. That's their extent of research, and
maybe we should update Google.
Yeah, we sure as fuck should.
Godrock and I really liked Jesse's still photos. Now you got to appreciate, the artistry that went into still photos.
We need to update Google before Google updates us.
Google is updating a lot of things.
Well, they need to update their Jesse Gordon, too.
What's up? I was drunk and the phone shut off. The phone turns itself off. Yeah.
Amazing.
It's just Chloe's messing with you.
Smurf, I thought you quit smurfing.
We waited very patiently for you, Smurf, so don't trip out on it.
Smurfing until the day I'm smurfed.
When the phone dies on you like that, just let it be for a minute.
Just let it happen.
Yeah, everything will be fine.
That's just the CIA Mossad downloading everything you said that day. That's why it does that.
I'm here to smurf.
The more you know.
Smurf it.
So Smurf. Smurf.
What's up, brother? I'm here to smurf up, man. Smurfing.
Have you smurfed any good Smurfs lately?
Smurfing all the time.
Oh, that's Smurfs.
I have to die.
What?
I have to go to court because I've been smurfing around, smurfing too much, smurfing up. Man, I got trouble with smurfing, and I'm going to court.
Have you observed any Smurf curvature?
A negative. There's zero curvature. We have offered Smurfette as if anybody can find the curvature, just Smurfette is still there. Nobody can find a curvature, so I've been banging a Smurfette. No curvature anywhere, man. You can't find anything. Just nowhere.
No smurvature.
Nowhere.
No smurvature to be found.
No
smurvature. Just saying, there's no curvature anywhere. Hey, QE, what's up, bro?
QE,
dude, man, hello.
Wow.
Where are you seeing QE?
QE? Where's
this
QE?
dude doesn't say anything. Now, I'm here
he's in chat.
saying the real thing. That the Earth is flat. The Earth is very flat, and it's always been flat.
That's not very flat.
Very flat.
I gotta go up and down hills all day long.
What are you saying?
It's not very flat. I go up and down hills all day long.
Shit, I go uphill everywhere I go, there and back.
Pizza. It's kind of like a pizza. The Earth is a rigorous terrain.
Here's what we're gonna do. Can we please speak with Sofa King Stu Pitt?
We are so
sweet.
Videos.
Sofa. We're gonna call you Sofa, Mr. or Mrs. Sofa.
Sofa King.
Retarded.
No. It's different.
Okay.
We Todd Ed.
No, he didn't do that. He said Stu Pitt.
Sofa King.
Sofa. Well, you're. He says.
Anyone else?
All right, somebody mute Smurf. Thanks. And then so he says, "The fuck do you guys want?" And then so I say, "Sofa, you are VC verified, and you're in charge of 8 kingdoms apparently. So why don't you tell us about that? Because you're in the live stream voice text and you're in the live stream itself.
Yes.
So no excuse not to talk. Ready, go.
Bets on P Diddy.
Speak up, my child.
Sofa Pit.
Sofa Pit. King Stew. All right, well, Sofa, we gave you a chance.
That was a bust.
Sofa Stupid.
Your kingdoms are none of my business. Oh, I know who this is.
King Stupid.
Is this Pete Drinker?
Is it who I think it is?
No.
Sofa King Stupid. Don't you get it?
Anyone remember?
Yes.
It's the Sofa King.
Unmute this. Anyone watch Aqua Teen Hunger Force ever? You know that
I did.
episode?
Yes.
You know the episode with the "Arise, chicken, arise," and then he said, "We are Sofa King, we Todd Ed."
Yes.
You are Sofa King, we Todd Ed.
That's right.
That was probably the greatest moment on television.
No, but it was good.
I mean, for me, that was basically the zenith.
The greatest moment on television will be when television ends.
That would be pretty awesome. They just like make television illegal. Under threat of like.
Well, they will never make that illegal. Holy buckets! If there's they're like, hey, you're gonna own nothing and be happy, except for your TV. You're definitely gonna have to have one of those.
Well, you got to stay safe.
Right. Because if you have a TV, then you don't need to go out into the world to see what's going on. It's right there on the television. Smurf,
A couple of years ago, I went outside to see if I could see things that were laying in the street from all the crazy shit going down. There was nothing. Just nothing going on. It's kind of dead around the town a couple of years ago.
Which town?
Oh, around Cleveland area.
Yeah.
So Copernicus is alive or whatever. I think we can rebuild him with DNA now.
Yeah, sure. Why not? Fuck it.
Just like Jurassic Park with Copernicus.
Can we mix Abraham Lincoln with Albert Einstein and see what happens?
Can we throw Stephen Hawking's in there and have half Lincoln, half Einstein, and half Hawking's?
Well, wouldn't the thing be wholly disabled because of Hawking? Or would it just be like its shoulder and left knee, right shoulder and left knee are disabled and the rest is fine?
It'd be good till he's 20s, I think.
Alrighty.
DNA, mix that up, and then you'd have some like ultimate genius.
I think the reason, Sleepy Joe, that was funny at the time was because there wasn't a lot of cursing on TV compared to what there is now. And I don't know if Adult Swim allows cursing now or not, but they didn't back then, really. So they had to kind of snake around it. So, yeah, I am Sofa King.
They do allow it now.
Yeah,
but
great.
HHF was still a gem, regardless. I mean,
Yeah.
That was my favorite cartoon at one time.
Yeah, it's a good one. Definitely a good one.
They won't ever make anything like that again. Like, until there's a reason.
Jake is the best. He's just like, yeah, we're doing this, you guys. Okay, you're going in the blender. See? Look, you're done. Like, wow. Yeah. Of course, you got Frylock. He's going to fix everything.
So Locke of like
Carl was the best character. Let's not pretend otherwise.
Of course, Carl.
Of course he was.
Yeah, that's Kramer.
Kramer.
That's the Kramer of that show, or the George.
Master.
Oh, got it.
Master Shake was like the Kramer. I mean, he's the crazy guy.
Yeah, maybe. I don't know.
Carl was like just this normal New Jersey guy being harassed by these food people.
You know, I finally got it. It's racist. Frylock. Look at it's dreadlocks. The fries are dreadlocks.
It is. That's exactly what it is.
Jeez, I just got that just now. I can't believe
black
it.
voice. You know that, right?
Yeah, I knew that, and I was
Yeah,
like, he's got some style too. But I never put the. Oh shit! Wow. Okay.
There's an episode. There was a joke about that where Shake. I forgot what he said exactly. It's been so long, but he's like, "You're black, right? I mean, your voice is black." And Frylock just looks at it. It's just like really awkward. All right.
No, I hear you loud and clear.
Yeah, I think that was the episode where Shake got bitten by the radioactive black man and then turned black himself. Another classic. And then he got really good at
basketball. I always liked the spider.
You mean the monster in the attic?
No, the one that had the Chris Rock sounding one, or that.
Oh no! God, you reminded me of that one. Oh my god!
That spider thing that lived up in the bringing him stuff, bringing him food. I don't remember that one. I have to look that one up again. That was hilarious. And the Moonanites.
Moonanites. Oh yeah, those guys are great.
Moonanites, man.
They're the best.
Well,
I used to know the quotes. Oh my god, I'm embarrassed. I used to know all the quotes.
Don't be embarrassed. That shit was funny.
Man, I know all that stuff too. So
I would just say this shit randomly, and then people would be like, "What are you talking about?" And then some people would be like, "Oh yeah, that's hilarious." You're just quoting that show. I also think it's funny. Their landlord had Get Begets voice, kind of. He was like that vampire.
It's racist against vampires.
Carl, have you seen the deadbeats around? The food. And no, they kind of left in the middle of the night. That's because I had demons drag them off into the night.
It was the one where Meatwad had that was listening to DJ something in his room, and they went and saw him. They had to take him garbage or something. I don't fucking remember.
That was a classic one. Yeah. He got brainwashed by the song to gather garbage.
Yeah, and bring it to him.
I think it was a cow was the villain. Oh, the Christian fruit, another classic. God. This would not fly on TV today. Sorry, I'm just waiting for the global
Bible fruit, the god of small fruit.
They're like coke addicts. You slowly figure out that they're all recovering coke addicts.
Isn't everybody? Wait.
Oh, here's what. Here's the rap, I think. What were the rivals to the Moonanites? They were like those German, like aliens. What were they called? I can't believe I forgot this. I used to watch this show like religiously. Must be those darn 5G waves scrambling my memory. So where's the Shield Team 6 that's supposed to show up? What's going on? Like, where are the Globies? Guys, we gotta get some Globies in here, or we gotta unmute Smurf.
I unmuted him already.
Oh, does he know that?
Doesn't look like it.
Okay, we'll see how long it takes him to figure out.
Hey, what's up? Hello, everybody.
That was
just kidding. I jest.
Smurf, you've been unleashed. You're on parole. All right, I'm just gonna keep spamming up.
Hey there, what's up? I'm kind of upset right now. If you want to talk about how fake the it's all fake and the Big Bang, it's all big fake stuff. But
Yeah.
I'm upset right now, and I would like to confront my accuser, whoever is. You want to talk about how fake and gay space is fake and gay. It's all fake, and your shit's all gay. It's fake, dude. You really believe in that moon shit. I've had enough of this moon landing shit.
Yeah.
I've had enough. Just tell me what the fuck, man. I've had enough, dude. My name is Smurf. Go ahead. Anybody.
They landed a Smurf on the moon.
There was no Smurf on no moon because that moon is fake. It's fake, and we can see that shit is fake as hell from the highest mushroom that we. You know what? I've had enough, dude. Anybody? Come on, let's do it.
You can't prove they didn't go.
Say what?
You can't prove that they didn't land on the moon.
Yeah, Occam's Razor says it would be easier to go than to fake going.
What, are you crazy? They have to first prove that they've landed on the moon. You want me to prove that they've not done something before they've even proved that they've done the thing that you're claiming they did.
Well, they went to the moon by default. That's the default.
Why would they lie?
Yeah, they have no reason.
You have to first prove that they landed on the moon. Can you do that?
Bro, we have pictures.
If you believe that shit.
We have movies. That's right. Movies.
That's credible evidence. Come on, man.
Yeah, they can't just make a movie like out of fiction. That doesn't exist. If you saw it on TV, it's the real thing.
If the president made that phone call, I believe it. It's got to be real.
They met reptilians on the moon. That's why we haven't been back. stops talking.
We know it is made of petrified wood, Smurf. They gave some. They gave a piece of it to... Who was it?
Yeah, the Dutch government, they brought back petrified wood and gave it to the Dutch royalty or whatever it was. Yeah.
It's in the Dutch museum.
This is Smurf here. My phone died. I've got to wait about 10 minutes, and I'm gonna come back and I'm gonna lay it out, man. I'm gonna lay this out, man. You know,
Yeah.
the moon rock, you could just eat them, okay? You know, I'll be back in 10 minutes. My
All right,
phone.
can't wait.
Yeah,
Smurf's gonna crush the moon landing. Can't wait.
Bring it.
I'll be back. I'll be back very soon.
Okay.
I'll come back in 10 minutes, okay? You're gonna get these moon rocks right up your nose.
Sounds good. I'm gonna go grab a beer on that note.
Go
See you
grab
guys
you a
later.
beer. I gotta recharge. You're gonna get it, man. You go grab yourself a beer, man. I'll be ready in 10 minutes.
I'm all for it.
I'll come back in 10 minutes, okay, everybody? Come back.
Yeah, I didn't hear how many minutes till he comes back. I didn't hear it the first couple times.
Was what was it? 10? 10 minutes? Yeah, 10 minutes. Definitely 10 minutes. Just give him 10 minutes. He'll be back in 10 minutes.
Around here, we call that a little tinny tin tin.
Well, apart from the entropy denying area that they claim to have traveled through to get to the moon, I wonder what else Smurf's got up his sleeve.
We have a quiet time here, sir. Been interrupted. There's somebody new on the call right now, so if anybody wants to talk, feel free.
Damn, there's hella gunshots in my neighborhood right now. I'm driving to go investigate.
We've got shots fired somewhere in California, according to Flatterday.
Yeah, right here on the avenue, Ventura. I heard them like about 7 minutes ago. There's about probably 25 or 30 shots, and then I just heard them again, but coming from a different area, about 6 or 7 shots. So I'm like, what the fuck are they doing?
You're about to drive toward them?
Yeah, I'm trying to find out where it's at.
That must be rare. That's a rare event there, right?
That many shots in a row? Yeah, there's usually shooting like every weekend, but it's only like 3 or 4 shots, you know. But I mean, these are just drunk people, you know, pointing guns in there and shooting up. It's not like, you know what I mean? Like how they show on the news and stuff. And stuff like this here never makes it to the news. Like a year ago, somebody got killed at the corner where I live. Didn't make the news or anything because it was a real event. Actually, I shouldn't even use the word event. It was real.
Well, there shouldn't be a shortage of crisis actors in the area.
No. In fact, what's weird is I just came down to the project right here. There's a couple dudes who have like bright, like orangish or yellow those emergency shirts underneath like black hoodie zipper sweaters, and each one has like an ear thing in his ear. I'm gonna go back and see what's all that all about. I might be tripping. It's a full moon now, or it looks full.
Yes, sir. I got a full moon here in Kentucky right now.
Says on the calendar that tomorrow's the full moon, but I don't doubt it's full tonight too.
Yeah, it looks pretty full.
I can't see shit. We got cloud cover.
Hey, bro. Hey, compa. Hey, did you hear cohete shots right now? Do you hear gunshots right now? Mucho, huh? Están tirando ¿Cuánto blocks? Like 4 blocks? Sí. Okay. This dude says they're over, like, pointing towards the east more.
Where the fuck do you live where you're hearing gunshots, dude?
Ventura Avenue.
Yeah, perhaps it's time to move.
It's a normal occurrence here, just not normally that many in a row. The first one was like 25 or 30, and the next one was like 15.
That's not even a good thing to say. It's a normal occurrence here.
Well, I mean, people just shoot them off just like they do like firecrackers, but it's only like 1 or 2, you know?
We'll keep you updated on the drama on Ventura Avenue in California. Meanwhile, we need some globe evidence. Anybody get any of that?
Globe evidence.
I'm going to assume you guys already tried Sofa King Stew Pit. Is it pea drinker? Hello, Sofa King Stupid.
I don't think it is. He won't talk nevertheless.
You was typing in the chat a minute ago.
He was earlier, yeah.
Give us a full report from the UK. Am I right, Wazzle? What's going on there?
I'm in Australia.
Australia, my bad.
Yeah. No, that's all
He
right.
come
Yeah.
from my land down under. Women glow and men plunder. Have you ever seen any men plunder down there?
Kinda, yeah.
And the women glow. That's cool. Men at Work, classic band. Anyway.
Yeah, they actually got sued for that. They used an old, they used a tiny portion of a tune, with an old song called "Kookaburra Sits in the Old Gum Tree." Merry
You're
Moon King of the
sued.
Bush is here. Yeah, and they got sued. Yeah, Men at Work got sued over that song. Yeah, years and years later, like relatives of the original author of the Kookaburra song, yeah, took him to court and won.
Well, the Men at Work were good, but in my humble opinion, you know who the best Australian band is?
Who would that be?
Midnight Oil.
I was going to say Midnight Oil. I bet you're going to say Midnight Oil.
How can we dance while our world keeps turning? How can we sleep
Right.
while our boots are burning?
Yeah. Yeah, no, there's some great Aussie music talent. Definitely.
Of course, AC/DC, you go about classic stuff.
Yeah,
Took
absolutely.
me
Yeah.
on.
Yeah, they probably
American
put Australian rock on the map, I'd say. Yeah.
Yeah. They paved the way for a lot of bands. Anyway, extra. So is it still draconian rules in Australia and everybody's got a mask on, or what's going on?
That's not too bad. Yeah, settle down
Okay.
a bit.
Lighten it up. Cool.
Yeah. Yeah, there's still some stragglers, but for the most part, it's pretty relaxed.
Around here where I'm at, I see like maybe 5% of the people still all masked up, and even in their car and everything. It's like 5%.
Yeah, probably a little bit more than that here. Yeah.
I wonder if the TV is still telling them they need to. I don't really pay attention to it.
Probably saying you don't have to, but it's safer to. Probably saying that.
Yeah. Might as well be safe than sorry, right?
Right.
So does the good gentleman live in Sydney or Melbourne or Victoria?
I'm between Sydney and Brisbane.
Brisbane. So I've heard that in Australia, like when you had your vote in May, that if you don't vote, you're fined for not voting. Is that right?
What?
Yeah, one of the only countries in the world that have one of 3 or 4 countries in the world that have compulsory voting. Yeah.
And how much if you don't vote? What's the penalty?
I'm not sure what it is now. It could be like a $500 fine, something like that. I know there has been it's a rare occasion that somebody doesn't and gets actually fined for it, and then doesn't pay the fine and doesn't bother contesting it or anything, and ends up with a warrant for their arrest. But that's sort of it's the sort of shit we deal with. Yep.
So if you don't vote in Australia, you could actually be thrown in jail if you kind of ignore everything, huh?
Yeah, it could lead to that. It could, yeah.
That's the craziest thing.
That's bullshit.
Yeah. There's like a couple of exemptions based on religious grounds, I think.
Sounds like jury duty in the U.S.
Yeah, true.
Yeah. Right. Yeah. There you go.
Have you gone out? I've heard Australia. Have you gone out to see? I know the southernmost part of Australia, which is just, I know Tasmania is part of Australia, but the southern part of the main Australia goes down to about the 40th parallel south. I don't think you're that far south. Have you ever gone outside and looked and see if you could see the North Star Polaris from where you are?
Yeah, my son brought that to my attention one day, actually, like a couple of years ago, before I investigated flat Earth, and I was like wondering what's he doing. And then I looked it up and said, no, you can't, But I've thought about it since. I've thought about that since, and thought about finding a nice tall hill or mountain lookout or something, and see if I can actually do that. Yeah.
Yeah, it'd be awful low because of law of perspective and vanishing point, but I think it'd be really interesting. There was somebody, I don't know, it might have been on here, that said they lived in Africa at 25 degree south latitude, and I said, can you see the Polaris? And he said he's trying to get back with us, but I kind of wondered if you wanted to get back with us and just kind of say, hey, I went to a little elevation and I saw it.
Yeah, one day I'll give that a try. There's maybe a few good spots where I could think of trying to make that observation from.
Feel free to try, Wad, but I think I remember from researching back in 2016, or it's been a while, but the farthest south anybody saw Polaris is like 30 degrees, 30-something degrees.
Yeah.
I've heard
Allegedly.
I've heard 20, 24 and a half, and 30. That's what I've heard.
And now from pretty long ago, like 100 years or 200 years ago, wasn't it? Those observations. Doesn't seem like anybody's interested in trying to make that observation in recent times.
I'd have to look mine up, but I think the one I remember is sometime in the 1900s, 1940 something, maybe. Anyway.
If somebody had the means, financial means, and maybe relatives or friends somewhere else, could you actually leave Australia and say goodbye to it?
I don't think I would, no.
I asked people in Australia, could you actually leave if you wanted to leave, like go to Hawaii or America or Mexico? Could you actually, go?
Yeah. I don't see why you couldn't.
So people are around you there that have freely traveled around in different countries.
Yeah.
Okay, that's good to hear.
Yeah, of course, they probably have complied with recent restrictions, but yeah.
You just worry about you guys in Australia because all the mainstream stuff here tells us it's like a draconian state, where y'all are just shutting your houses and suffering and stuff. Hopefully that's not the case.
It was like that for a while. Yeah. It seems to be just something that's like fading away into the background now. But of course, there's still all those things that they put in place. Employment's
they had that thing. Sounds like they had that thing last fall or when you were in your summer last year, that you had to stay within 3.1 miles or 5 kilometers for your home, and that they actually had people coming out to beaches with their blowhorns or their microphones or whatever and saying, if you're more than 5 kilometers from your home, you need to go home, and we're going to come by and check and see, get your address and see if you're actually complying. But here you are, 6, 8 kilometers from your home on a nice day on the beach, and they're telling you to go home.
Right. Yeah. That happened especially in like the big city areas, metropolitan areas. Like we were pretty blessed here in the rural areas. We were sort of the last to get it, and even when when it came into effect here, it wasn't really policed that hard. Though I did hear of a couple of incidences where got a bit some people had some brushes with the law, so to speak.
Yeah, I know 2 or 3 people from Australia from Instagram that can't find jobs, can't get work because they decide not to comply, and they're living on their savings and their credit cards, and I don't know what they're going to do when they run out of their money. I know at least 2 that just kind of hang out and don't really do too much, and they just don't want to comply, which is what I would do, not comply.
That's I suspect that's going to be the case all over, everywhere in the world. It's but yeah, it is like that. Like I said, employment's going to be hard to get, and certain types of travel, international travel will be harder if you don't. Like, you can get exemptions, I know that, but I'm not sure. So I don't really worry about any of that because I've got no intention to do international travel.
What I found interesting about Australia, you have 2 really great flat Earth markers in Australia with the Trans Australian Railroad, which is 301 miles in the middle part of the country, southern middle part of the country. It's 301 miles, and you should have 11.42 miles of curve, and it's straight as an arrow. And then you have a little bit south of there, the Air Highway, which is 90 miles long, and it should have 5,400 feet of curve, and it's straight as an arrow. So Australia has a couple great places you can demonstrate flat and not bendy, not that bendy land or bendy curve.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, if you're going to do some long distance observations on land, those places would be perfect. Yeah, I've just even gone on Google Street View and had a look around in the desert areas, and just sort of look for landmarks, and then scooted along 10, 20, 30 miles and see if you can look back and see big landmarks, like Mount Connor and things like that. Yeah, I'd be interested. It's a shame you can't climb Ayers Rock anymore. I'd love to go there and then do some long distance obs from there. Or Uluru, as they like to call it.
Well, I wish you well in Australia. I think in America we started learning about you last July and August.
So you broke up on that last bit. I didn't quite catch that.
Man, what are we gonna do about this missing Earth curve everywhere?
I don't know.
How do we handle this?
Central banker, if you don't know by now that the Earth is too big to be able to see it with the eye, it's just too big.
Oh, that's how we know.
Yeah, it's too big to see it, even though Bill Nye says when you see a boat go, disappear from sight with the naked eye, that's observation of curvature.
So it's too big to see any curve. That's how we know it's curved. I got it.
It's only logical.
Yeah, that makes sense. Except we can see it when boats go over the horizon. Except we can't because the horizon gets refracted to somewhere else. Or something.
Right, yeah. So what are we seeing? Are we seeing the actual boat go over a refracted horizon, or are we watching a refracted boat go over a refracted horizon?
Don't you love it when they claim the boats over the geometric horizon thing, and then you show them one of those boat zoom videos, and they're like, "Bro, it didn't go over the horizon." Well, it disappeared, right?
It wasn't far enough away.
So then why did it disappear? Like originally their claim is it disappears because it goes over Earth curve. We show them a video of it disappearing and being zoomed in, and then it's, no, it didn't go over a horizon. It's like, what are you even saying at this point? It's a lot of fun.
It's not so much fun debating and talking to people that are on the other side that are paid chills or just good-natured people like Matthew. But it's another thing to get a globe normie who just assumes all their life that they live on a spinning, watery, curvy, bendy ball, and you rattle off a few things at them that's like prove that they're on a flat stationary plane. And they give you that deer in the headlights look. It's like, okay, and they have absolutely no response, none. They're just dead in the water. They have no idea that they could be wrong.
A lot of people just have a Pavlovian response to just fight it, I find. I mean, not just like the anti-flurfs that come in here, but just normally, just out in the world. But your mileage may vary.
Yeah, most will just call it nonsense and not even know why they're calling it like nonsense. Just because that's what they were taught. That's just what they were told, and that's what they remember. So flat Earth's nonsense.
Yeah, they've been conditioned forever to think that. I was. Although I never got hysterical like some of these ones do. Well, no globies to toy with today, huh?
No.
Sad.
I'm interested in learning more about this whole elevation angle thing because apparently it's what the globe model is based on originally. And so I want to learn a bit more about that.
Flat plane geometry.
Right, yeah. Apparently they cannot even begin to beg the question of Earth being a sphere without first measuring Earth to be flat.
Yeah, you can't ignore the curve. Can't ignore it. The curve.
Oh, yeah. You just find it everywhere. It's inescapable. Yeah, hilarious. Flat plane angle measurements equals globe.
Right, yeah.
And I was making a point the other day, something like Globers will do absolutely anything to avoid directly measuring the Earth's surface, because when they do, it doesn't turn out the way that they're wanting it to. And that Jesse guy who's been in here for like the last week was like, that's not true. I measure the surface directly. And then he's been on a spiel for about 5 days since that, doing anything but directly looking at the surface.
Is that main surveyor?
No, it's a different guy. But same sort of thing.
Because even those guys, like they will take plenty of heaps of observations through their theodolite until they get one that matches their expectations.
Yeah, exactly. They're like, oh, okay, that must be the right one. See, this is what they do. Anytime they get something that doesn't match the presupposition, they throw it out and they go, oh, well, there was something obviously wrong with the measurement. Like I told him, why don't you just do the same thing FE Core did, use a laser to measure any sort of divergence between that and the Earth over distance. And it's like, oh, no, because lasers refract and it'll, curve at the same 8 inches per mile squared that the Earth does. So, the writing is on the wall here, I'd say. So yeah, he can't do that. He's going to go do the angle measurements and get just the right ones that he's looking for and come back and be like, aha, I found the globe.
Right. But if it's any kind of elevation angle measurement, then you can't suppose that the Earth's curved.
Right, because it depends on a flat baseline to begin with.
Right, and that is supposed to be representative of the surface you're standing on. So, because it's from
so crazy.
Your feet to what you're taking an elevation angle measurement of in the vertical plane. So it's and the surface to form the angle. It's just crazy.
Where's the curve?
Well, it ain't on Earth, that's for sure. Have you heard that Jesse guy at all in here, Twad?
No, I must have missed that.
He's been in a bunch lately. He said that, in most of BLMSB's observations that the horizon is seen in its correct geometric position. In most of them, it's just the odd anomaly where for some reason it appears way far back there. But
right.
Well, I mean, he didn't show us, but he said that. And then I asked him, why don't you just do the same laser test that FE Core did and find your drop over distance that way, right? And the answer is basically, oh, no, because the lasers will always refract. So on the one hand, with the geometric horizon, he's saying, well, most days there's not that much refraction. You just see it where it actually is. But for some reason, if he does a laser test, every time he's going to get the super duper refraction, never be able to measure the drop.
Yeah, it's like we don't want to test our claim, test the 8 inches per mile square. So yeah, we're definitely not going to do that.
He's flying in the face of other anti-flat earthers that declare there isn't any such thing as no Atmos day. So it's always refracted. So you can never see the geometric horizon, Mr. Sensible and
yeah,
all of them.
I know. Yeah, this is a new one, and I was just pointing out the contradictions in his own claims. Like most of them don't even say that, and he didn't show anything to back it up. But just pointing out the incoherence in their own arguments is enough usually.
Right. So he claims to actually see the geometric horizon on most days.
I think he was just appealing to BMLSB, that guy, because he said in one of his videos that most of the time I can't see further than platform habitat or whichever one it is, right? But like, I mean, that's an old video, and I don't think he was necessarily saying that he usually sees the horizon where it would be geometrically. And there's so many observations that absolutely shatter the geometry that, from him that I don't know. He's just going off of something that BMLSB said one time, and he's not even talking about actual observations that he's seen.
Yeah, they just look past the black swan, just 10 miles away. It should be like 66 feet below. You can still see this.
This is just fine, though. No problem. Refraction's making my globe look like it's 6 times the size I think Jupiter is. That's fine.
And then you see the horizon behind that, too. It's like, oh my god, what are you guys claiming at this point? Where is your curvature?
So, Central Banker, do you think Jesse, because he sounds like he's about 25 years old, do you think that he's in here just because he has a lot of time on his hands? Is he in here because he may be doing a school project? Is he doing it to, what do you think his motivation for spending the last week in here for a couple hours a day?
Yeah, I don't know. He is pretty sus, and he is pretty motivated. Like, he goes out into the field and tries to gather angle measurements and stuff that will support the globe. So he might be doing some sort of a project, but I could only speculate. I don't know.
Because he doesn't seem to be in the category of being a paid shill. I think he's not quite at that level where they're going to actually pay him to go do stuff like come in here. But so I get the idea he's doing some sort of school project.
Yeah, he probably is. It usually just comes down to them talking about us, though, and not the actual argument. Like the one that Danny wrote, calling us a cult or whatever. Is he even talking about the argument or just talking about us as people?
I don't think, reading his biography on his website, I don't get the feeling that he's teaching at a university anymore. I think he's some sort of independent or part of some institute. So he'd be getting money from that. Of course, he's getting money from his books. So I just kind of wonder, what kind of income he's getting as opposed to being a full-fledged professor in a college or university setting. Kind of, unless he's doing online teaching.
The funny thing about him is he won't even open his mic or talk. Like that video with him and Nathan Thompson, he doesn't talk there either. He just doesn't talk.
He's worried. He's worried as soon as he does, someone will ping Quantum Eraser.
Or he'll get clipped or something.
Right.
Saying something goofy.
Yeah, we'll never know because we'll never see an account, of his, but I wouldn't be surprised if he's not getting some sort of stipend from somebody in a government agency to do what he's doing. I wouldn't be surprised at all.
Someone in Danny's position? Yeah, probably.
Now that we know that NASA gets $23 billion a year and the Space Force is getting $24.5 billion a year, they've just kind of doubled their budget for propaganda and to pay shills to push their nonsense.
Yeah, maybe that's where all this money's going.
Hey, Don Pettit, you be good now. I'm gonna start thinking you're a paid shill for the enemy. So you be good.
So this loser just showed up in my DMs. I'll post it in the voice text right now. I wonder if he's getting paid. I hope so for his efforts.
Yeah, you'll get all kinds of weird stuff.
Either that or he's just seriously suffering.
Right.
And this is all he can do. This is all he can think about. Sad, Phil.
It's just a measurement.
He said triangle, number 1, his first sphere proof. Triangle. Well, I guess he doesn't know what a sphere or a triangle is, or both.
Take any two places on the equator and you'll find that they are further apart. 2 places.
Yeah, like my bottom of the journal.
From any 2 continents, from the southern hemisphere. Oh, begging the question of his ball. Gonna need a ball to have a hemisphere, Phil. Gonna need a curve to have a ball. Let's see that observation of Sigma Tantus, by the way, too. Like, is that just coming out of Stellarium, or can you actually show us that observation IRL? Because this story has been repeated many times in here, and nobody ever comes in with anything to back it up. And anyway, that is a lot of avoiding direct measurements of curvature, which is exactly what I said you guys always do. So thank you for making that point for me again, Phil.
Yeah, it's kind of weird thinking that Australia is upside down.
This is what this guy does. He sits and he just creeps on the live stream and just slides into people's DMs. Like, what is he doing with his life?
Weirdos.
Well, this. Like, are you griping that hard over the loss of your ball? What did the Globe ever do for you anyway, Phil? A paycheck, maybe.
Do you think Professor Phil is a professor, or do you think he's kind of like Professor Dave and not a professor?
He's not as goofy as Dave, but...
So I wonder if we should start calling Professor Phil not Professor Phil until he tells us where he got his master's from.
Yeah, listen, if you put professor or prof before your name in a fucking gaming server, you're not a professor.
Hey, central banker, you hear that? When you've been talking about wanting to call yourself professor or central banker, so I guess you can't do it now.
It's over for me. I'll never be a not professor now.
Oh. I know we have a Dave Hinkle in here. That's going to break his heart that he can't be a professor, Dave Hinkle, now.
Well, sure he can. He can be a pseudo professor of fucking anything, right? Just like Phil.
Okay.
Just like Dave. Just like Albert Rooney.
I've asked you good people to call me Professor Jim at just one time, and it'll make my entire month or year or lifetime. I don't care.
Well, I'm not going to do it right now. We got to pull that out when you least expect it. Professor Jim.
Oh, wait a minute.
Gotcha. Got him.
I have a special moment in my life. Let me savor it. Glass of wine.
Cheers, brother. Cheers, Professor. Professor Jim, everybody.
Professor.
Congrats, Professor Jim.
Yes.
Hey, you know what? The thing about being a professor is technically, if you're getting paid to profess shit, you're a professor.
So
doesn't matter what it is, right? Doesn't fucking matter. You could be talking about, the language cats speak to each other. It doesn't matter. Professing it and you get paid, you're a certified professor.
So if you have an 8th grade education and the government or NASA is going to pay you to profess their crap, then you're a professor.
Oh, I think if you have an 8th grade education, you're overqualified. They won't let you in.
Hey, thank you for making my year.
Yeah, man, go back and clip it out. You know, listen back and take a clip of it.
So is the YouTube streaming now?
I don't think so, no. Helio's probably got like 3 or 4 days left on his timeout. It's just so funny, like, we clearly talk about things we shouldn't, but then when we talk about the thing that rhymes with the word suspicion or inspection, we can't talk about that. It's fucking, like, mind-blowing, man. Why? What? Like, when was the last time you couldn't talk about that in America?
America, God bless the USA.
Back when they were at least pretending that they were an open democratic process.
Yeah, I guess, yeah, that's right. Now they know that most of us know it's fake, even if we still vote. Oh, man, sorry. Change the subject. Sasha is talking about the ISS photos demonstrating curvature.
Okay. No, more stories, more reification, Sasha. That's all you got. You just tell stories, because you can't directly measure the thing that you're telling your story about.
I feel like you don't know what the word photograph means first off, Sasha.
Yeah, that would be the first problem.
And then the word demonstrate, and then the word demonstrating, and how they're both similar. Yeah, and the word curvature.
My cartoon CGI video demonstrates.
And then curvature, the thing you're never going to get.
Well, what's your demonstration of, Sasha? Cartoon curvature? That's great, but we're talking about the Earth. Oh shit, he's not in the chat. Well, I ain't typing all that.
Well, I wouldn't worry too hard about it. Like I said earlier, I'm no longer asking for curvature. I don't care because, well, I do care. The thing is, it's like asking for, it's just asking the impossible, okay? And that's unfair, and I realize that.
Hey, they put themselves in that position.
I know, but check it out.
No, what about the ISS photos?
Shut your mouth. So all I want instead is to have a Glober or anti-flat earther, right, go and do tests on the Earth for once. Just put any effort out there. This is why I like Jesse. Barely. Jesse's acting like he's putting a lot of work into it. Now, it's not going to fly. It's not going to land, okay? It doesn't have legs, obviously. But at the very least, he's using his Adderall to, do a little research every now and again. Maybe do one kind of test. See, y'all won't even fucking go out and do observations and get the data from that and come back and talk to us about it, like apparently this Jesse character is doing. Now, I know it's a ploy, it's a ruse, I get it. But it should at least motivate you, on the side of what should be so fucking obvious, Earth is a globe, to go out and really try to find out, really try. Can you do that? I'm not asking for curvature, I'm asking for effort, bruh.
Well, their effort is to just sit there on the couch and watch NASA, fake live stream videos.
Oh, that's perfect. Perfect segue. Sasha 2.0, do you think that it's impossible to edit a live stream?
No.
Was that a no or a yes?
No, sir.
Oh, good. So it's possible to do that, to fake a live stream then, right? It's possible?
Well, why would they lie?
Never mind, but you did answer the question.
Asked first.
Why would they tell the truth?
Why would we lie to you, Sasha? Why do you think we're the liars and the proven government liars are not the liars?
I don't think you guys are liars. I think you guys are just misguided.
Yeah, because we sound like we're dumb enough to be misguided at this point. I appreciate that. You're a dickhead.
Yeah, so, Sasha, here's the deal. So those cool cartoon videos of Earth curve that they're showing you are only that because we've measured it directly on the ground, and we know that it is not curving at the necessary 8 inches per mile squared rate, right, that the globe needs. So therefore, automatically, any of those so-called live stream videos from space are just cartoons.
The reason I called you that name, dude, is because you're it's like offensive at this point to think that we're the misguided ones.
Well, he's misguided, so he sees people who aren't misguided as misguided.
Yeah. I got it.
That's cult mentality.
Yeah, so the ground would have to be curving, right? Measurably curving, Sasha, in order for those videos to add up, right? So if it's not, they're just showing you some bullshit. Like a movie, basically. What do you say? Yeah, I mean, it would have to be, right? It would have to line up, right? The measurements of the ground would have to line up with what they're showing us for them to validity. You admitted yourself that videos can be doctored, they can be manipulated, so all you're doing is taking that stuff on faith. Faith that they wouldn't lie to you, because that was your very next point. Why would they lie to me? Like, are you kidding? You're only 22. You'll get it. I have faith in you, buddy. Man, Phil is still creeping into my DMs.
Phil Bell?
Yeah.
That guy is that just one guy?
I think it's just one guy, unless he has handlers on his accounts.
A lot of energy, a lot of manic energy.
He's either getting paid or he's just seriously depressed over the Earth not turning out to be a globe.
I think he's got like 23 hours solitary confinement, and like the 1 hour he's out, he just like spams our DMs.
Yeah, it's something else.
What's his end game? Like, what does he hope to gain from bombing our DMs?
Maybe it's just a paycheck, but I can only speculate. Phil, why don't you let us know yourself? You're in my DMs. Shoot us the answer.
Yeah, or
What are you
let
doing
your
this
wife
for?
know, and she'll let me know. Did I say that out loud? I meant to think that.
Well, I think his whole life has already spiraled into this, so he probably doesn't have a wife at this point.
No wife, no life. A lot of strife. It's rife with strife.
I posted that video because it shows one of the reasons why the lie.
Cool.
I mean, Sasha, what you posted is the real Black Swan. Because
No, that's the White Swan.
Yeah.
And how do you know that that's Earth curvature?
He doesn't. But when you go outside, you never see the shit.
No. But how do you know that that's Earth curvature? How do you know that? See, here's the deal, kid. What you got to do is measure that shit. So you think that's a curve? Go ahead and measure drop over distance. In that, right there. See where the fucking video and the pictures are taken? You go there, you gather the data yourself, demonstrating Earth curvature, or it's your lips that get zipped permanently. I hope you understand that.
Yeah, and so, Sasha, what's the distance to the horizon in that pic? You got a measurement? Oh, you don't know what the distance to the horizon is? What's the observer height? Do you know that?
Well, that's not what it's about. It's about seeing the curve of the power lines.
Oh.
Can't answer the question. How about this one? Do you know how to tie your shoes yet?
So he doesn't even know if that horizon he's showing us falls within the globe parameters or not. So why the hell are you showing it to us?
I'm not
You don't
talking
have to
Velcro,
tie-
pal. Real
you don't
shoes.
have to tie Velcro.
Shit, we said kind of the same joke at the same time. Go ahead, guys.
Yeah. Why would you show that to us? You haven't figured out anything about it. You don't even know what it shows you. A curvy,
you can
bendy
literally
bridge?
see the curve. You don't need to know anything
What
about
curve?
it. You can see
What
it.
curve? What's the
Hey, did
distance
you
to the
yeah,
horizon?
exactly. Did you see what Platter posted at 37 after the hour in the live stream voice text? Do you think that picture's fake?
Did you? And also, did you see
It
what I
looks like
posted in
CGI.
response?
Hold on.
Okay.
Hold on. It looks like what?
It looks like CGI.
Okay, then here's what you do. Prove it.
Well, you made the positive claim.
No, there's no positive claim. As you can see, this is a photo. You have to say, "Oh, no, it's not a photo because I went there and I tested the fucking Earth."
Well, you're the one that
Against
has
the
to prove
positive
that it's
claim
real,
of
not
curvature.
me.
What?
I'm not the one who has to prove that you're evidence.
Why do you truly say that? I know you don't believe it. Why are you saying that to us? That we have the burden of proof. You clearly know it's y'all who have
If
it.
you're using a photo of evidence, you're the one that has to prove that it's real.
No,
Yeah, but that's what you just
sir. Here's what's going on. You come here.
You call it evidence.
Right. You come here and you make a claim. Earth is glob. Okay? That's the claim happening. That starts the discussion. So, do you have evidence for your posited claim?
I think what Professor Phil said was pretty smart. Like,
So is that a yes or a no?
Yes, I'm explaining it. So if you take 3 points in the globe and then you measure the internal angle, it should
So
be
no
more
drop
than
over
180
distance.
or it's
So
the globe.
no drop over distance then. Just reifications. Angle measurements that are usually done wrong.
You couldn't explain your way out of a wet paper bag, kid.
Yeah, so you don't
You're
know
gonna end
any.
up in one at this rate.
You don't know any of the metrics in that picture that you showed us there. So why are you showing it to us? Because you don't even know what it actually shows.
You don't need the metrics. You can
No,
literally
you
just look at it.
do. You do, buddy. You need to determine that what you're showing us actually lines up with your claim, and you have no clue if it does or not. And then the video I posted to you shows us seeing right across that same lake. And how far is that? Like 26 miles or something like that. Should be a couple hundred feet of Earth curvature or something like that. At that distance, we see straight across it. So why are you even showing us this white swan, so-called white swan pic? What's the point? We already know we can see across that lake when the conditions are good enough.
I thought it would convince you guys, but I guess not.
You don't think that we've seen that like a million times? It's like the only thing you guys have. And you don't know the distance to the horizon. You don't know what the observer height was. You don't know anything about it.
But
You
that's
just see what looks like a
irrelevant. That's
bendy
not what it's
bridge.
about.
Okay, so you're not trying to prove glob?
I'm proving the globe through the curvature of the power lines.
Okay, then we need the distance to the horizon. Curvature of power lines, that's not the Earth. You know that power lines aren't the Earth, right?
Yeah, but the power lines are all the same size, so it would have to be the Earth.
Do power lines refract into like misty nothingness like that? Like physically?
Power lines aren't the Earth, Sasha. So maybe you got lost on your way to the 24/7 curved power lines Discord. But this one's about the Earth.
You took a left at Albuquerque.
Flat power lines Discord, whatever. Yeah, I'm not sure which one you were looking for, but it sounds like it's not us.
He was looking for wet paper bags Discord, but he couldn't get there.
Yeah, so nice job on the curved power lines proof C there, Sasha, but the search for curvature continues. You tried.
Tried so hard and didn't get very far.
So, Sasha, are you just going to hand wave what Mod Justin posted for you there? Just going to ignore that and come back with your same bendy bridge picture tomorrow? Is that what you're going to do? Stay in here lying. Because we can see right across it. I think that's about 26 miles. That's way too far.
Wait, that literally looks like CGI. Is that even real, Justin?
That's from a video off of YouTube. Yes.
At the beginning of the video, it looks like CGI. When it loops, it looks at the beginning, the power lines look fake.
It's refraction, brah.
Let me try to find the video.
No, that's just light.
Yeah, I'm just bugging them.
How's the globe an observation? Sasha?
Now he said everything.
He said that they observe flat Earth, so I'm allowed to observe the globe.
What globe? There's no globe to be observed. That's like saying I'm allowed to observe unicorns, Mr. 52 genders, or whatever it is now.
Hey, Sasha 2.0, why do we call the black swan the black swan? Do you know?
Yes.
Go on.
Why?
Because you need one black swan to prove that black swans exist.
No, you need one black swan to prove that not all swans are white.
Swans are white.
So even if you show us lots of white swans after we've already found one black swan, not all swans are white. So all we need to do is find one observation falsifying the radius, and the radius is falsified.
Mm-hmm.
Nobody's playing a trick on you.
I've told you before, Sasha, right, how big your globe has to be for that black swan horizon to be geometric, right?
How many what there has to be?
How big the globe has to be for the black swan horizon to be geometric?
I don't know. How big does it have to be?
You don't even know that, and you hand wave that observation. That seems like important information to have.
Oh, isn't it like 10 times further? So I'm guessing the globe would have to be 10 times bigger or something?
No, that's not how that works. Right, Miles, you need a way bigger radius.
It'd have to be infinitely times bigger.
Yeah.
Well, no. Okay, I'll tell. Oh, well, it would have to be.
Which means it's a plane. So you guys will eventually get there. You just got to keep making it bigger.
It's just flat. It's just flat. But in that particular observation, it would have to be like a 268,000 mile radius compared to your 3959 mile one. So that's like 6 times the size that you guys think Jupiter is. What do you think of that?
Jupiter.
Do you guys think that light refraction is making your 3959 mile radius ball look like it's 6 times the size you guys think Jupiter is? That's what you think's going on?
I mean, that's what I think, but
it's just
there
crazy.
could be another explanation.
Yeah, the other explanation is there's no ball. So if refraction's making it look like it's 6 times the size you think Jupiter is, at what point does the refraction stop doing that and then we actually see the curvature? Like, is there an altitude that we can go to where we can actually begin to see it actually curve? Or is refraction just going to hide that curve all the way up? Like, what's up?
I mean, I don't know. I'm not a physicist.
Doesn't sound like you know much.
I mean, what do you guys have to say about Antarctica?
I don't think there's any curve there either, so what do you want me to say about it?
Yeah, what goes on in Antarctica stays in Antarctica.
You found some curve in Antarctica that you want to show us? Otherwise, I don't really see why we have to talk about it.
So you're begging the question of a globe to begin with. So what is it doing when you cry refraction on top of that?
Just canceling your globe claim, Sasha, is what you're doing when you cry refraction. Why do that? You're just claiming a flat Earth with extra steps.
Refraction, so no geometric horizon then.
Sasha, you just posted a cartoon. What for? Are you for real, buddy? This is just a troll. I like how he says airplanes would be too small to see. As if he knows it's just a hypothetical fantasy. They would be.
What about the 20,000 satellites?
They would be too small to see, too. If they existed, that is, they would.
The satellites are in the abyss of space, so I guess you can't see it.
Oh, okay. So they would just be absorbed to the blackness, because that's how light works.
I mean, yeah, if there's no light, you're not going to see it.
Don't they just tell you that those pics are composites? Like, what's the point here?
Hope you got a pair of clown shoes and a big old clown nose you're wearing right now.
How long have you been a flat earther for?
Well, since I was born on planet
Sleepy Joe, Sleepy Joe, Sleepy Joe. Sleepy Joe, are you there?
Oh, what's up?
How long have you been a flat earther for?
Since at least, let's see. I'd say I was fully convinced by near, like, right at the beginning of this 27 months debacle. You know what I mean?
Why do you ask? Why do you ask, Sasha?
I'm just curious.
So, Sasha, how long have these globe delusions been going on? Is a globe in the room with you right now?
I've believed in the globe pretty much since I was, learned what a globe was.
So
probably since I was, 5.
So even before you had the skills to even think about it critically?
I guess, yeah.
Yeah, same. I used to too.
So how long did it take you to accept that Santa Claus wasn't real?
Probably when I was 12 or something.
Are you fucking telling me Santa's not real?
12? You're kidding, right?
Oh my God, I knew Santa Claus wasn't real when I was 5 years old.
All right.
And I feel like I was a late bloomer.
Things are starting to make sense now.
Yeah, they are. If it took him till he was 12, then yeah, there's a serious problem here. A serious problem. Because all of the kids at 12 years old, you would have had to, that's like sixth grade starting junior high school. Every kid in the junior high school had to have been telling you, Santa Claus is not real. What is wrong with you? And you're going, oh no, he's not. He's real. Is that what was happening? I mean, seriously. Kids find out about Santa at a very young age.
Though they believe in 79 unicorn genders now, so it's really getting complicated.
One day, Earth curvature is going to be a gender. Then it will be. Look, I'm Earth curvature. So there.
Yeah, have you asked the Earth whether it identifies as curved or not?
The Earth identifies as globe, so it's a globe. That's what they're going to say.
It's a social construct.
Reality is a social construct. And we're going to tolerate the shit out of you if you don't accept us. You don't accept our psychosis.
You admit you are under psychosis, Sasha?
Could you repeat that?
Huh?
Did you ask me a question?
Yeah.
I'm sorry, I didn't catch it.
Did you say something about psychosis?
I never said anything about that.
I thought
it was me.
I thought it was you. My bad. Sorry.
Shit, do I have the same voice as him? Shit.
Sounds pretty similar.
I'm going to rage quit. See you guys.
It should be like Sasha 2.0.
We're both the Zoomers.
Sasha 2.0. No explains ball, like a plan words as if it explains all.
I mean, there's so many things about the globe that just cannot be possible. One of them is it's spinning at 1,000 miles an hour. There's no way the water could stay on the globe spinning that fast. It would fly off, I mean, at a much lower speed than that. It would just fly right off.
How to get water at rest in that situation?
And the fact that it's spinning 1,000 miles an hour, there would be 1,000 mile an hour wind. There wouldn't be any trees standing. The Earth would be spinning 1,000 miles an hour, and the wind would be 1,000 miles. There wouldn't be a tree standing on the Earth. It would have been mowed down by the wind. Completely mowed down by the wind, going that fast. So it's just there's so many things that make it impossible. You know, they say that we're in a vacuum, and the atmosphere. If you understand what a vacuum is, the air around the Earth would just instantly go into the vacuum.
Equalize into that vacuum, which you say is infinite or infinitely expanding.
I mean, it would just be so powerful the positive pressure of the Earth would just push right out into the vacuum because there's no resistance, so to speak. It's just like there's nothing holding it down. The vacuum is empty, and the air would just instantly, I mean, within seconds, be all gone. Just poof. Like when you open a pop can, it's high pressure, like the Earth. You pop the lid, it goes, and all the air goes right out to equalize with what's outside of it. So that's the same scenario. So you've got that, the 2 or 3 other things I've explained to you, and it's just there's so many things that are impossible to happen. It's just totally ridiculous to think that this ball could exist in a vacuum. The air would just completely exit stage left.
And you'll notice that instead of any positive proof for any of this crazy stuff they claim, they'll give you nothing but excuses for why they can't give you that positive proof.
Right. Apologetics.
That's all we'll ever get. I mean, the Earth is really bendy, but the light is so bendy too that it all just looks flat. And the speed that it's rotating at can't be felt because it's not accelerating enough, so it's just like there's no motion at all.
Exactly. After someone like Sasha having learned what we know, and then still leaning towards the globe, right? Well, he's come to that point where he's making an actual choice. It's not like when you're born and you're just indoctrinated and you just take it for granted. He's actually making a conscious choice now to believe in the globe, in the spinning globe fantasy. He would rather choose to believe something he can't prove for reasons I don't know. It's on him.
Bet you there's social reasons.
Right. Than to accept observable, demonstrable reality.
I think he'd rather just think the thing we're all supposed to think.
Well, my question for the flat earthers is What if when you're like 90 years old, you realize it's a globe, and then you realize you wasted your life on flat Earth for nothing?
Sounds like a lot of projection.
Yeah, that's what you're going to do, buddy.
Yeah.
Get ready for it.
Well, 90, I mean, you better do something, get healthier if you're going to make it to 90. But
He's projecting his own fears.
Go outside.
It's an appeal to the future fallacy. He's in the mindset that, well, it's still possible that it could be a globe.
Yeah, so just to be safe, so that I don't regret my life when I'm on my deathbed at 90, I better just go on believing it is one, because one day there might be proof. Wow.
Right. And then I can say, well, at least I wasn't like those stupid flat earthers. Yeah. But...
It ain't going to happen, Sasha. It hasn't happened already after the 500 years you guys been trying, or thousands if you want to stretch it that far. It's not happening now, or in 90 years.
I imagine Neil Arm. Sorry.
I think the Earth is just a social construct to Sasha, though, like pretty much everything. I think there are social reasons that he chooses the stance that he does. Don't think it really has to do with the stuff that we talk about here.
I think the trend of calling things a social construct is a social construct.
Hey, central banker, the Earth is a donut, and it tastes great.
I see no reason to doubt that.
You think Neil Armstrong lived a long, fulfilled life into old age? Like, on his deathbed, he's like, yeah, like, I was right. It was a globe.
I made the right choice in the globe. Yeah.
Yeah, because I was from space, and me just being an alcoholic for the last several decades was just something else that was unrelated. But at least I know it's a globe.
I want to know if my donut globe is glazed or not. I hope it's glazed because that tastes better.
I mean, it'd technically be a donut hole if it was a globe, right? Anything but flat. That's what.
So, Sasha found Phil's little proof C's very compelling there. I wonder if he can even tell us what they were. Or if he just found them compelling because it sounded globe positive.
It's because if all triangles have to measure to 180 degrees, but if it doesn't measure to that, that would be because of the Earth curvature.
It's a nice story, but what measurements is he talking about, and what measurements did he throw out when he got those sums? And also, why didn't he just directly measure drop over distance? That's the question it always comes back to. Why are you fucking around with angles and trying to get just the right angle measurements that you can get these results that you want to reify the globe when you could just measure direct drop over distance? And he just told stories too. I mean, the thing with Sigma Octantis, they say that all the time, and they never bring any observation to support it. So, I mean, it's just stories. So, why is that convincing? Like at least we could tell stories too. We could just say, "Hey, there is no drop over distance," and just show nothing like these guys do. But at least we back it up. Well, that's not fair, I guess. I mean, like the main surveyor does bring in his reifications, but most of the time we just get stories.
Sasha, are you with us the last week or so because you like being around our dry sense of humor and you're a closet flat earther, or is because you're a third year university and you have some downtime, so you decided not to do anything destructive with yourself, but come listen to us? Or are you working on a project that you're going to turn in and try to get an A on? So I guess it's an A, B, or C question. with D being none of the above. So what do you think?
Probably B.
Probably B?
Yeah.
Cool. Okay. Well, thanks.
This is coming from the guy who thinks the Earth's a globe, though. So just keep that in mind. His answers might not be 100% accurate.
So you're okay, Sasha, with your globe looking like it's 6 times the size you think Jupiter is in the Black Swan pick? That's cool. You think light can do that?
Yeah, I'm not too worried about it.
Okay. Cool belief system you got there. Cool religion.
Worried about it. It's an interesting way to put it.
At this point, I mean, you might as well just be in the 24/7 Easter Bunny Discord.
Hey, I like my Easter Bunny. Leave my Easter Bunny alone. I had a really hard time when I was 24 when they told me Santa Claus didn't exist. So come on, give me a break.
So, Jim, what do you do for work?
What do I do for work?
Yeah.
I am retired in Dallas, Texas.
And before that?
What's that? Say again?
And when you did work, what did you do?
I was a graduate gemologist in the jewelry business.
Oh, that's cool.
He sold Easter bunnies.
I sold Easter bunnies with amethyst draped all over their neck. Yep.
Cherokee Easter bunnies.
Yeah, and Indians really like their Indians really like their turquoise. I mean, they're really big into the light blue stuff.
That's
so
right.
I tried to sell a lot of turquoise as well. I mean, I'm telling you right now, guys and girls, that the Iroquois and the Creek Indians loved turquoise. They just loved it to death. And you throw a little onyx in that black and light blue, they would spend tons of money on that stuff.
It's good stuff. It's precious stones.
Precious stones.
That refraction is good stuff, man.
It's funny when you study gemstones, refraction does come into it.
Do you know? Really? Oh, that's right.
It really does, because it changes medium. It gets inside there and changes the medium.
What? And we like the curvature on those stones. Curvature comes into play too, right?
And you know who really likes curvature on their gemstones? The Cherokee.
That'd be cabbing, right, Jim?
What's that?
Did you do cabbing? You cabbed a few gems, or?
As far as cabs, not really. I was into some of the appraisal stuff, and then I was into some of the selling stuff, and that's what I did for majority of my adult life.
Right, yeah. So did you actually have to measure the refractive index?
Say again?
Did you actually have to measure the refractive index on them?
Yes.
Cool.
Because with gemstones, you get into species and variety. And when you identify gemstones, you have to kind of eliminate what they aren't. And so you do that through a process of elimination. And there are certain tests, and one of them is refraction. And it's been a number of years, so I can't. In 1998, I went out to New York City and finished, and it was all experiments and everything. And to pass, to become a GG, you had to be given 10 gemstones of their choice, and through process elimination, you had to be correct on the species and variety of all 10 of them. And then if you were, you passed. If you didn't, you had to come back the next day and do it over and over until you got it right. And so that's one of the process of becoming a graduate gemologist.
Damn. So, Jim, man, I got a flat earther friend on the panel here, and he's not here now, but his name's New Perspective. You might have talked to him a couple times. You know who I'm talking about?
Who you talking about, Flat Earth Dude?
New Perspective. New Perspective.
Is that his name or her name?
That's his name on the panel there.
Oh, cool.
His name is Dave, but anyway.
Dave.
Well, he went out. He's got a bunch of stones, man, that he needs to help kind of figure out what the hell they are. Some of them, but I'm sure he'd like to talk to you at some point. It's kind of where I'm just going with that. But next time he's on, if you see him, man, just ask him about his stones and see what's
so
up.
when I see New Perspective, I should ask him about his stones. Okay.
Yeah, ask him about his stones. That's it.
Hey, Flat Earth Dude. I can seriously tell you I've never asked a guy about his stones ever.
Oh. Well,
have you ever asked a guy if he's been stoned or if he is stoned?
I usually see that without having to ask.
Right. Yeah, that one's pretty easy to spot. Pretty easy. So I'm kind of on a little trip, but has everything been good around here today, man? You got some good. It's a Monday, man. It's Monday. I usually like to come on Monday nights, and there's usually some fun stuff going on. Was a good day there on the panel, or and Globey?
Man, you missed so much glow proof today.
Anybody? Oh shit! I thought that I see you guys rename the server to Hot Wheels.
Flat Earth Dude.
24/7 Hot Wheels. Cool.
Flat Earth Dude. We found Curve of the Earth today. We found it. It's all over.
Oh,
you missed it.
It feels so much better.
You missed it. It's in California,
so
right?
Relaxed.
It's in California, right across from the Black Swan. We found Curve.
I found some interesting stuff. Let's see if I can drop it in the voice text. Let's see. I took some pictures yesterday from my stupid phone.
So the first day you were out there at the Black Swan, it was cloudy. So did it clear up the next day and the next day?
Oh, it did clear up, but I wasn't at that location. I was at a different location, man. Let's see here. I thought this sunset shot I got here was pretty sweet, man. Let's see. It's 10:10. There you go.
Yeah, that's nice.
That's pretty sweet, huh?
Yeah, the sun's moving away from us.
I know.
Becoming a flat earther, you have to change your vocabulary.
Oh, yeah. Moving away. Getting closer.
Yeah.
We got a full moon right now, man. I'm staring at.
Yes, it is. It's full outside. Yes, it is.
Sweet, though. Pretty bright out here tonight.
Hey,
I really enjoy the full moon nights.
I've heard when we have an eclipse and the thing starts to be covered by a round sphere, it's the Earth. Have you heard that too?
Well, I've seen a shadow go across the moon on eclipses, and it doesn't actually eclipse it. I mean, I think that's kind of a misnomer. I think it kind of shadows it, not eclipses it. I think it's a bad name. I think we should change that to moon shadow night instead of an eclipse, because it really doesn't eclipse. Like when I saw this solar eclipse, man, that fucking thing, it just went black, man. There was nothing there, man. Although there was a lot of like light coming off the edges, you can still see.
Well, according to Dr. Danny Faulkner, Aristotle was right 2,500 years ago. It was, it was the Earth shadow going across it. So, hey, got to be right.
The 25-year, 100-year history in our knowledge, what we know about, it could have, somebody could have fudged some stuff. Yeah, it could have. I don't know. Could be wrong. People like to get famous. People will do almost anything to get famous. And if they're into something and they look at something and go, "Hey, man, this is what's happening. Check it out. Here's a paper."
Well, when it comes to something like 2,500 years ago, we wouldn't necessarily know the difference between what they told us and a story.
Exactly. So it's automatically under suspicion. They didn't actually nail the speed of light to some cement shoes until 1972. Yeah, and they say they had this figured out. It's anyway. That's when they finally said, "That's it, 186,500 miles a second." That's definitely the number. 1972. Most of you cats weren't born yet.
Yeah, but the thing I hate about light is whenever you use a collimated ray of it to try to measure the Earth, it bends at the same goddamn 8 inches per mile square that the Earth does.
That is an interesting phenomenon. We should discuss that more around here.
Phil Bell hates that.
We should do a deep dive 24/7 into that. I don't know. It just does get kind of ridiculous, right, Jim?
I think that we'll let Flat Earth Dude do the first mile and analyze 8 inches for us. And then somebody else can analyze the second mile, and they can analyze 32 inches for us. And then 3 miles, 72 inches for us. And then whoever wants to do the 666 at 10 miles has to volunteer, because I'm not going to assign that to anybody because that's the devil's number. Anyway, and of course 100 miles is 6666. So I'm definitely not going to give that to anybody. They got to volunteer.
I think the 666 is the Kabbalah. That's their frequency or something. They like that. I don't know. I think they like the 660 hertz tunings on their piano. I don't know. I could be wrong.
It's hard to say. I mean, I think the more you're into Revelation 13, 16 to 18, the more you assign that 666 to the planet. Excuse me. I am so sorry.
That's it.
You have to hang up. Hey, you have a timeout. You have to time yourself out.
I'm putting you in cog disc, Jim.
I am so
we have to have
sorry.
We have to have a flat Earth fucking pool. If you say planet, you have to throw a 5 spot into the.
I
pool.
am
What do you guys think of that?
Sorry. I remember on Instagram, I did on Instagram back in February, I did my first live, and my first live ever was by myself, and it was on Flat Earth. And it ended up being about 35 minutes. And I said planet accidentally. I caught myself. It was like, what an idiot.
Dude, you see how deep the brainwashing is? It's so deep. It's fucked. I hate that they totally pulled one over on us and made us think these words and believe these words and believe these.
So
believe the Cavendish.
I deeply apologize.
Well, apologies.
Don't worry, guys. I took care of it in the chat. I timed that to the cog disc room for 5 seconds. He'll be okay now. He'll get his act together.
There you go.
He doesn't want that to happen again.
That was an alpha move, dude. Like alpha mom.
That's terrible. That's terrible.
That'll teach him.
That'll teach him. Yeah, I love these people who do these little lives on Instagram, and they think they're real smart. They say, I looked around the planet and I decided that I was going to help the planet by, trying to sell some stuff to save the planet. And they say planet like 5 times in 30 seconds, and they think they're really smart for saying so. Oh.
I'll just read in the chat here a little bit. I see what's going on out here. Yep, you're cog disc, bro. Sorry.
I'm done. I'm finished. Is Jesse?
It's all over.
Is Jesse in the talk now?
Yep.
I hope he didn't hear me say that 6-letter word because I feel bad now.
It's okay. We've all been there.
We've all been there.
It happens, man. I'm way better than I was like 3 years ago. I'm like,
big shout out to Flat Earth Dude. How you doing, my man? Kenny Dude?
Here in Japan, the earth is flat, and I tell everyone I know. No, I don't. I love you, brother Jim. Konnichiwa.
Hey, the next time somebody says to me the words, "What planet do you live on?" I'm going to say, "Why, none at all."
None at all.
That's right.
I don't live on a planet, dude.
That's right.
Sorry. It's a flat, stationary plane, man. Yeah. It's a beautiful place, man. I heard you on here, Jen. Yeah, yesterday, I think it was. I mean, you were going off, man. It was good. You were talking about going in the other servers and how to deal with those cocks.
That's right.
And you've kind of encouraged me to maybe I should go in there and just hold my ground and just let the audience hear how stupid these Mongos are, right?
That's right. That's exactly what I'm doing. That's it.
They're suffering in those rooms, man. Like, they just have a mental breakdown the second you go in there.
I know.
That's right.
But that's, the audience needs to keep seeing that so that, we move along the truth. We move along the truth, bro. And you can see that they're lying and cheating and stealing. And we're just like, we got concrete truth shoes, bitches. Smoke that in your pipe.
They're really, really upset about it. Yeah, we should show people that.
It's good when they melt down and they go into full cog dis and cuck it up and lie and lie and lie and lie
and lie and lie and lie. Yeah. I don't want them to feel comfortable in their lie. Sometimes I go in there, I don't say anything, or I might listen in the YouTube, right? And they're just everything they say is a lie. And they never address their listeners till I get in there.
Never, ever.
And then
they never go, hey, shout out to the chat, man. Or no, I never talk to them.
They don't do that. I do that.
What you do is you go, hey, blue face, purple dude in the chat. Hey, man, do you see how these cocks are lying? Do you see that?
That's it. That's it. I say to them, look, Jim, don't keep calling me a liar. Why don't you let your listeners discern whether I'm a liar or not? And then they can put it in the comments. They can actually put it in the comments on the video saying that Gene CBO1 is a liar or whatever. Why are you always saying that I'm a liar, but you don't give anyone else a chance to speak? You are exposing that you have something to hide, Jim. You're compounding your situation. And things like that,
After hearing you say that, I was like, that's a really good point he brings up, because when you have the truth on your side, man, it's pretty easy. You just go rock it.
Yeah, it's goddamn easy.
Hello.
Imagine having to do this, the cartwheels of cognitive dissonance that those guys have to pull off over and over again.
They must.
We got so much less to remember with the truth.
They're like the Nadia Comaneci of mental gymnastics. These people, all of them.
That's it.
Exactly.
That's it, exactly. Guess what they say? But Jin, you always repeat yourself, Jin. Jin, you keep repeating yourself. I said, repetition breeds excellence. It's called driving or pressing home the truth. And I like to drive and press. Yeah. You know what I mean?
It's like,
I just tell them, I'll repeat myself as many times as it takes for you to get the point.
Yeah.
Well, I think that was a really kind of encouraged me. I might go in there maybe later in the month or something.
Yeah, go in there and wake them up. God Rocking went in there yesterday. Okay?
I prefer, but...
Yeah, God Rocking went in there yesterday because I got a question for you guys. Right? Now, God Rocking goes in there. He's polite.
Right.
Silky smooth with his politeness. Silky smooth. God Rocking, right? Do they introduce him? They don't even introduce him yet. So I said, to the listeners, I said, because God Rockin introduced what he was going to talk about. He was talking about refraction, okay? And the black swan thing, okay? Now, they've already started trembling and lying already. So when they finished shitting up and not really addressing what God Rockin was going to talk about, I said, well, welcome to this episode of the Debate Flat Earth and More. And I am the more that you're going to get. Now, listen up. The man that just spoke... The man that just spoke is his name is God Rockin, a man of high standards and impeccable integrity. And after I said that, Jem Panda went berserk. Why on this server? Why are you saying that? I said, because you didn't introduce him to your listeners, and you failed in doing your job. You know what I mean? You know, and he's a compatriot of mine. He's a compatriot of mine. Of course, I'm going to pick him up. What do you think this is? Huh? Sorry about that. And I yield to the right. Respectable gentleman, God Rockin, and then I carried on. I let God Rock carry on describing refraction, right? And he was talking about how you can calculate refraction, okay? Calculation of refraction. Go ahead. Right? He was talking about calculating refraction.
If I had to go to a debate,
so they think that a calculator proves
some globies.
That's right. Now, I asked God Rockin a couple of questions, right? And God Rockin said, look, basically he was trying to say that wouldn't really be possible, would it? How could you calculate refraction and refraction across like the black swan, across the ocean, when the atmosphere is constantly changing by the second, by the minute? What calculation are you going to be able to make? And be accurate.
Yeah. What measurements of this density gradient that they always talk about did they actually take?
That's right. So because I called them a liar, he put me on mute, right? So I just had to wait and let them go on for like 30 minutes. And as soon as they unmuted me, I said, right, I'm going to try to this refraction up. And as I was trying to, because now it's going to be damage control now, I'm trying to speak. And he's jumping in. Jem Panda is muting me all the time. Yeah.
Well, here's the thing with their refraction story. It's based on another story called the globe radius, so that's basically the end.
Sorry about the noise. Yeah, go on.
Yeah, no, that was it. Their refraction story is based on another story called the globe radius, so the end.
That's it.
Unless they're going to grab that measurement for us now.
I'm glad you said that.
You can't just keep reifying it.
I'm glad you said it because that's roundabout what I said, but I said it because I was so angry by this time because he kept interrupting, and I said, "Look, you don't live on an effing ball, so where are you getting this refraction from, folks?"
Yeah.
Where
you got no.
Seen the curvature, I said.
You got no so-called terrestrial refraction if you've got no radius measurement to base any of that bullshit on, which is what they use, right? So,
yeah. We don't live on a bloody spinning ball. So you're never going to. Things are not being refracted or looming up from behind a curve. That's not happening. We don't live on this thing. That's why
I just love the mental gymnastics of these people. Like you debunk their radius, and then they just use their radius again to prove their radius. Like,
had enough of it. God Rockin was patient, and he said, "By the way, I think you guys are being a little bit brash because they were being a bit rough." And he goes, "Oh," and then Jem Panda apologizes. So yeah, sorry about that. That's how we are here. It is what it is, sort of thing. And I said,
"Yeah, we're coping really hard here. Sorry, guys, we're butthurt."
Yeah, it is what it is.
The globe is.
I'm absolutely angry because I've had to do that many times about the refraction. It's impossible to calculate something that is in flux, always changing. And then the Convexed Earth documentary, those Brazilians that bring to bear 7 pieces of high technology, cutting edge technology. All of them are fully fleshed heliocentric globe heads. A lot of them professionals in their field. And at the very beginning of the video, right? At the very beginning of this video, it states that there is no scientific evidence for the heliocentric model of the globe. All evidences that have been presented thus far is not proof. Right? That's the first opening 60 seconds.
Just a disclaimer. No proof forthcoming.
Right. And then you have all these professionals talking about, I can't believe the Earth is not a spinning ball. We've known it for years. We have all this information, all this data, all this. Yeah. And then when they and these are serious individuals from Brazil. When they measured over the ocean, they became flat earthers instantly. One of them was saying, we're going to have to change our education system because the earth is not a ball and gravity doesn't exist. And then they were eating flat earth humble pie and drinking flat earth energizing drink.
You see that, Globers? Intellectual integrity. Try it.
Yeah.
Right. And why did they change their minds? Because what they saw in the ocean?
Because what they saw across the lake, Titicaca, the reservoir, the dam, two buildings, one across the whole length of one from the other side of Brazil to the south side of Brazil.
Oh, cool.
Used GPS to check the buildings, thermometer lights, laser beam tests, 2 laser beam tests, of which they had targets that even today, that those bastards in that server haven't mentioned the second target. They accused me of lying, right? One of these women, her name is Missy. She hasn't watched the video, yet she called me a liar, okay? Up until that point, I afforded her the highest respect, even though she's mistaken. You know what I said? You need to go and stand in front of a truck that'll end you completely there, then you don't have to worry, yeah? Calling me a liar? Go and play in the road, yeah? You old hag, you know, I went berserk. Put his penis in your mouth. You might get some pleasure there, perhaps. But, now, you know, I was just going berserk. Yeah, silly cow. You know what I mean? I just went berserk in there. Deserve it. They deserve that because
send that video.
They're just lying.
Well, they drag you into that because they are berserk there 24/7. So.
Yeah, you know, unbelievable. And then they said there was no target. And the Gem Panda, guess what? This is how it started. Gem Panda is saying that no flat earther has done a laser test that hit the target, okay? Right, and he was talking to someone else by the name of Tom, I think his name was. He's a flat earther like us, okay? Now, and this is 2 days ago. So this is going to be, when I go back, it's going to be like the 3rd or 4th day. 2 days ago now, he was, shouting out that no flat earther has done a laser beam test that hits the target. He claims that the laser beams fans out, as it goes across the distance across the ocean, where it starts to spread out, yeah?
Right.
So that's when I dropped this Convex Earth documentary, okay? Because in this documentary, they customized a laser beam. They had one specially made so it wouldn't fan out, yeah? It had to hit a small target on a pole.
Right.
So you've got to focus your beam now. And I'm talking the target they would have to hit would be something like in the region of 3 inches square. 3 inches square, okay? 3 inches square across 35 kilometers. That's 21 miles across Lake Titicaca, or 18 miles. That's 18 kilometers, 9 miles across this reservoir, okay? Okay, it has to be focused, yeah? And then they said, when I gave them the video, I said, take your time because they hit 2 targets. And Gem Panda goes, I've seen that video 6 times. You do not see a target, he says. He goes, what is the target? I said, I gave you the video. You said you watched it. You should have seen the targets. There were 2 targets. No, you're a liar. And then he changed my name. You're a pathological liar.
Listen to the red herrings from these freaks. So, here's the thing. Is there a laser test that shows divergence between the laser and the Earth? The answer is no.
Nope.
All right. That's right.
Distractions, right? They just keep trying to distract you. It's like, what do you mean? What do you mean our laser tests aren't good enough? What do you mean they're fraudulent or whatever? Is there a laser test that FE Corps did that found curvature of the Earth, divergence between the Earth and the laser that they're covering up or something? Like, no, that doesn't exist. So still no Earth curve, buddy.
So they slagged off Generism. They discredit. They tried to discredit Generism. Then I mentioned Roxanne Glenn. Okay. Then this other guy brought up some of his videos, and then I decided to put this convex documentary in there. Right. And now I said, Gem, they hit 2 targets. Gem, they hit 2 targets. Go back to the video. Right. You got to give me a timestamp. I said, Gem, you know that Jin never gives you a timestamp. And then the woman chimes in, well, why don't you do that? Because I want you to watch the video and go through the emotional transition that I did when I watched it. Look at the integrity that they do. These people are fully fledged heliocentrists that become flat earthers. Why did that happen? You need to feel that transition. That's why I'm never going to give you a timestamp.
Intellectual honesty, bitches.
Right. I've given you the material. You must watch it all the way through. That is the sign of a teacher. A teacher doesn't give the kids the answers to a problem. They said, here's your homework. Go find the answer. Get it done. Right? And with that now, you know, they've had to, of course, they're going to have to go and watch it. So some of them have lied that they watched it because they missed the targets. They've lied that they watched it. I said, you haven't watched it because if you watched it, you would know the technical name for this target. You would know it. They prepare you at the beginning of the documentary. They tell you how they're going to use the equipment. Then they use the equipment and you see it hit the target. What target? You know, and they're calling me all the lies and that, okay? Then one of them was 36 hours later. 36 hours later is now looking at the video, mentioning one of the targets. He doesn't realize that's the target. He's talking about a pole. I said, great, you're now vindicating me. Fantastic. You're not quite there, though. So you've got the pole. Isn't that not a target? He says, no, okay. Now go back to the video and look at the target again, that pole. There's a piece of equipment that has a special name. The name of that special equipment is called total station. So you have your laser beam, and your laser beam will hit and communicate to the total station at a given distance, and it flashes. It flashes, yeah? And they miss all that. You see? It flashes. That's when you know the target's been hit, when the light is flashing. Isn't that not right, folks?
21 miles.
21 miles, right? So, and then the second target is where they hit a bunch of trees. That's the other target. Granted, it was like a few feet high, maybe 6 foot high, but then they bring that laser beam down. And they put it across the water, across that lake. Yeah? Zero.
So hey, Jen, that laser was bending at 8 inches per mile squared, though, so they can't use that because that matches the curvature of the Earth perfectly, so it looks flat. You know, everything is so bendy in reality that it all just looks flat.
Right.
Well, if the U.S. Navy uses lasers to guide missiles, they must be pretty accurate, right? Yeah? No? Am I wrong?
Yeah.
Definitely. Can someone please send that video of those experiments that the gentleman was just talking about, please? I've never seen it.
Okay, I will post it for you in a few seconds.
Post it for us there, Jen.
I really appreciate it. Yeah, give me 2 minutes. I'm entering my library
take
now.
your time, man. Take your time. Take your time.
Oh, sorry, I haven't got my library card. Hang on, she says I can't come in. Where's your library card? Sorry, love. Hang on. Let me get my library card out.
I just posted 3 laser, experiments on just a few minutes ago, 3 of them. So if you want to look at those, I think one's the FE Core one, the other one's a Utah one from last year, and then another one.
Nice, thank you.
Thank you for that. Yeah, because Jem Panda lied, and he's been in this server. Okay, this is the man that comes to this server and accuses us all of having too high a standard, and we should do away with the scientific method. And then that's when I shouted. I said, "You don't have any standards then."
Well, yeah, the standards are too high for him. The standards are too high because if our standard is reality, then he's never going to reach that. So we definitely have to lower the bar for him.
Oh, I just went. We laughed. All of us laughed when he said that. We clipped it. We've clipped that. So it's there for future prosperity, that one.
Yeah.
Okay, where Jem Panda says we've got to do away with the scientific method because it's too high a standard. Ah, fucking hell.
Right. It's too high a standard.
Yeah, we got to use up other standards to prove, so it's easier to prove unicorns, guys.
And we gave him the opportunity to watch the FE Core laser tests. So that's what got me even more livid. He lied again, that we didn't have no flat earther has done a laser test that hit the target. I thought, you lying bastard. Fuck. What are we? You know?
You guys want to talk about a liar? Check the voice text to see the creep that's in my DMs right now.
What Mongo's in your DMs?
Well, just guess. Just take one guess.
No.
Hey, Professor Phil, buddy, get out of my DMs too, or at least use the right account. You keep DMing my other account. You're a moron.
What a numpty. So, Professor Phil doesn't understand why the horizon fluctuates. It's because it's not physical and geometric. It's not a hard location, a physical location in reality. It's just apparent. So one day it's here and the other day it's there. It's not limited by Earth curve. The end. Cry about it more.
Yes, that is the atmosphere changing, constantly in flux. That's the beauty of this flat Earth. That's the beauty of it.
See if you can explain
that it's
it,
constantly
Professor Phil.
changing. Wow.
See if you can explain it, Phil.
Well, he can't explain it. He can't bring himself to explain it because there has to be there has to be a globe for Phil, and there's no globe in these pictures. So,
okay,
Phil, I understand how disappointing it is to find out that during your entire career, you've never communicated with a space satellite. I'm sorry, dude. That's gotta suck. Oh, jeez. Talk about your meaningless gold watch, huh? Fucking A.
Now you're going to laugh here, okay? Sunday morning, I'm on there. A Sunday morning in UK time, so it's evening here in Japan, okay? Now I'm always addressing those in the chat room who are listening, right? And I'm talking to them about how they could never have seen the curvature of the Earth because Neil deGrasse Tyson says you cannot see that from 24 miles up, okay? Now, I've been talking to them for like maybe 5 minutes. Jem Panda comes storming in. Now, you know he has just woken up. You know, you got the scratchy voice, right? You know, I can see the eyes are still bulging, bad breath, and he's trying to do damage control. You know what I said to him? I said, Jem, I know you've just woken up. Are you that desperate to hide the truth that you can't just go and clean up, Jem? It's Sunday morning, isn't it? Go and have a wash, clean up. You're lowering your standards to this level that you're going to talk to us from Saturday night's drinking breath in Sunday morning. This is disgraceful. That's what I said to him, you know, right? People are laughing by this time.
so did you look at the next thing I posted from him in there? What do you say to that, if so?
Crazy, man.
So he's got a light that's moving across the sky that he says is moving impossibly fast for a jet or anything like that. I think that he's presupposing the distance to these types of things, and he's making all sorts of presuppositions about what they are and where they are, and then he just reifies his globe with that because he can't measure any direct drop over distance. Sorry about that, Phil.
Right, and assumes that it's reflected.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. And again, I posted that video, by the way, gentlemen. Anyone interested, Gene CBR1 has posted that documentary now. And then remember this, yeah? They bring the best technology to bear in this documentary. Now, granted, the last 30 minutes of the documentary goes into like the outer ponders, you know, the outer regions of the Earth, across the planet. Outer ponders, yeah, where they found some new land, okay? Now, that's speculation on my part, as far as I'm concerned. So I'm not really concerned with that aspect of the video. I am more concerned with the technology they bring, the integrity and the earnestness. You know, they earnestly and urgently want to prove the Earth as a globe. And the way they speak at the very beginning, like, you know, they are the authority. We know it's a globe. Everybody knows. You know, you understand? These Brazilians, Carlos, Rodriguez, Paulo, I'm trying to remember these individuals, Marius, these people, right? Yeah, and there's a few others. They're all experts in their field with their degrees and masters, okay? In geology, topography, this stuff, okay? And the way they speak, it's arrogance. This arrogance is pouring out, okay? But when they find out there's no curvature, and they actually say gravity cannot exist because the water is not going over the ball. That's when I love that part, you know, because you can imagine them eating flat earth, humble pie with the flat earth energy juice, just drinking to wash it down. I thought, yes, they become instant flat earthers like instant coffee. It was that quick. Yeah.
Well, the gravity is just a reason or an excuse or a story for why things don't fly off the ball into the adjacent outer space vacuum. And there's no ball and no adjacent outer space vacuum, so we don't need that story about gravity.
Right. So now Gem Panda's trying to control me step by step. Yeah.
Yeah, density, equilibrium, that'll do. We don't need gravity because there's no ball, no vacuum.
There's no vacuum. There's nothing. So Gem Panda's trying to control what I say. I'm doing damage control. Now it's like Mike Tyson where he's got his man on the ropes and you're bashing him. So that's what I'm doing as my flat earth troops coming out, damaging the server. So he's had to mute me every 3 words. He mutes me, so I'm still talking so I can keep on the flow. He unmutes, I just carry on from where I am there. Bam, 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 bam. He's getting pummeled. Then he mutes me and then he DMs me. He goes, "This cannot go on, Jim. Because I said in the server that I'm gonna wear you out. Your health is going to decline, but with your mic in your mouth."
Oh God, those guys' health is it's long gone, dude. Their health is long gone. Their mental health, especially. Just listen to those people.
Yes, I said one of them, continuous cold. I said you with the one that has a cold 24/7. Yeah, you want to deal with Jim CBR1? And then I posted videos of me doing my exercises in the park on the parallel bars, Olympic hoops, chin-ups, leg-ups, right? Each step of the way, Post, I said, you want to come and deal with this at 60? A man who has nothing to, no reason, not scared of dying. That's what I was saying, You can't stop this at 60. Yeah? With all my cycling gear on. I got all my cycles. I went out and did a 18 kilometers, 20 kilometer cycle. And I did these exercises in the park and then I'll do another 20. Right? So I posted that. You people are unhealthy. You don't do your exercises. You see, with the flat earthers, we energize ourselves from the flat earth. We know it's level plane. It energizes us.
So I would just like for a second to address the straw man that Phil left in my DMs there when I just rebutted his 2 black swan images where the horizon looks closer in one, and told him that the reason that it fluctuates is because there's no physical earth curve limitation to the horizon. Now he's in there saying, well, of course it's physical, light refracts and reflects off of things. Yeah, I wasn't talking about light, I was talking about your earth curve. That is the part that's not physical, that's not real, okay? Get it right.
Yeah. Yes, Professor Phil. Phil. Why don't you go and fill up the toilet with the verbal diarrhea that you're pouring out, Professor Phil? Why don't you go and put that into the toilet and fill that up, Professor Phil? That's all you're good for. Right. Verbal diarrhea of the worst kind, toxic.
And stop reversing the burden of proof, Phil.
Every single
time. Is this Mongo Phil? Is he allowed in the voice?
Let's just bring him in and tear his up. Let's just tear him up.
Let's just do it. Let's bring his ass in here, man.
Yeah, bring him in here. Let's have
Clown's got something to say. Show up.
I'm hungry. I'm hungry. Bring him in.
Is your line of sight straight, Phil, or is it bent to the horizon? What have you got? Decide. Pick one.
What a wally.
Pick one.
Everything's so bent that it just looks flat, right, Phil? And you have no measurement of curvature to base any of your cool stories on, right, Phil? Why are you so stuck in Storyland, La La Land? I mean, most kids get over Santa at age 5. Sasha took him till 12, but even he got there. What the fuck is the matter with you?
The thing is, he's a paid shill because the way he articulates in the chat room and he's speaking, he's an intelligent man. And as I've said before, understanding the flat earth does not require a doctorate, a master's, or a PhD. A child of 8 can discern this easily. It's child's play, okay, to understand the flat earth and how the heliocentric model is not a spinning ball in the vacuum of space, hurtling through the universe.
Too easy.
At breakneck speeds. It's very easy. Easy peasy. And most of it you pick up when you're a little boy playing in your bath with the rubber ducky and the balls. When you push it down, it pops up, banged you on the head because it can't stick. Water doesn't stick to it. Yeah, you know this. You knew this when you were a little boy. but you were waylaid at school, told it was a globe. But he knows. Phil knows the answer. He knows the Earth is not a spinning ball. It's impossible. He
Bring
knows
his clown show in here. Get in here, Phil.
He knows it. He knows it 100%. It's impossible. His intellect betrays him. The level of the English language that he commands betrays him. You know I know you, Phil. You know I know you, Phil. You know the answers. You know I know you're working for an organization that's paying you, or you are willfully denying the truth. It can only be those two.
Now he's back pretending like I didn't answer his questions on the live stream that he's still creeping on. I don't know what this guy's issue is. He's really disconnected from reality.
Well, because what it is because we can't put our hands on him. That's why he can do what he does there, because he knows we're both in the same room as him. I think he would know what a new pain means.
Yeah. Phil, what do you mean answer the questions? I answered and you're responding to my answers. What are you talking about? How out of it are you? Clown.
Hey, baby. Come on.
I'd love to have him in a dojo, right?
Don't be
wrestling.
Come on,
and we're doing wrestling and get him to submit. He's got to say flat. The earth is flat. He's got to say the earth is flat, and then he submits. Yeah, I'd love to do that. He's so unhealthy.
You'll sleep better tonight, Phil. You'll sleep better tonight, Phil.
It'll be a load off when you just drop the ball, man. Let it go. It's weighing you down.
It's weighing you down, man. It's like ball and chain, dude. It's really fucked up. You don't want to go there, man. Trust me.
Look at what it's doing to
you. It's destroying every fabric of your integrity. Every fabric of your integrity has been destroyed now. You know? You don't have it. Not one shred now.
It must suck, man. It's gotta be. It's gotta be really
sorry
bad,
luck you
man.
got. What a sorry man. Sorry excuse for a human being you are at this moment, man. You've degraded to this level. Hiding on a server. So
Sad.
It's
Totally sad, man.
It's
totally
called
sad.
separation anxiety syndrome, disorder. Sorry. Separation anxiety disorder. Sad. Very sad indeed.
He was really looking forward to terraforming Mars.
His choice to engage with any one of us is a concession.
Sad.
A concession that he has to even bother to try and prove the globe. Otherwise, it wouldn't matter. He would just go off and go about his life, and it wouldn't bother him.
Let it go.
Yeah. Sorry, man. He is. Sorry.
So
Yeah,
this,
no
is,
worries.
this is what he wants, right? He wants to hijack the live stream. He's every day in Nathan Oakley's YouTube chat. He's slipping in DMs of flat earthers. This is a disorder, right? It's not.
It is. It's
Sad.
a disorder. You got it correct. It's sad. Separation anxiety syndrome.
Roger, do you think we can bring him in here at all?
No, he's not allowed here.
No.
Phil uses alt accounts, slips in DMs, tries to pull back people that are hesitating, right? We don't need that kind of people here.
Yeah, that's too much.
When he's caught on an alt account, he's not even man enough to concede that he used an alt account.
So in my schooling, I've come upon a few things that helped me form a definition of, just the type of character Professor Phil is. And I call this disorder, he's got a disorder, and here's what it is. It's called globus hystericus. Or you could call it bipolar disorder if you wanted to get cute.
Glad, is that you who coined that? Because that's a tag that we have.
No, I stole it. Somebody else did it.
I like it.
That's good.
Yeah. Okay, so here's the disorder. You guys ready for the definition of this kind of person?
Go on.
Oh, yeah.
This is really just for the audience. It's not necessarily for us. We know who the fuck this loser is, but for the audience, you might be coming in new saying, who's Phil? What's going on with this
Try to
guy?
pronounce global hysteria.
Globus hystericus. It's a non-existent
hystericus.
Latin-sounding word. Okay, just let me get through this. Here's the definition, and y'all can
species.
Y'all can have fun with it. Species, yeah. So, someone suffering from globus hystericus disorder. They are an individual that consistently defends the globe model and, as a result, experiences both acute and long-term periods of irrational excitement, hyperactivity, delusions, further delusions, euphoria, known as mania, and other periods of feeling sad and hopeless, known as not having an argument.
That works.
Yep, checks out.
That works.
Phil, we just read your bio to you. How's that?
Yeah. So, thank you, Phil. I think actually there hasn't been a person so far.
There's your Bible.
That fits the bill like that, such as yourself. I mean, congrats on that, right?
Yeah, tailor-made for him particularly. Correct.
That's the guy.
That's the guy.
It's going to be his picture in the dictionary next to that one.
That is his MO.
That's right. And I think I'll keep the crying globe with water spilling off the bottom because that's that represents the argument a lot better than Phil ever will. So
the poster child.
I mean, isn't that Phil? That's what I thought.
It's a cartoon version of him with, but the cartoon version has way better teeth and a better looking tongue.
Globus hystericus. Is that right?
Globus hystericus, correct.
Disorder.
Hey, thank you, Globe
hystericus.
Hey, what I want to do is help people out, okay? And the best way to do that is to hold up a mirror.
Hey, is it Dr. Glatflobe? Or
no,
is it just
not yet.
good enough?
It probably won't be doctor.
Okay.
Professor Glatflobe.
So we're going to leave that for Dr. Danny Faulkner. Okay, we'll leave it for him.
Yeah, exact doctor. Fucking Danny. Yep. Is he supposed to be, does he have a license to practice medicine? Hope not. Anyway, go ahead, Flat Earth dude.
This can't go on.
I gotta spit. What's this stuff?
That's a lot of roboting.
Yeah, Flat Earth dude.
Flat Earth dude, can you please mute your mic when you're not talking and or roboting? Holy shit. It's going to take a while, isn't it, guys?
Oh, shit.
You're roboting, Kenny. You're roboting.
Figure out what we live on. I'm talking.
Kenny, you're roboting, man.
I love it.
You're roboting, bro. You're roboting.
Explain something. I was trying.
Yeah. You're roboting. Sorry, Ken. It's roboting
right,
like
am I
crazy.
back yet?
You're good now, man.
Like crazy?
Yeah, that was crazy,
You
man.
good
That
now?
was like, wow, you were possessed.
Holy shit. Are we
Yeah,
back?
I
Is this
heard-
back on track here?
That's the satellites are fucked up. Anyway,
Sure they are. Just, yeah. Hey, but when you're not
Speaking of
talking,
satellites.
could you mute, please? Thanks.
Yes, I can. Yeah.
Sweet.
So I'm trying to talk. I was trying to spit something out, man. Jen will appreciate it because they always take it to the stars. Like this proves that we're on a ball. I like to take it to the ISS bathroom to prove that you're not on a fucking ISS.
That's right.
You know, I haven't been up in there since the
It can't be
renovation.
up there. It's too, according to their story.
According to their story, they have to.
That's
They have
right.
a little
ISS.
suction. They have a little suction tube that takes care of their poo poo and pee pee. But if somebody had explosive diarrhea,
that $23 million contraption. $23 million contraption that was fitted 2 years ago in September of 2019. Because the one prior to that, 19 million, backed up. It was backing up all the poo and the piss. Yeah?
Yeah.
So they
Don Pettit here, and we had to spend $18 million to unclog that toilet now.
That's basically what it was.
Wow.
It was a $22 million plumbing.
23.
And that is exactly what you are thinking that it is.
Sounds like a pretty good money laundering scheme.
That's what it is,
Right,
yes.
and if you look at this contraption, if you look at this toilet, it looks like the old vacuum cleaners from the 1930s. You know, the aluminium capsule-looking thing with a tube hanging out one end and a cable. That's what it looks like.
Yeah.
You know, like an oval-shaped capsule. One of those, $23 million for that.
I want to reinvent.
$23 million.
I want to reinvent the entire pooping system, man. We have to reinvent it. Come on, Jen.
Yeah.
We can do it.
Yeah, we got it, man.
Come on.
Yeah,
We kind of incorporate
saying
satellites
this.
into this somehow.
Well, it's the ISS.
I was saying, right, that listen.
Oh, yeah.
Listen, you're on the ISS, okay? You're on the ISS. Go to the toilet. All you've got for privacy is this little screen, okay, that goes around you. Now out there's a guy doing his training on the upside down treadmill, pumping away, right? And you're doing your business right there. Now that's $23 million. But I'm sure if you go when you've flown in an aeroplane and you go to the loo, now that cubicle is perfect, isn't it? The vacuum is nice. You know,
sucks it right
powerful vacuum they've got there. And that's not $23 million for that.
No,
that's not $23 million.
It's $47,000. That's it.
Yeah, it's so perfect to have one of those, and it would be just right in the ISF if they were up there. You know, they shoot themselves in the foot every time. You know,
the whole tube thing, man, threw me off. Like, and then you got to
it's ridiculous.
No.
Yeah. The thing is, the previous model that broke down in 2019, at least the cup for the women to use to go for a number one, at least it had the curvature on it to follow the contours of the vagina area.
Right.
Right. The new one is just a round hole, only good for a penis to go in.
Yep.
Yeah.
Only good for a penis. Sorry, ladies.
Good for a penis, not good for the woman. So I was thinking, how could this be better? How could this be? But there's going to be a lot of mess. The women are going to mess that up. That's going to spray, get wet. How are you going to hygienically clean that properly when you can't have water flying around everywhere?
Yes.
How are you going to attain that level of hygiene?
We're talking about hygiene here, people, man. We're not talking about, I mean, I could have just, poop in my shop vac, but, that's not cool, man. Yeah.
Not cool at all. We're talking the level of hygiene where I'm talking the level of hygiene we're talking about. You got to be able to lick that thing and not feel uncomfortable. Yeah, smiling because you know it's that clean. You can actually lick it. That's the level of hygiene I'm talking about. You're not going to attain that.
We need to have like a clean room kind of environment here, is what I'm thinking. Because if somebody had explosive diarrhea, I'm going to have to I better wear goggles and a hazmat suit just to float around. No.
You don't run for your life. You got to float for your life.
Yeah, float for your life. Because there's fecal matter going into my eyeball. Thanks. Oh, that's just great. That's not going to work out well. Have any of you guys ever had pink eye? Ugh, it's not good.
No. I've never had it. I've seen it.
You've never had it, Jen? You've never been sick.
No, never had that.
You've never had pink eye. Damn.
No.
All right.
No.
Well, apparently it comes from fecal matter getting into your eyeball. I've heard.
Do you eat I've had red eye.
No.
I've had the red eye. Red eyes, but not pink eyes. Because pink eyes, it's like a pimple. It swells up, doesn't it? No?
Yeah. Swells up.
Yeah, no, I've never had that. I've seen it, but I've never had that. No, I've never had anything.
All right.
I've had red eyes. Yeah.
Sure.
I've had shit in my eyes.
Dust
I've never had pink.
and dirt, shit gets in there.
Yeah, correct. Yeah. In my younger days, I haven't had it. Like I said, 41 years. 41 years not been sick. That's I'm still trucking.
Man,
well, anyway, guys, do you think Glover's can tell the difference?
Write a book,
between
Jen.
left and right?
Fuck, quit fucking around. Write a book, Jen. Go ahead.
Yeah, thanks. I should do. Yeah, I should.
Well, Well, your sky stuff, there's sky stories that they try to divert to, got me thinking about whether or not they can tell the difference between left or right.
Well, how could they? How could they?
Well, because they always say, hey, look, when I'm in the northern hemisphere and I look towards Polaris, I see a counterclockwise rotation of the stars, right? I guess they just didn't realize that when they're in the so-called northern hemisphere that they can also turn around and look south.
Right.
Exactly. Stupid. Honestly.
It's
and there's
ridiculous.
Southern Stars. There's Southern Star. What do they call that? What's it called? The Southern Star.
Yeah, Southern Cross, right? Yeah. When I'm looking towards the Southern Cross,
yeah.
I see clockwise star rotation. Hey, buddy, east to west.
Yeah.
It's like standing on one side of the street or another and seeing the cars go left to right or the other way. That's all it is.
Yeah.
East to west, you're looking south, you're looking north. That's the only difference.
Yeah, the thing is, right, it's not the same as the Polaris where it's almost above your head, almost, yeah? That's like looking outwards to the horizon. Where's the South Pole? It's wrong. It's in the wrong position. It's not conducive to a globe, is it? It's not, is it?
No,
Am I right?
not at all. Trying so hard. It's also seen from something like 27 degrees north latitude as well. It should be totally impossible to fall.
Totally not conducive to congruent to a globe. Just doesn't make any sense at all. And when I say that to them, it's like when you shave a beehive and they all go into a frenzy. That's what it was like.
Bad news for them all the way down.
Yeah, it is.
Bad news.
And then I hammer home the truth by saying, and folks, you won't believe this, folks. They've been down there supposedly for 60 years, and yet they don't have a single video that actually shows us the 24-hour sun above the horizon for 3 months. They don't have it. 60 years they've been down there. Only video you will see is one that's been doing the rounds since 2016. It's a CGI sun, and it's on a loop.
Yeah, I saw that.
There's copies of a copy of a copy of a copy, folks. That's what.
Well, I mean, they've got the live feed that they edit so that you won't see that sort of thing. So there's,
Yeah. And then we have that video from Generism where they had the stick in the ice, supposedly down at the Antarctica, and you can see the sun coming across only 18 hours, and then it returns back to zero. The shadow goes around for 18 hours and then returns. 18 hours and then returns. And then Generism rang them up. He goes, excuse me, why can't you show us the whole 24-hour cycle of the sun? I said, we don't have the bandwidth. We don't have the bandwidth to do that for the videos.
What a sob story.
Hey, man. Fuck.
Man, tough break, guys.
Tough break.
Yeah.
That's a bomber, man. Damn.
It's a bummer, man.
$69 million a day, $70 million, whatever it is. Just don't have the bandwidth.
$67 million.
Well, that's not.
$67 million.
The military's even more, so I don't know what the fuck they're doing.
It was only $52 million a day.
Yeah.
Back then.
Remember the Space Force is getting $24,500,000 a year on top of NASA.
Wow. That's
almost $50 billion a year.
And they're not doing anything. All they're doing is training, I would imagine, at this point.
Hey, Jen, we got a guy that comes around here, man. He works for Space Force. And he's been in the Discord here many times. Not many, but a few times.
Yeah.
And he's been out here explaining to us that he looks at these monitors on his computer. It tells him exactly where these satellites are doing and where they're at. But he has never seen like a video or a picture of the satellite that he is supposedly tracking. And he'll admit it. He'll admit it, and I appreciate him admitting it, that he hasn't ever seen,
Yeah.
It's
so
just
he's looking on a monitor down on Earth, but he hasn't actually seen this satellite physically with his own eyeballs. Can you see that, folks?
Yep.
How can you in good faith believe that? How could you? You cannot believe that. you must have cameras on these satellites that can be moved around to check. As Robert Persano said when he was speaking about the Hubble, he asked the man who's supposed to be looking after this thing for 25 years, hadn't set eyes on it.
25 years, dude.
25 years, he hadn't set eyes on it. Works for NASA, the top man looking after this Hubble telescope, yeah? And Robert Persano said, well, because you know what? The enemies, the terrorists might come in, cyber terrorists might come in and want to take it out. So there's no cameras on this thing? No ways of eyes on? Are you sure?
The only time they had eyes on, man, is when they repaired it, right?
That's right.
They don't have eyes on it like after they release it, man. That's it.
Yeah.
There's no camera on it. And Bassano's rebuttal to that was like, dude, I've run robots out in the desert. We have a camera on the little robot to see where it's at, you know?
Yeah.
To see if it's got a broken wheel or whatever, you know? And that was Bassano's like, you know.
Yeah. And then he mentioned he mentioned the price of the Hubble telescope and how much it costs, right? And then the STS missions to go up to service it and whatever, right? And then he highlighted that Hubble was supposed to be the largest payload ever uplifted up to space, okay? Transported to space. And it's not in the Guinness Book of Records. It's not there.
It's not there.
Okay? And it's not in the service manuals or schedules either.
Dude, it's
not even there. It's not being mentioned.
When I first heard that, dude, I was in my shop, man, and I was jumping up and down, going, "What the fuck?" I'm like, no,
the audacity.
This is not fuck.
Didn't he also work out that the altitude, the claimed altitude, he confirmed that it has no propulsion systems on it, so it
that is correct.
That's right, and it's not in line. Its current altitude isn't in line with where it should be according to mathematics.
That's right.
And every orbit it makes, it has a, it's going to
orbital decay. Orbital decay.
Yes, it's going to decay.
Yeah, that's it.
and
come back to, oh my goodness, I was jumping up and down, man, when he made
Yeah, me too, man. Me too. Look, I had to pick up my jaw.
Can I get a picture of an orbital decay that isn't a cartoon, please, Professor Bill?
That's a whole nother thing, man. Orbital decay. They don't even talk about it anymore, man. We need to like keep those cucks on that fucking little, because apparently, man, every time the ISS goes around, it loses so many hundreds of feet or thousands of feet. What?
That's right.
It's supposed to be coming back fucking down, fucking to gravity, man.
You know, it would be a risk to the ISS. You could collide. Should be able to see this thing. Come on.
But,
you know,
orbital decay is like, one of the things that Bassano did say, man, he goes, according to my math, you know, the orbital decay, it should have been in the Mariana Trench, you know, years ago. Years ago.
I don't know about you, but I know the maps. I like the maps. Remember that when he said that? I don't know about you, but I've done the maps.
When he said that, I was like, oh,
shit, that's what he said.
I'm like, of course,
he said that. He said, I don't know about you, but I've done the maps on this one. You know, because he loves the maps.
Love it. Yeah, he's really the best at it, man. Excellent.
Yeah, he's. You know, I wish he'd
Plantes Veritas. Thank you.
Planete Veritas. Planete Veritas 2.0 and 4.0. He's got a couple of channels out there now. But you want to go to the original one? I've got it all. I've got it all, man.
The original is like...
Yeah, I've got all the originals, man.
Good stuff, boys and girls, man. Yeah. I recommend it. Highly, highly recommend it. And so does Jen.
Yes. Yeah, most certainly.
I learned most of my orbital mechanics. Yeah,
because he was with Quantum Eraser. He was with Quantum Eraser at that time.
That's right.
They were a
force fucking to be reckoned with. You're gonna get wrecked.
Dangerous.
To get reckoned
dangerous is
with
only what
is
you
to
can say
get
there.
wrecked, and they
Yeah.
were wrecking the fucking globe.
They were knocking the speculation section of their discussion just
Yes,
uplifting. Just
it was
uplifting.
just
Yeah.
uplifting and like, it was just incredible,
Energizing.
man.
Yeah. You
T-
know, when they
t-
do the speculation. And when they're talking about the reality we live in, well, I mean, you're going to enjoy your IPA
Yes.
every second you're listening. You're enjoying your IPA as well. You know? Yeah.
What was that
It's,
other list he found? He found this other list with satellites and figured out they're all balloons.
Yes.
Something to do with.
Correct.
What was that?
That's right. That's right. Yeah. If anybody's
Something to do with
interested,
service repairs or something. I can't remember.
That's correct. I'm going to post that very documentary. I'm going to post very shortly because
good stuff. Good stuff, man.
Yeah. Let me get my man.
This is ace
Denzel
shit.
Washington, alias.
Yeah.
Pisano.
Pisano, man. Oh fuck.
Yeah. This is fucking.
I mean, he was a foul mouth, smart motherfucker, man, and he would just tell it like it is, and I'm not fucking with you. Here is the numbers. Fuck off. If you don't like it, the way I talk, I don't give a shit.
That's right.
He was so like.
If you've got any children, you might want to get your children into the other room, he said.
Yeah.
And then suddenly his children would come in. His children would come in. And I'd love it when his children come in. You know? Yeah. Man.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
But the great thing, man, was he would, when we was talking to just going through paperwork or whatever, man, or math, he'd be like, fuck, check this shit out. But when he got on with those cucks from fucking NASA, he cleaned his shit up, man. He didn't cuss once, man.
Yeah,
he was
that's right.
so
That's
precise
right.
and
yes, he was that graduated student.
Yes.
You know, studying two courses of study he was doing. Yeah.
Yes,
Got it
and he
down
would
to a
be
fine-
very, very, professional and
Yes,
right
sir.
to the
He would say to the man,
point.
yes, sir, and all that. Yes, sir. You know?
Yeah, and he would be like, "Well, here's what I think it is. I think it's superfluid helium. I think space is superfluid helium."
Yeah.
Like, what? What the hell's superfluid helium? And he had a little
I had to go
video.
and look it up. I had to go and look it up, man.
We watched a little video and what it is, And the guy he was talking to from NASA was like, "Well, that's interesting," or basically is what he. Yeah, it was cool, man.
Do you remember this bit in that video, Kenny? Do you remember this bit when he was asking were there any eyes on, and he said, "Not that I know of," and then he asked him again, "What? You got no eyes on it? Are you sure?"
You got no
Not
eyes
that
on
I
that?
know of. He said. He got angry, didn't he? Not that I know of. I thought he was going to hang up at that point. I thought we were about to lose him. But Robert Pisano rescues that moment and keeps him hanging, keeps him hooked. Yeah,
Yeah, he got that, and then the Sophia thing. Here's the thing: when he went into all the Sophia stuff, he figured out that the Sophia program cost the same amount of money as the Hubble telescope program.
That's right.
And he was like, "What? No." I mean, it was like whatever billions of dollars it was, but it was the same amount of money, man. And I thought, well, that's like a
Kenny, when I heard that, right, Kenny, I was actually servicing my motorbike, right, and I had my little iPhone from 2009 hooked up on this electric meter there, just listening. And then I dropped the spanner when I heard about the Sophia being a 747, taking that. I dropped my spanner.
Right.
Man.
Right.
You know what I mean, what?
Oh,
I had to rewind it. I rewound it.
So he got a hold of the guy that's in charge of Sophia too, man.
Yeah.
Are you kidding me? And he put him to the task on, I took this picture on this date. I was on Sophia that day. And it was the exact same picture that Hubble took.
Exactly.
Oh my! And Pisano was showing us the two pictures on the screen, right? And they were exact, right?
Exactly the same.
Exactly the same. And I thought that was like fucking just like another nail in the coffin, man. It was so powerful. I was like, wait, what? Wait. That Sophia took the same picture? No, fuck off.
Do you remember that guy? Do you remember the guy from that channel called The Unsilent Majority? The one that used to shout out all the time. Do you remember the guy? Unsilent Majority.
He wasn't Scottish, no?
No, he was an American. He was an American.
I don't remember
loud.
that.
Loud and brash. He always used to pick up Robert Pisano, this guy. Okay.
Oh, excellent.
They took his channel down because he was so volatile.
Right.
Okay? Foul mouth, volatile, loud as fuck. Unsilent Majority, his channel was called. The Unsilent Majority.
Oh, damn, I missed that one.
Yeah, he was good. He was around. He was around right there with Robert Pisano at the same time, always there. Great guy. You know, he you know, because he got demonetized. Okay, he went into gaming instead. This guy. Okay, just to keep on YouTube. He's not around now, but you know, maybe he's still doing something a little bit. But before that, he was volatile, slagging off the government, slagging off the space agencies, heavy hitting. Right.
I love it.
Heavy hitting.
Love it.
Yeah.
Yeah, man. We can still heavy hit these guys, man.
Yeah. He always picked up Robert Pisano.
But to have somebody, you know, calling up these guys and getting them on the phone, you know, I'm nowhere near Pisano or QE or anybody that could really handle that, but
yeah, brilliant. What about
brilliant?
What about, you know, you were talking about satellites, yeah? Do you remember you were talking about satellites? And then he exposed how these companies are fake, putting up satellites and payloads into space. He said he's got this rocket project going on, and he's wondering how much it would cost to set my project into space. And do you remember, right? And he was ringing up these companies, to find how much it was going to cost. That was fucking brilliant as well. That was another expose. Exposing how these companies just get the money, but they're not putting anything into space at all.
Putting shit. They put it on a balloon at best.
Yeah.
At best.
Yeah, at best.
At best, they'll put it on a big old balloon. Yeah, thanks.
Yeah.
So my favorite.
He was asking how much it would cost him to have his project go up into space via their system, their launching system, you know? Yeah, man.
So my favorite bust of NASA is when, or just space in general, is when Samsung came out with the selfie satellite, and the selfie satellite was a big promotion that they were you're gonna be able to take a picture of your picture in space.
Now I remember. Now, yeah.
Right, and it took a picture of a video screen in space, and you know, and they had this big promotion with all these celebrities, and people were taking selfies, and you know, like a week later, man, this thing crashes back down to Earth, and it's connected to a fucking balloon.
Yeah, and it's beeping.
It's beeping. Still beeping. And it says Samsung selfie right on it, you know. It was like,
that's right.
Fuck off.
That was fucking brilliant, that one.
Shit me, bro. Man, that shit, I cannot believe.
I think I might
it's so
that
funny,
video
man.
because there's a... Yeah, I've got that one because there's a cluster of videos that I have where satellites have landed in people's backyards, still attached, still beeping, especially in Brazil. And the Brazilians are talking, what is this thing?
I remember the Brazilian
comes
one.
Up, Samsung, like you said, yeah.
But there was one, that thing crashed, I don't know, somewhere in the United States and in somebody's farm. And she's like, what? Hey, this thing just fell out of the sky over here. Check it out. You know, she's walking around.
Dangerous.
Anyway, Samsung selfie satellite. Are you kidding me? On a balloon. Boom.
There you go.
There you go. And
it was just that one they put up on a balloon.
It was only that one.
Yeah, the rest use the globe radius and.
Yes.
Yeah. And they get deployed from a spacecraft. Yeah. Their deployment. And
just the ones that come down are on balloons. Just those ones.
Yeah.
Exactly.
And whilst it's being deployed, you see a man's head just looking to make sure it's deploying properly in space. Yeah, you know that video? Do you remember that video, guys?
Yeah, all the ones you see in cartoons, those are definitely in space. Yeah, just the ones that come down are on balloons.
You hear the and
the
thing spinning away, coming out of the air, the space shuttle, and then suddenly you. Honestly, man.
Well,
shenanigans they play.
As far as I know, I'm the only one to capture a moon transit of a balloon with some kind of payload on it. I don't know, man, but I've been waiting for somebody else to capture it too, man, but it hasn't happened. But
and the other one that Robert Bassano did was about on the moon. The moon is not 258,000 miles away. Okay, and he explains how from the Earth, looking at the moon, you can recognize certain craters with the naked eye. Okay, right. Mm-hmm. But then he goes, but when you're looking at the
Tycho
Earth from
Tycho,
yes, when you're looking at the Earth from the moon now,
I can see Tycho right now, man. It's full moon, right?
Brilliant. You can't recognize any landmass, he says, any landmass at all. Yeah, right.
No.
But with an ordinary pair of binoculars from the military, a pair of binoculars, folks, you can see the moon clearly with a pair of binoculars.
Yeah.
258,000 miles?
No, just a pair of binoculars.
Yeah.
You can see.
But it's the way he emphasizes the binoculars, a pair of binoculars. Binoculars, folks.
I mean, you could see a crater that's only 7 miles across, according, whatever they say.
With a pair of binoculars.
With a pair of binoculars? Really? Oh, that's interesting. That's some really, really nice binoculars, man. Really nice.
Yeah, that's what he said, and he showed you them. He showed you them. When you have these binoculars and you can put them on a stand in the middle, it connects to the middle of the binoculars, the two eyepieces, and it's a long pole. He shows you it, spinning it around, because this is a pair of binoculars.
Yeah.
And then he said his daughter was looking through the binoculars, okay?
Yeah.
Or his niece, perhaps it was, right? Looking through the binoculars, and then she asks him, how come she can see the moon so clearly? And he said, because the moon is not 248,000 miles away.
That's right.
That's why. It has to be closer
for
you to be able to see it. Yeah. That's a good one.
That's a great one, man. So many. I mean,
I'm going to drop that one in the chat right now as we speak.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you for doing that, man. People get up. Jen, man, people get on you for Flat Earth Revolution. And
man,
I'm not on you about that, man. I'm with you on that one, bro.
Thank you. You know what? I've been talking in the other servers, like the Geo servers and that, okay, and you're talking their politics. I said, look, you have a two-party dictatorship. That's what's going on. Now, Jesse Ventura was saying that there's only one thing left for the US, and that is revolution. Now, he wants to, at the time, he wanted to run for presidency, okay? Presidency, he said, but you people have to put my name on your ballot. And if you do that, I would be compelled to do this, to become the Prime Minister of your country. But you've got to write my name on your ballots.
Right.
Okay? But that's all that's left. Okay? That's what he said, He goes, and the first thing I would do is cut the military budget and return all American personnel from all those bases back to America, because I don't want to see America as the world police. Who gave us that permission? He said, Jesse Ventura. I said, yeah, you see, there's a man who wants to do it right. You see, yeah, and integrity. They are speaking. He was the mayor of Minnesota before he was, and then he became the governor. Before that, he was a wrestler, Navy
Right.
SEAL.
Right.
He has a right to speak, right? And he doesn't like what he sees. Yeah.
Right.
So, yeah, you know, there you go. There's your man.
Let me ask you, Jen, man, why do you think he got promoted with that television show about conspiracies, man? I mean, that...
Well, I mean, he's got to make his money, isn't he? He's got to make his money.
Got to make the money. I get it.
Yeah,
I
he's
guess
making his money.
Is he?
He did look, because he wanted to look into the Kennedy thing. He knows it wasn't. It was. He knows it was an inside job. He knows 9/11 was an inside job. So quietly, he's livid because the country that he thought was kind of like squeaky clean, a beacon of freedom, is not. He knows it's a prison. It's a 24-hour film set out of control. That's why he's living in Mexico, off the grid. He literally lives off the grid. It's solar panels, clean water coming in. He goes to the US 6 months of the year. He lives on his property in Mexico 6 months of the year. No one knows where he is. As a military man, you can hide yourself. Yeah, yeah. And he speaks out clearly. So you know he's showing a level of integrity. The only thing I disagree with him on is that he thinks he's on a planet. That's the only thing, man. He thinks he's on a planet.
Fuck.
Yeah, he thinks he's on a planet.
Speaking of integrity, man, Jen, you are the epitome of integrity, man. I'll give you that, brother. Thank you.
I appreciate that, Kenny. Same to you, man. Right back at you, man.
Right back at you, man. I mean, we're 6,000 miles apart, according to the globe.
Right.
And I think we're much closer, by the way.
Yeah.
I do, man. I don't know. I saw something last week. Made me rethink where Japan is from where I'm at.
Oh, we're closer than that. Yeah. Oh, we're close.
Yeah, I think we're closer.
Oh, of course we are. Come on.
From the lakes of Minnesota to the hills of Tennessee.
You know, Jen you and I have done many solar observations together.
Yes, we have. Yeah.
Just like, where's the sun for you right now, or where's the moon for you right now? I mean, the sun is probably at about 45 degrees over your head right now.
Yeah, that would be about right.
Right there, right?
45 degrees.
45 degrees east, right? 45 degrees east, right?
Wait a minute. Let me just have another quick look at. 1 second. Give me a moment.
Okay. The moon is about 30 degrees on my horizon right now. It's a full moon, and I'm looking straight at it, and I can see Tycho with my naked eye, which is only like 50-something miles across. From 238,000 miles away, I'm seeing something 50 miles across. What?
It's currently it's just gone to 20 past 3. Okay, so it would be it's south for me, over my head, but more to the south at the moment, just slightly.
So it's
southeast. Yeah, at the moment.
Yeah. All right.
But by about 5 o'clock, okay, it moves over to it's kind of like northwest on its path. Northwest.
Right. Northwest, okay? Yeah.
Yeah. By about 5 o'clock in the afternoon. So the next 2.5 hours, it's going to be moving across. It'll end up if I'm walking west, if I'm heading west, the sun is to my right, which is northwest.
Yes.
If you know what I mean. Okay?
Yes. Exactly same here.
Yeah. Beautiful,
man.
Yeah.
Hey, flat stationary plane. We're not spinning, people. Get that through your noggin. Come on now.
Yeah. We don't move. We're not spinning. Nothing like that is happening.
Hate to burst your fucking bubble globe sorry. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
It's,
that thing doesn't exist. That thing doesn't exist.
Your little fairy tale bubble globe thing, man, it's in the past. Sorry.
Yeah.
It's in the past.
We've been doing this for 7 years straight.
Yep.
And when I joined the Hangouts with Poncho, Pete and that, I couldn't believe I'd landed in another university. I thought, wow, the level of intellect there was just blowing me away,
Hey, I liked what you said about the server yesterday.
Thank you.
About being a university.
Yep, that's what this server is.
And it is.
Yeah. Oh, it is. With integrity, because that's why we have the standard. I mean, it's so true because Jem Panda said it. We've got too high of a standard here. I said we can't be like you with no standards. That's why you're in disarray, confused, delusional. Come on, man. No. We have to adhere to the scientific method. Nature's laws come first. That's it.
Yeah, and those Mongos over there, man, they just, I don't know if they're making money doing what they're doing, but
look, they're making money. Look, if a man is panicking, jumping out of bed, he hasn't even brushed his teeth yet. He's still got yesterday's beer breath.
Yeah.
Stubble, and he's trying to do damage control. You can tell he's panicking. Come on, man. They're getting paid.
Hey, Elon Musk is paying me by the hour, guys. So, hey.
There you go.
That's good.
It's good. I'm not going to tell you how much either because you'd be jealous. You'd be jealous.
Uh-oh. Excuse me, gentlemen. Hang on.
Go ahead, Jen.
Okay, let me...
From the lakes of Minnesota to the hills of Tennessee, across the plains of Texas, from sea to shining sea, from New York to LA, I'm proud to kill a few Vietnamese, 'cause I'm an American, I can say. I'm proud to own a AK-47 when I go to Vietnam and kill a few Vietnamese because LBJ told me to, and I gladly stand up and kill Vietnamese because I was sent here to do, and there ain't no doubt I love this land. I love killing me some Vietnamese.
I'm glad you're retired, Jim. You have time to.
I do.
Bust out a few truths in music, rhyme, rhythm, whatever you want to call it, man.
If I could play the guitar like you, I would be dangerous.
Dangerous, dude. You'd be like, you'd be like Truth Central dangerous, man. Like,
hey, I was gonna ask you, do you play James Taylor on your guitar?
No, I've never played it. I can't. I mean, I could. I mean, I'd probably sit down and learn a couple of his songs, but no.
You would be awesome as a James Taylor. He'd be great.
James Taylor's. I saw him in concert once, man. Pretty chill, man. Pretty chill. Truther.
You would be awesome. I've seen fire and I've seen rain. I've seen lonely days that I thought would never end.
Right.
I've seen lonely times when I could not find a friend. But I always thought that I'd see you again.
Yeah. No, we live in an amazing place that tells us everything we need to know about this living place. Why? Because we live on it, Mongos. If you think you live in outer space, man, you got another thing coming, man. As Judas Priest would say.
Excuse me.
You got another thing coming if you think you're living in outer space and some shooting outer space ball space thing.
And if you want to call yourself a monkey, go ahead.
Mm-hmm. Hey, I'm just a speck of dust that turned into a monkey that landed on a rock. Come on, Jim. We're monkeys that landed on rocks, dude. That's what happened. From magical fairy dust that came out of a unicorn's fart, okay? And it totally works perfectly with refraction and gravity, okay? Come on. It's
I love these people who get on video and say, well, we're in this big universe and we're just a speck passing through and we're nothing. It's like, thanks very much. Speak for yourself. Don't speak for me.
There you go. and that's a good position to have, actually, man. It's like, do you really think you came out of some magical fairy dust, Big Bang, spinning monkey, gravity, shooting star, galaxy, universe thing, man, that potentially could have come from some asteroid with, some bacteria on it that created sand. And
some bacteria on it.
Yeah, what? Really? What evidence do you have for some Big Bang unicorn fart that created bacteria? What do you got? You got something for me, bro, man? That'd be cool, man. Yeah.
If you share it with me, I'd really appreciate it.
That would be so cool, Professor Phil fucking Mongo. Shit. They got fuck all, man. That's the cool thing of where we sit, man. They ain't got nothing. They ain't got shit, man. They just sit there and go, it's just an imaginary Disneyland unicorn fart that created everything and it's perfect. And what? No. You ain't got nothing.
And the sad thing is, I think they know they got nothing, but because they're getting paid, they go through the motions.
Yep.
I think that's exactly what it is.
Yeah. The guy that turned me on to the potential of a flat Earth, and just kind of got me thinking. He's like, dude, man, there's people out there that are calling me going, hey, man, we'll set you up. We'll start your own business. There's, you know too much, But we'll
You've been approached by the other side?
No, not me. The guy that turned me on to. And they got approached and said, yeah, we'll set you up and this and that. So if you ever wonder why people have, a 27,000 square foot house with a pool on the ocean, they got set up, man. Somehow they decided to play for the other team, man, and that's good luck with that, man. Good luck.
They control the printing presses. They can run them all day.
Yep.
People don't realize that he who owns the gold owns the world. They don't realize that.
He who prints the money. The gold is
right. The gold doesn't exist, man. It's minuscule compared to the printing of digital currency, man. It's ridiculous.
You can transfer $100 billion in about 10 seconds today.
But we look around. We see houses. We see cars. We see airplanes. We see all kinds of buildings and facilities and roads. I mean, somebody's building this shit, for fuck's sake, man. And thank you guys for building all this cool shit, man. Otherwise, I wouldn't be sitting in my car talking to you guys on my fucking phone. So there's been some cool people out there that did some cool shit, man, and built some amazing shit. But does it lead to outer space, spinning, shooting ball through space in millions of miles an hour? I don't think so, man. It's not that cool. It's a cool concept. It's a cool story, bro. But it's not reality. Reality says we just sitting here, man. And it's nice to just sit here sometimes. Just quiet, yeah.
Are you on the beach now or close to the beach?
Yeah, I'm like, I don't know, 8 miles, 7, somewhere in there. Close. I'm really close.
Oh, I'm jealous. I love the beach.
I was there yesterday. I was at the beach. It was nice. I put a picture in the live stream a while ago.
Yeah, the pretty sunset.
Of the
sun moving away.
Sun moving away. Yes, it was going on the vanishing point. As we call it.
Yes, it was.
And
people don't understand when we talk like that.
No, they don't.
The sun never sets, folks. I'm sorry. It just moves away.
It goes beyond the vanishing point.
It goes to where we can no longer see the light. I'm sorry. They got no clue what we're talking about.
Well, I mean, it's real simple, man. I always take people to street lights when I try to explain vanishing point. It's like,
Yeah,
dude, okay, let's stand under the street light. It's over your head, right? Okay. Let's start walking. Can we walk? Let's walk away from the light, okay? If you get like within 100 yards from that light, it's already dropped fucking like a minimum of 45 degrees, right?
Yep.
Hey, you walk another 100 yards, it's gonna drop even more, man. And it's not gonna take too much longer before you're not gonna see it. Maybe a few miles at the most. Yeah, depends. It depends on your view. But literally, man, if you stand under the light, which is 90 degrees above your head, and walk away 100 yards, it's dropped half at minimum. It's dropped 45 degrees minimum. I think it's more than that. Yeah. And if you keep walking, what do you think's going to happen, man? The thing's going to disappear and be beyond your vanishing point, bro. That's it, man. It's not a complicated thing, man.
I had somebody send me a note tonight. They said I sent them one of those sunlights, suns moving away from the in the meme, and right. and I said law of perspective and vanishing point, and they put it in the notes. They said, "Yeah, painters and we learn about that right at the beginning. The very first thing when I was a painter, very first day we learned about law of perspective and vanishing point, but they never teach Globers that."
No.
Because if they did, they'd ruin their life.
Just show somebody. You can 100 yards is nothing, man. I mean, you just stand under it and walk away 100 yards. Where is it at? It's halfway between over your head and the horizon. That's it, man. Boom. Halfway, 100 yards. That's all it takes.
So where's Flat Earth Day Saints tonight?
I don't know, man. I hope he's safe and sound, and it was cool of him making a little video of us on the beach. That was nice.
That was really cool. I'm sorry you couldn't see the Black Swan.
Yeah, wasn't meant to be. We'll do it again some other time, but I was there. I had my P900. I was ready, but it got a little fogged in.
You have a P9000, a P1000,
P900,
a 900. Oh wow! How long have you had it?
Over 3 years, for sure.
Wow, that's awesome.
Maybe 4.
You got every tool in the book to destroy the globe.
That's all you need, man. It's P900 Globe Killer.
Yep.
Yeah, Globe Killer. Oh, the cops are here, man. Oh, shit. Earlier, I heard some fireworks. I think they're coming to check it out. Anyway, I'm at my friend's house, but he's a light sleeper, so I came out to my car, and I'm just sitting in my car here in his driveway. I'm talking to you good people that love perspective, man. Perspective is so cool, man. I love showing people perspective.
Hey, man, listen. Why'd you call the cops on your friend?
I know, right? I'm such a cuck. Fuck.
You're like, he's a light sleeper, so I'm out here. Is it bullshit? You're out there waiting for the cops, you son of a bitch. Yeah, he's in there. He's in there, real light sleeper, so it shouldn't be a problem.
Well, I'm sure those fireworks woke him up, man. That was pretty loud.
Maybe not, man. You know, I slept through. I'm just kidding. Who knows?
I'll ask him tomorrow, man. Say, hey, man, did you wake up at 11:45?
There's a SWAT team.
What the fuck?
Next door for like 6 hours. You're tearing up the place. You didn't hear any of that? Good Lord.
Tell me you're a light sleeper. You're lying.
Yeah, right.
You fucking lying.
Okay, well then I will wake you for nuclear warfare, okay?
So, stand under the street light, look up, and say, hey, man, and walk 100 yards away and see where it is in your perspective. That's all I'm asking, man. I'm not asking a lot, dude. It's halfway on the horizon already, man. Halfway. Minimum. And just keep walking. Eventually, it'll go beyond your vanishing point. Oh my!
I don't care about any of that. I want to see them. One of them measure the surface of what we're living on. One measurement, right? They're like, well, what's an acceptable measurement? Motherfucker, we got videos upon videos. You figure it out. Gotta be kidding me.
10 miles, man. Can you give me a 10-mile measurement?
Dude, you could debunk it 3 to 4 miles.
Could.
It's silly. It's a fucking silly thing.
Under 10 miles.
Certainly under 10. Yeah, 1 foot observer height to under 10 miles. And like, how is that hard? For real though.
It's not.
It's obvious. It makes it obvious. Like, they're like, well, we're just going to hang out on the internet instead. Like, no. Did you ever once think that maybe if you could provide the evidence for the thing that should be so obvious, we wouldn't be here. We wouldn't know each other. I wouldn't be pointing out your character flaws like this. But here we are. Silly.
Here we are, man. Professor.
Yeah.
Come on.
Depressor.
Depressor. You guys had some exchanges with some DMs. I don't know. I didn't get any. Thank you.
Good. That's good. He's leaving you out of it.
Yeah.
He's just yelling at us. That's all it is. He's saying I'm right, and I'm yelling about it. Yeah.
Hey, did you just describe Radius from a pirate?
I did. I sure did. Yep. Also, no, I don't know what you're talking about.
In R we trust.
But yes, R. Oh, now I get it.
We're going to trust the R, that it's correct, and we're going to put our cement shoes in this R.
It's strange, they're like, well, we don't have to go from point A to B to get a measurement from A to B, right? We don't have to go to the center of the ball and dig to it, find how long it really is from the surface to the center. No. We don't have to do that.
No.
But hold on. Every other radius found has to do that, but not when it comes to the Earth. Nope.
No 90 degrees. No.
Yep.
It's a Jupiter. Jupiter says that we're round. Is it Jupiter? Yeah.
I don't think Jupiter says anything.
Well, didn't they take some calculation? And
I'm
Matthew,
sure they did, yes.
Matthew would agree. It's a calculation.
Right. Hold on a sec. I want to take this opportunity to welcome Bull Knox. Bull Knox doesn't have any roles. If somebody could just automatically VC verify this person so we can have a little bit of good copy happening here before I crash out for the night.
Yeah, me too, man. I can.
Bull Knox. Let's see if somebody else.
Bull Knox. Let me see. Let's see if I can do it from my phone, man. I don't know. Let me try. Bull Knox, where are you? B. Bull Knox. All right, click on Bull Knox. And what do I get to do? Mute? Unmute? He's not muted.
No, he needs VC verified to speak, I think.
Oh, fuck. I don't know where to do that.
Bull Knox, you're getting the late show here.
Late night. Yeah, it's late night fucking Mongo's in here, man.
But can you type in the live stream voice text, Bull Knox?
Damn it.
Suppose that's a no.
Alright. This could have been good, damn it.
Right, just a nice quick one before bed.
Right? Yeah, it's like, it could have been good. Could have been good.
Oh well. Okay, Bull Knox, I gotta let you know something. If you can hear us. The reality of the situation is that the Earth measures flat. Everywhere anybody measures it, anybody observes it against the globe math, it observes and measures flat. We don't have to talk about anything else. They can't detect rotation. They can't prove that we are pressurized but next to a vacuum. They can't prove that shit either. But the best part is that the supposedly most obvious thing about a globe, right, would be that it's rounded, it's curved. We can't seem to find it, so everything else is just kind of irrelevant at this point, even though we've destroyed those quote-unquote arguments as well. So I think what the thing is if you're a glober, if you're listening, because I know I just scared you off, that's fine.
I don't think he went up. I don't think he went to DC, did he?
Just go out and measure it. That's all I'm trying to say. No, he's in my DMs though.
Oh, is he? Oh, there he's back.
Yes, back. I can hear you. Okay. Bull Knox, let's try it again. Go to the live stream voice text and type there, at the very least. Oh, he doesn't need verified. Okay. Yeah, just, well, whatever.
Open your mic, Bull Knox.
Bull Knox, I think it's up to you, partner, on this one now. He says he's suppressed.
He probably needs to be verified role.
Well, I think so. I think his mic is on now. Bull Knox, can you hear us?
Hello.
Oh, no way. What's up?
No way, bro! What's going on?
What's up, dude?
All right. So we got a live one. Bull Knox, what brings you in this evening?
Exploring,
You're exploring. That's good. That's good. And wow, okay. So did you come?
Not here to negate. I'm just I'm just looking to explore.
So are you here to learn?
Yeah, sure.
Do you have any questions for us?
No, I don't think so. So context. I don't think I need to give context, but I'm very curious to kind of learn, like what you guys have, in terms of teachings, so to speak. I come from a mechanical engineering background, so.
So you might be able to get this. Okay. Well, best way to learn is ask questions. So once again, whatever you'd like to know, we'd love to tell you about.
I will say, you guys put me on the spot right here. I'm a little saucy bossy today, so.
I think we can handle it. I think.
I'm a little sauce today, dude. We had a good night out, and so.
Sometimes that's just what the doctor ordered. So.
Exactly. Yeah. So.
What's your favorite drink?
It's probably gonna. This might be contradictory to a lot of people's palates, but I like a smoky Scotch. So
okay. All right.
Lefroy 12, 15. I do like a Macallan. I like that. Not that smoky though. But yeah, Lefroy was tonight's poison, I'd say.
Very good. Very good.
Yeah.
So it's nice you had fun. Can I just ask what part of the world or what part of the state you live in?
New York City.
Ooh, okay. So you're in Manhattan, huh?
Yep.
Well, very cool. Very cool.
Well, did you hear my spiel about measuring flat?
So, sort of. I was trying to finagle a bunch of settings here, there, and typing and this and that, but
literally, that's all the juice I had for the rest of the night. No, I'm just kidding. Cool. Well, simply put, if I can do that, we'll see, folks, if I can do that. Earth is flat and stationary. No matter how hard we try to find that globe, we can't find it. That's the reality situation. And we've tested every single micro or macro way to try and find that globe. And every time we believe the official narrative down the road of one of our tests, experiments, measurements, observations, we're disappointed because we don't find the globe math to match reality whatsoever.
I got a fun question for Bullinox.
Do it.
Okay.
Do it.
What is your best globe proof without NASA and without pointing at the sky?
I got nothing for you guys.
Can I ask a question to Mr. Bullinox from New York City?
Oh, why am I getting pummeled, dude? I'm in a poker tournament right now.
Oh,
no, you're not. I'm gonna bow out because I got some shit to do. So go ahead.
So are you a Yankee fan or a Met fan?
I'm a Met fan.
Okay. Hey, they're pretty good this year.
They're doing pretty. I mean, I'm a bigger NBA fan and hockey fan, so it sucks for our Rangers, but yeah, Mets are doing all right. Maybe.
So are your Knicks ever going to get back on the saddle?
I'm a Nets fan. I'm sorry.
Oh, Nets. Sorry. Okay.
Yeah. I'm from Jersey, so dirty Jers. For all you want to troll me.
And, the Nets underperformed a little bit this year, but that's okay.
They really did, but hey, at least Boston's in the finals. So
yeah,
Boston's going to win it. I think Boston's going to win it.
Well, Boston had the lead going into the fourth quarter, but they blew it tonight, so they're down 3-2. Anyway,
I'm curious, in everyone's opinion, Jesus Christ, I'm on the wrong headphones. My bad.
Uh-oh.
In everyone's opinion, how's Flat Earth doing this year?
Are they in first place?
What kind of? I feel like that's a loaded question in this.
Well, Certainly is, but
it's in last place this year. Like, come on, dude.
Hey! I just looked at the standings. It's Flat Earth has 49 wins and 25 losses, and the Globe has 0 wins and 74 losses, and there's 24 ties.
I mean, seriously, honest. I mean, dude. Seriously, honestly, is that if you say seriously, honestly, then you just make yourself look like a dipshit, which I just said. So then, how about if I say, with, from what you've experienced so far, from you being involved with Flat Earth for however long, it doesn't matter. So this year is Flat Earth on the upside or the downside? Love you guys.
Hey, did Flat Earth make...
I'm coming back from the Styx concert, and I'm just...
Oh, you are? How was it? Good?
It was fucking awesome.
Oh, that's great. Styx is awesome.
I just posted a video on Facebook that my mom took from her Kindle. So bad. I've watched it like 6 times. The Mr. Roboto
You can take video
song.
from a Kindle now?
Dude, you can take video from a Kindle the whole fucking time. What are you talking about? I
thought it was still black and white.
I have a fucking Samsung S9 Plus, and she took way better video than I could take, because I was trying to take pictures and video, and everything that I tried to take, I could everything was fucked up. But she was she was sitting in the wheelchair. She was sitting in her wheelchair watching Styx, and she started trying to do it from her phone. She was like, "Fuck this! I'm pulling out the Kindle," and boom, she captured this badass freaking video of Mr. Roboto. The whole song, it was fucking. I've listened to it like 6 times now before I jumped in here. It was so freaking awesome. And so, yeah, I mean, I don't know how my 70-year-old mother freaking captured a better video than I could, from my freaking Samsung.
I mean, it's either that or don't let it end. Like, those are the two that you got to see.
Dude, I promise, man. I promise. The video is just freaking badass. I already posted. I shared her. I shared.
Where'd you see
know
that?
how to see? She didn't
Where'd
know.
You see Styx?
Yeah, I saw him tonight. I was with my mom.
Where at? Where was
in it? In Fayetteville, Arkansas. Well, it was in Rogers, but it's really close to Fayetteville. Cool. At Walmart Amphitheater. But anyway, we went there. We went there, and we pulled her up in a wheelchair, and she had everything ready, and she's sitting there recording Styx, all the songs and shit. She's like, I'm hitting record, and I'm trying to record and take pictures and shit, and my phone sucks compared to her fucking Kindle.
Nah, you need to be honest. You need to be honest with yourself. Your mom outdid you with technology. You need to be honest.
No,
she outdid you.
No, wait. She recorded the videos, and I started looking at some of the videos that she took. I'm like, she was like, "Can you help me share this on Facebook?" And I'm like, yes, but let me take a look at it first. And so I.
And then she was like, "But wait, first, can you crop it for TikTok?"
No,
and you're like, "Oh,
no. She doesn't do TikTok. She only does Facebook.
If she did TikTok, she would be the greatest mom of all time."
Yeah, I watched the video and I was like, "Holy shit, that's a really good video." I mean, she captured the entire Mr. Roboto from Styx, and I'm like, I'm definitely going to help you share that on your channel and on your Facebook, and I'm going to share it. Well, I didn't say it at the time because I had to listen to it a few times, and it's like, this is badass because I didn't capture that. Dude, it was really badass. Her Mr. Roboto freaking capture is freaking awesome. She was just sitting in the wheelchair, just capturing Mr. Roboto, like with her Kindle. She's like, "I'm gonna record this." She's like, "Can you help me share it?" I'm like, Yes. After I saw it, I was like, yeah, that's a really good recording of Styx live performing Mr. Roboto. Of course, I'm going to help you share it. It was freaking awesome. If you're on Facebook and you're following me, I shared her video on my channel, so it was awesome. But anyway, what were we talking about? People being dickheads and they don't even know how to freaking talk about flat Earth and they're just making shit up.
I think Bull Knox is in the middle of a card game, aren't you?
I am.
Are you doing well? Are you betting any money?
I am. Yeah.
Okay. Are the guys you're playing cards with you?
No, it's online.
I was going to say, if they're with you, you could talk flat Earth at the same time you talk to us with them.
Yeah, no, it's online though. I would have to type everything you say and lose every hand by doing so.
If you were at the apartment or the house, you could put us on voice and we could get all your responses at one time.
Nah. I don't think my wifey wants to hear any of that.
Oh, your wife doesn't know you're talking to flat earthers tonight.
Oh, that's really bad. If she doesn't want you to talk to flat earthers, or she doesn't know.
We've never had this conversation before.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't think it's ever come up. Like there's never been a scenario.
Well, since it's never come up, have you ever talked to flat earthers before?
I've been in this chat. I've been like dabbling in, but I've never actually in person ever met one.
Well, what's a dabble? I mean, have you been curious about? Hold on. Have you been curious about the topic before?
Oh my god, it's like you're trying to convert a gay or something like that.
I'm not trying to convert a goddamn person. I'm just asking what you think about it so far. Have you ever talked to anyone about this before?
I've only been able to listen in said Discord.
What do you think? Yeah. Since you've been able to listen,
I love you guys.
Hey, yeah, we're fun. And do you think that anything we talk about is legit or whatever? Yes, we're jokers. We can be funny and fun to talk to. But how about the information? I mean, what do you think about it?
I think a lot of people in here are. Well, no, I'm not doing that. I think a lot of fucking morons.
Yeah, because your wife would probably really feel bad. It's like, you motherfucker! I found out you were talking to those motherfucking flat earthers.
No. I think a lot of people in here are absolutely moronic. But
really? So wait. What?
No, I'm not saying.
In which way? I mean, moron means you're just completely ignorant of everything, right?
Yeah. So people say.
Do you think that everybody here is talking about flat Earth is completely moronic?
No, I said.
All right. Well, then let's start over.
Like I think there's a lot of people that have passed through mechanical engineering school that are fucking dumbasses who barely got through it. And can't do anything of applied sciences, right?
I don't think that has anything to do with what we're talking about.
Well, I guess that's like the side I come from, and I'm saying is like there are within like every community, computer science, which is what I'm in now, like cybersecurity, but like there's a lot of dumbasses everywhere, right? But there's a lot of good shit and compelling shit that I've heard in here.
Yeah, we more talk about physical science. Not computer science.
I know.
Okay, well then let's talk about physical science.
I don't feel like talking about physical science.
Really? Do you know anything about it?
No, I don't know anything about it.
Okay, then, do you want to learn anything about it? You think everybody that's a flat earther is dumb?
No, I don't think that at all. You're putting words in my mouth.
Okay, well, no, I'm not putting words in your mouth. You said everybody that's a flat earther is a fucking moron.
All right, I know you came back
less
from
than 2 minutes ago.
Listen, I know you came back from a Styx concert and you're sort of trashed.
Motherfucker, I'll do this shit all day. Doesn't matter if I just came back from a Styx concert.
And I wasn't attacking anyone of the community either. I was just saying you have to be cognizant that there are a lot of idiots that are part of this community and my community and every other community. You have to realize that. That being said, I totally love a lot of first of all, science is like all about philosophy, right? Like theory, right? And it's all theories until it's proven wrong. So I love both sides of it, and I'm not on either side, right? Like,
so the last thing, Bull, according to you, is the last thing that you want to talk about is physical science.
We could talk about it. I would love to hear. I don't know if this is the right medium to be talking about it in your current state, but it's fine if you want to.
You don't have to talk to me. Talk to the other people. Everybody else.
Listen, it's so weird.
Talk to me, bro.
I mean, I'm Jim. You want to talk? You want to tap in here or what?
The only thing I was going to say, Bull Knox, you're in New York City. Have you ever, with your physical eyes, with your vision, empirical evidence, have you ever seen curvature of the Earth with your own eyes?
I mean, you guys have probably debunked this, and I probably haven't heard of it, but I do go fishing, and oftentimes, boats disappear past where I could see them in the same direction. So I'm sure you guys have a reason for that. So I'd be curious to hear that, but that's probably the only physical experience, that I've ever, other than in like scientific, like microscopic levels of like, when I was doing like wind turbine testing, and we did vibration analysis as well as like we did laser analysis to determine like the harmonic frequencies of the structure that we were developing. Other than that, which is a very short amount of, it was maybe about 10 feet within a wind tunnel, rather, with a laser pointing at our structure, we were able to like detect curvature of the laser, like deflection, so on and so forth. But in the physical eye, the only thing I could say is, when I was, fishing 60 miles off, and there's another boat way far out, and it just disappears straight. So you probably have an answer for that.
Are you about
Give her accurate description of natural science? Thank you so much.
Are you about 6 foot tall?
Yeah, 6 foot. Yeah.
If you happen to be, just as an example, if you happen to be on a shoreline and you're 6 feet tall.
Oh yeah, I do. Oh, sorry.
Yeah, if you're on the shoreline and you're 6 foot tall, the Earth Curve Calculator, which is what NASA uses, and all the people who believe we live on a spinning, watery, curvy, bendy ball, a globe, they'll calculate that the geometric horizon, or the horizon, will be out there 3 miles, and that's when boats will start going over the horizon or going over the curve. And so,
what happens there?
So that's basically what you're explaining when you're out in your boat,
like
and
very,
you see other
very,
boats.
very simplistic, just observatory, natural human. That's what I see. Like because that was what you were asking for, right? Like from my
what
eyes.
is natural human? What do you mean? I mean, this is weird.
When I use my eyes, dude.
Okay, natural human. No, I mean, no, you're just using terms that nobody ever uses. You're just saying shit.
I mean, you're being
willy-nilly,
incredibly condescending, so I'm going to be condescending back.
Okay, fine, but
you're just absolutely
you were talking to someone else. You were talking to someone else, and you're still using these bullshit terms like human this and that.
Well, Jim said like.
Why don't you talk about what we're talking about, and then we can maybe be able to come to a
Jim,
conclusion.
Next. So yeah, Jim, to your question, yes. The only thing that I said was from the sailboat analogy, or like whatever.
Yeah. So if you happen to take that, if you stand up and you have a 6 feet observation height above the water in your sailboat, then NASA and everybody who believes that we live on a spinning, watery, bendy, curvy ball.
What happens?
They will say that it's going over the curve. What happens is, your eye can only go a certain distance. You can only see a certain distance. And because of law of perspective and vanishing point, as that boat moves away from you that you think goes over the curve, it's just moving out of your sight. And if you have some sort of
why does the sail start lowering then?
Yeah, well, it's
Hey, wait. I have an answer. Yeah,
go ahead.
The sail doesn't lower.
It just gets smaller.
Hold on. It does get smaller, and the boat does as well as it moves away from you.
Yep.
All right, check this out. And I always ask this, and it may be offensive to you. Do you think the horizon is the curvature of the Earth?
Nope.
All right, so Bull, the horizon is not the curvature of the Earth?
Nope.
Okay, cool. So what is the horizon?
I don't know.
We have to start there before you even start to describe what you might or might not see if you're standing on the shore of Earth and what
I don't know.
boat is doing.
I honestly don't know.
Wow, God damn.
I would have assumed it's curved. Unless I'm just gonna get banned for saying anything.
Nobody's gonna ban you, bro.
No,
this is why I asked this simple question. You said I don't know. That's the best answer you could give.
So I would have assumed. So in the horizon, right? What you're saying?
You would have assumed that the curvature of the Earth is the horizon, right? In that scenario where the boat, you can see the sail last as it moves away from you. Correct? I mean, come on, don't fuck with me, bro. I mean, this is what you were saying. Don't fucking lie, bro. That's what you were saying.
I don't like your attitude, but
yeah, because I'm a dick.
Yeah, and you're drunk.
Don't pretend that's not what you were saying, though.
Look, that's not why I'm here. You guys,
I don't care why you're here. Tell me whether or not you're being what you were saying.
You were an absolute great advocate.
Tell me whether or not that's what you were saying, Bull. Tell me, yes or no. That's what you were saying.
I could just go on mute again.
The reason that you can see the top part of the sail is because
it's whatever you like.
It's because it's going over the curvature of the Earth. We heard you say it. I mean, you can lie all you want to.
I'm not lying, dude.
All right. So, is the horizon the curvature of the Earth? Yes or no?
Here's what I'm going to recommend to you. You should probably drink some water.
You don't have to recommend a goddamn
maybe take an Advil.
Bro, I've been on this shit for a long time, so you don't have to.
I'm sure you have, but tonight you came back from a Strix concert and you're trashed. So you might want to go to bed,
dude. I even if I come back from a concert, I mean, people know.
Back from a concert.
Helios a truth seeker. You don't. Need
Everybody knows shit about me. I mean, you don't know shit about me, bro.
You're being I'm here. Look. Either you want to,
dude. I'm asking you a yes or no freaking question. Why are you trying to freaking throw in there? As you know, if I'm inebriated, and that's why
What would you like me to? What would you like me to tell you?
I want you to tell me what you think
about what
are the boats disappearing over the horizon, which is the curvature of the Earth, or are they disappearing due to relative perspective, not relative perspective. That's
okay. I'm going to say the first one because you can't even back up your own argument.
All right, cool. So, hey, everyone, he said the first one. He said the horizon is curvature of the Earth and the boats are going over it. You guys have at it.
Go ahead, Jim.
Oh, I would just say we've been taught. Bill Nye and all those people have been, teaching us that it's the curvature of the Earth and the boat is disappearing over the horizon. The only problem with that is that you're never taught law of perspective and vanishing point, which every painter who has ever started, day one of being a painter is taught about law of perspective and vanishing point from day one. Basically, the boat is.
I'm curious on what it is.
Yeah, your eyes can only see so far.
Relative perspective or something around those.
Yeah, law of perspective and vanishing point. Your eyes can only see so far, and you can no longer see the boat. because it's gone out of your view of sight, as your eyes can do. But
makes sense.
What great technology we have today! You can take a Nikon 900 or a Nikon 1000. The 900 has a
enhance what you can actually see. Is what you're saying.
It actually has an 86 magnification on the P900, and you can use that. And
something that you couldn't see with your eyes, then we have like the advanced technology of like a certain lens, and then boom, there it is again, right?
Actually, the hull, the everything on the boat, and you can even see the water on the other side of the boat,
which is interesting. That's an argument for flat Earth. That's pretty awesome.
Yes, because
as long as we have more technology to see even farther, we can continuously prove that flat Earth still exists. Because we see the water in front of the boat, we still see the hull, but we don't see it with our eyes.
No, right? Exactly.
That's the type of logic that I like to hear, rather than screaming at me, Helio, and telling me to pick one or the other. Like, fuck you.
Commentating on the moderation or other people, right?
Bro, I was
That's
just pointing out.
That's not necessary. Helio, I'm dealing with this.
Yeah, go ahead.
So that's not necessary, right? People are people. People have different approaches. You may or may not like one's approach. This is not the forum to complain about somebody's approach. So the logic states that you have been told you live on a globe with the radius of 3959, right? With that radius,
what does that mean? What is 3959?
The amount of miles, which is the proclaimed radius of the globe Earth.
Okay.
From the center to the outside of the globe.
Okay.
So with that radius, we can calculate where the horizon must be on a certain observer height. So at an observer height at 1
feet, or 1 foot or 10 feet, we can figure it out, right?
1 foot observer height, the horizon must be at 1.225 miles. That's just geometry, right?
Without like clouds or any obstructions, so on and so forth. Yeah, makes sense.
Right. When you're looking at a large lake, and you're lying on your belly on the
mathematically
beach.
speaking, period, end of story.
Correct. So this horizon, right, which is which the globe says is the geometric edge, which boats and buildings should get blocked by, is at 1.225 miles when you're lying on your belly looking over the water. So we have observations at 1 foot where we see the horizon almost 10 times further than the globe geometric limitations.
Do we have an image we can show?
Sure. Yeah, I'm going to post it.
Hell yeah.
Are you following the live stream voice text?
I'm in it. I'm in it now. Yeah. I want to it's like, you know what I mean? Like when someone has like these images and their thoughts in their head, it makes so much sense to explain it. But then if there's like an image everyone else can see, for example, like even not just me, but like everyone else in the chat.
I know.
Like
you are not the first one coming here asking for the evidence, right? So yes,
I'm not even just for me. It's just for other people who are like maybe not like all on
this
mute
is being
stuff. This will be helpful for them too.
Yes. Right.
Like I'm in tech sales at this point. Like I got out of software engineering.
That's all.
The money's
right?
in sales. So,
right.
But everyone loves images.
Everybody knows this argument already, right? You're the first one apparently to hear
way.
Wait, is
There's
tech
probably a
sales
couple.
better than software engineering?
Yeah, definitely. Yeah.
I'm going into software engineering. Should I change that?
No, it's good. What's your stack? Like, what's your prefer? I mean, what are you looking to do in software engineering? It's like very vague. What is it?
Like React.
Wait, I can't hear. Can anyone else hear?
I can hear you just fine.
Sasha, it was like it's like.
No, two tech wizards are talking, and it's unlistenable.
I was
You
saying
do
like
realize
maybe
Bullnox,
Yeah. Sasha, add me and we can talk offline. It's fine.
Hey, Bullnox, when you're claiming that boats go over the curve, you do understand that you're also claiming a geometric horizon at that point, right?
Agreed. Yes.
Okay.
Focus. So I've posted the Black Swan argument, right?
Where is that? Where is it? Flat Buddha? Flat Earth Buddha?
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. So do you see those two oil rigs? You see them?
Yeah. That makes sense, in my opinion.
Right. So this observation has been done. Can you focus and not interrupt me because I'm
sorry. I'm just like
getting
thinking
a bit
out loud
annoyed now, right?
Go ahead.
So this observation has been done at 1 foot observer height. We can show you the original video of the guy walking on the beach, then going down on his belly and putting the camera on a stone that is approximately 1 feet. I think it's even a little bit less than 1 feet. Doesn't matter. And he zooms in on these two oil rigs, and it shows that the horizon is beyond the second most furthest oil rig. If you watch the video, you can even see land that is 23 miles away, but that's beside the point. The oil rigs are for distance markers, right? So we can safely say that the horizon is beyond 9.4 miles. This is something we can safely say. With the observation at 1 foot, the horizon had to be at 1.225 miles, right? Because this is what geometry tells us if you are on a globe with the radius of 3959. Yet we are seeing it almost 10 times further, thus debunking the radius. Now, this is not the only observation we can show you, right? We can show you the Guinness Book of World Records longest distance photograph, which is 270 miles. We can show you laser tests going from 5 miles, 10 miles, 15 miles, 20 miles, 24 miles, 30 miles, right? All these laser tests are done over water, frozen, not a frozen ice lake, that was a light test, but these laser tests are done over large lakes where they put the laser at point A at a certain observer height, right? The laser is at a certain height. Then they go to the other side of the lake, stand on the same observer height, and see the laser hitting the target.
Yeah,
and the best part of it all.
Roger, well, go ahead. Finish your.
No,
can I say something? Yeah, please. And
I'm going to finish up, and then I'm going to yield the floor again, right? I'm going to finish up, and then I'm going to mute myself. So the best part of it all, Bulk, is that you can do this yourself, right? You can actually go to a beach or a large lake and validate this. You can actually go out and test the globe claims and see if it's actually true or not. Right? Because the only time Earth is a ball is on your screen. That is the only time. For the rest, every human being alive and was ever alive, right, has experienced the Earth as a flat, non-rotating Earth. That is how the Earth presents itself to us. Now, the claim lies on the table that, well, actually, right, your senses are incorrect. Don't trust your senses. Earth is actually a ball hurtling through space, spinning around at 1,000 miles per hour. But you don't have to trust your senses. Trust your screen, because we know better. But the only thing you will ever have is the floor you are standing on. So why not test the floor you are standing on? Okay, I'm done now. I'm going to.
All right, cool. So before you start with your objection or response, let me just say this really quickly. Bull, do you understand what Roger was saying completely?
Completely.
All right, cool. So do you have a response that would actually be an objection that can verify your that can verify the globe claim, or will you just say that flat earthers are dumb?
No, I just will say that, like, not really. Okay,
well, I mean, see, this is why.
Where's
this
this
is why
picture?
I wanted.
Where's
to
this picture? Where's this picture?
Hold on.
Okay, drunk.
All right, all right. I'm gonna say this. I'm gonna say it.
I will say
not the same thing, but
no.
Hey,
to Roger, because I appreciate
Christ, this fucking guy.
I mean, Mr. Drunk Man, I love that you loved Strix, a wonderful Mr. Robot.
I already know what you're going to say in response to Roger, so go ahead.
What am I going to say?
You're going to say that everybody else believes the Earth is a globe, so why the fuck you guys think it's flat?
Wow, how intellectual of you. That was amazing. Like, next. Okay.
No, Roger. Watch. I promise
still
I'm
here?
right about this. Watch.
That's not what I was going to say. It's a very minute call out, and I'm just curious as to what Roger will say. And I'm not debunking anything by any means. I'm just asking Roger. I do notice that those two oil rigs in the picture are of different heights, right? So you can see like the truss structure underneath one and the other. And so one is clearly 24 meters and one is 14 meters. Not that that's going to make a difference from this like viewpoint at all, right? For the difference in their heights, right? They are different heights though. So like just make sure you have the preparation for that argument, like whenever you do. Like
mile markers. Einstein.
It would be minuscule amounts of height, anyways. No, I'm just saying. I'm just saying.
Yeah, I know.
You're
what
right.
You're going to say.
Your argument is right. Your argument is right. Right. So I'm not debunking it by any means.
The focus.
Before you say our argument is right, we're gonna have to make sure that you understand.
Oh my god, I'm so sick of this guy, bro.
No,
I'm so sick of this guy, bro.
You're gonna have to understand.
You go to bed, bro.
Right up front. No, you're gonna have to
go to bed, drunk man.
Motherfucker, I can mute your ass right now, and you won't be able to talk a goddamn word again.
Okay.
You have to. You don't understand the argument. Obviously,
I think we're having a valuable. I would think we're having valuable discourse here, but like,
I'm gonna give you freaking 2 minutes to tell us what we're talking about. The Black Swan. Tell us what you mean. Do you understand what the Black Swan is at all?
No.
Yeah, obviously. Christ, this fucking guy thinks.
But he's going to lecture us about it.
Yeah.
What is Black?
Bull knocks.
I'm just trying to learn here, dude. Like I'm literally.
No, you're not. You're not here to learn. You're not here to understand.
Dude, Helio is Helio is attacking me.
Yeah, there's a reason I'm doing it because you're being a dipshit.
All right, so what should I do? Tell me how to act.
You should listen and
I've been listening. I'm trying to.
You have to tell us.
You might be listening, but you're not learning a goddamn thing, bro.
All right.
So you were trying to explain the Black Swan. He was trying to explain the Black Swan to us.
I don't know what Black Swan is, dude. I was listening to Roger.
Shit, I can tell.
I was listening to Roger, who brought a very good analogy and very good, piece of evidence to the table, and I just asked a question, and you came in and screamed at me, dude. You better relax with yourself, dude. I'm trying to have a conversation.
You ain't gonna tell me I better do anything.
Roger, take care of your dog, dude. Roger, take care of your dog.
No.
Yeah. So I'm done. So, Bulk, this will be the last time you're commenting on other people, right?
Sorry.
Point is, those two oil rigs are not the argument. It is about the horizon, right? We know, and you know, that shit shrinks in the distance.
Yeah,
so
absolutely.
Of course, the furthest one is a little bit smaller, right? But it is about the horizon. So when before this picture came, Globus will tell us, well, the horizon is the leading edge of a sphere where boats and buildings should get blocked by, right? So this leading edge of a sphere is obviously proof of Earth curvature, right? Because I can see boats and buildings getting blocked by it. Now we have this image of these two oil rigs clearly showing that the horizon is not blocking boats and buildings, where it actually should have been blocking boats and buildings. So the horizon is not the geometric edge, right? It's not the leading edge of a sphere. It is an apparent location where the sky seems to meet the ground. And it can vary. It can vary. And it will never be at 1.225 miles at 1 foot observer height. Yet it has to be there
That's actually
if it is a globe with a range of 3959.
Yeah, that actually makes. I'm looking at like the tier above the water level for the level, and that actually does make a bit of sense, which is concerning for me in a way.
It's concerning that you're figuring out that you've been duped. That concerns you?
Well, in a way, yes. I'm not there yet. I'm not there yet.
No, why does that concern you?
That's a really good argument. Unless you want me to say, "Oh, hail Savior! Oh, I love you guys. I'm flat Earth."
Dude, nobody here is trying to convert you to flat Earth. We're just telling you why we believe you can. As long as you understand both sides, as long as you understand both sides, you can make your own decision. That's what humans do.
Here's the deal. I don't even have a counter argument. So like, here I am stuck with my blank between my hands here. Like, can you give me more of this right now?
Or can you give a hint for the counter argument?
That's why we're here.
Wait. Can I point something out real quick before you start in?
I'm almost done. But
I'm
done.
Sorry.
You guys, you handle it.
I will say it's really good to have like the counter side to just like argue and say their spiel and so on and so forth.
I want to let that happen.
Okay, good. Okay.
Yeah, I even give it to you as well. I don't know what he's going to say, but yeah, the idea that usually Globers will say something about this. If we're pointing out that the horizon is there, then it's like we're saying there's an edge too. Like we're saying there's a like a real horizon when really it's only an apparent horizon ever, right? It's only apparent ever, right? So pointing out that the horizon's too far is important. They'll claim refraction for anything, no matter how far the
refraction
observation
in terms
is.
Okay.
Yeah, looming up. They have all kinds of ways of saying the light will be bending up, right? For a Glober, it's important that the light actually bends down to bring the image up. When one of the arguments that's interesting on our side, or on the flat Earth side,
Northern Rebellion posted a different picture, by the way.
There's lots more. Yeah,
hold on, I haven't seen this one. It's a side by side. Someone who stared at this picture way longer than I have. Explain what's going on between A and B. What's going on between A and B? Of Northern Rebellion 3.0.
What I want to say real quick.
Oh, sorry.
I just want to make a point. I want to make a point about this being called the Black Swan.
Oh, my bad.
Because it's called the Black Swan, but it kind of gives a new person that's never seen it the idea that this is like the one exception to the rule of all white swans, being like that we see globe proof every time we take a picture. And then this is the one example that we don't see it, but that's not true. That's not the reason it's called Black Swan. It's because you only need one black swan to prove that not all swans are white. That's the reason it's called that, right? But every picture you ever take is a stationary plane, and there's lots of refraction, even
right. That makes
showing sense. That it's not about this is the exception to the rule. You can go out and do your own observations and see that you see too far. Even Globers will agree that we see too far, even though they claim refraction, right? But the interesting thing on our side that isn't brought up a lot is that light will bend up if there is a less dense medium, right? And it could be argued that because it's next to water, anytime you're looking over water, especially at that height, you might assume that the light would bend up instead of down. And you need the light to bend up or bend down to bring the image up. And you need, it's like the opposite, the way the light would work, right, for refraction. But if there's evaporation going on at the water, always, which we know is happening, it would make a layer of less dense air right there at the water, which wouldn't make the light bend down. It would make it bend up. Mm-hmm. So, and that seems to be what might be going on in general, but any kind of observation isn't proof of anything. There's so many proofs that we're not on a spinning ball. In fact, there should be thousands and there should be millions that we are on a spinning ball, and there's none. Doesn't that concern you whatsoever?
A little bit, yeah. I mean, there's a lot of unanswered questions that, like, I honestly don't even have the questions to formulate, but like I'm curious for people that are more expert in this, like, this field, to kind of guide me in the way of like answering them. Like, about
it's as easy as this. I could just say it's as easy as, do you feel like you're spinning?
Wait, which field? I'm curious. Which field?
Helio's spinning right now, dude. After that Styx concert, dude.
I didn't say field. Did you go to Styx concert?
He said, "I want more people to talk about." What are you talking about? The flat Earth field or the globe Earth field? Which field are you talking about?
We don't feel any fields. Nobody feels any fields. Okay.
No, are you talking about me saying field?
Fuck the Styx concert, dude. I'm the same fucking guy that.
No, I'm just saying.
Was here all the time before I went to Styx tonight.
Was that question to all of us or just me?
This is dumb. No, this guy said, "I just want to talk to people that are familiar with the field."
Helio, I'm trying to have like a little bit of a calm discussion with him about my perspective, real quick.
All right. But I'm curious about what field he's talking about. Field of
study.
Being
reasonable. There's no reason to yell at him right now, please.
Yeah, please. Like, I'm like, I've had great conversations with the people in here, so like, I'm just trying to.
He's not being a dick. I don't think. Anyway, so yeah,
I'm not.
There's no experts. There's no experts necessarily, except for that. If you look into it,
like, this is science. The whole idea of science is theory, right? Like, proven until proven wrong. Like, that's the whole idea of this whole science that
you think it's really. You think it's proven until proven wrong?
What's your favorite aspect of it, though?
Like, I think.
Wait, hold on. Let me just go back and forth real quick, Helio, please.
Go ahead. I'll shut up. Go ahead.
Back up, I guess. Right. This is like physical sciences are no longer my expertise, right? I went through the mechanical engineering school, blah blah blah. Like, just piece of paper. It says I can go make money. Then I went into computer science. So like that, I basically realized I capped out in aerospace science. Doing literally, you probably hear aerospace science all the time. I was literally doing almost nothing, right? I was building gerotors for like fluid systems for a gas turbine division of I can't say what company, and we did some cool stuff. But every airplane, I'm like, what airplane are we flying? And then I'm like, oh shit, one of the patents that I have in my name, like my team has in my name, is in this. Let's get the fuck off this plane, dude. like that's how confident I am in my my mechanical engineering.
Oh, like you didn't trust what your patent was actually supposed to do?
Well, it was fine, but like the fact that like I was a part of a 6-member team that like developed something that's in some military some military planes and helicopters in their lubrication system.
You didn't have a lot of confidence in it, is what you're saying.
Well, I don't have a lot of confidence in myself, so yeah, absolutely. But that I know the.
But you were kind of skating by, huh? That's what you're saying.
It's a joke. It's a joke. But like, okay. But yeah,
it's kind of like they're just taking the money and not really doing much.
I basically, the only reason I got out of mechanical engineering is because my name is not on that patent. There was 6 people that did the research and development for that material that went into that part, and I got no credit. Right, so I just dipped out and went straight into tech. And now it's a whole different world for me. But like, we're not getting into that. But not in the public forum. Absolutely not.
I just ask, what about the the NASA live stream of like the globe?
Wait a minute. What? Hold on.
Listen.
Don't direct.
Hold on. Check this out. We're not gonna muddy the waters here. So the reason that you're talking to us about Flat Earth tonight Listen, we've all been through different paths of education and everything. There's no reason. Hey,
no, there's no reason. There's no reason. I didn't mean to. I didn't mean to do anything.
We want.
Oh my
you to
God,
be
you're
here.
always attacking me, dude. I know you're. I already see you're loading up your gun right now.
You're already talking over me before I even said.
Wait, Helio, didn't you just tell me that you were going to give me a little bit, like without yelling over me, please? Didn't you say that? Please, I appreciate it.
But I mean,
it's making it hard to like. I'll just leave. I'll just leave if you want to yell at him.
I ask a question?
You should focus on his understanding
I'm
of
not
science.
yelling at him. I just want to kind of solidify his. I want him to solidify his argument. That's all. I'm just trying.
I don't have an argument. He's not trying to argue. He's just.
I don't have an argument.
He is actually.
Hey, Helio, you're like all amped and ready to jump on somebody. It's not making it pleasant right now. Please.
Can I ask a question?
All right, this time, yes, I'll shut up if you guys want me to.
I appreciate it. Appreciate it. That'd be awesome.
Can you let the other guy ask the question?
What's the question? Something about the globe?
Yeah, I was just wondering. Yeah, I was just wondering what are your views on astronauts who have gone up to.
Yeah, who cares?
Space.
I would rather
anything you see on TV.
We'll get to you in a second. Wait, we'll get to you in a minute, bro. Please, I want to talk to this other guy real quick.
What is?
Oh, but the other guy said I could ask my question.
I know, but that's like totally diverting from the whole thing. That's like, can I wait for a minute? I'm not gonna be here long.
Yeah, no, that's fine.
Yeah,
that's
fine.
We
don't want to hear about his career.
I've got to go in like I guess half an hour. So.
Laws. They
but
just.
Yeah, no, that's
Helio
fine.
just wants to scream.
You can wrap it up.
Okay,
you can wrap it up if you like.
Well, I was gonna. Anyway, this guy was saying something about his profession, but regardless of that,
sorry.
All I was gonna say to him is that if you want to look into this, I mean, do you want to know if you live on a spinning ball or not? That's the question. I'll send you some links.
That's
because
the whole
you can't
reason
really say to anybody anymore. Just look into it, because if you look on YouTube, you're not going to find any links.
Is that for me or is that for the other for Lols?
So just to be clear, are you saying that the astronauts who have gone into space and said that the Earth is a globe are lying?
Yes, they're lying, 100%.
How are they lying?
It's a TV show, lols.
How are they lying? Why would you trust government? That's pretty stupid.
So fine, that's fine. So that's fine. Your hypothesis is that they're lying. That's fine.
No.
What about?
Let's bring it back 1 second. So 600 people, right? That is the claim. Went into Narnia. So you have to trust 600 people. Do you think 600 people can lie to you?
Who went into Narnia? I'm sorry?
Narnia, yeah. I will come back to Narnia in a bit, but do you think 600 people can lie to you?
Yeah, I think everyone in the world can lie to me.
So hearsay, right? That is what you're saying. Hearsay is proof. Hearsay is proof.
I didn't say anything. I didn't say anything. All I asked, look, I'm not trying to attack. Look, all I asked was...
I'm asking you a question. Is hearsay proof of a globe?
No, it's not proof of anything. Look, I'm not making any argument or anything. All I asked was, what are your views?
Yeah.
All I asked were...
It's a TV show.
Okay, how about this, Lols?
Wait, just let me...
You're asking about the pictures from space.
Can you let Lols talk for a sec?
Why don't you post one picture of the globe that you think is real? Just send me one. I just messaged you with a list of links. Send me back one picture that you think is real of the Earth.
I'm on a walk at the moment. I'm on a walk at the moment, so I can't do that now. But what are your views on the NASA? What are your? Can I
hear that there's no real pictures, and you try to find one and you can't. That's all I'm going to say.
Or the SpaceX launch. Or the SpaceX launch.
Wait. What are your views on the NASA live stream? Is that fake? I'm just looking for your view. I'm not looking to like.
It would have to be disingenuous. because they claim that these things are taking pictures from a place that the very existence of violates the second law of thermodynamics.
What's the second law of thermodynamics?
So there's 3 parts to it. The first part is hot moves to cold. Second part is high pressure moves to low pressure. That's the part we're talking about. And then the third part is high charge moves to low charge in reference to electricity. So a vacuum is a low pressure system, and ordinary gas pressure, like the air pressure we breathe, somewhere around 14.7 psi at sea level, that's relative to that a high pressure system. So having a high pressure system next to a low pressure system without entropy occurring, without the gas pressure down here going up to the vacuum of space up there and finding its equilibrium, that not happening with the vacuum of space existing, that violates the second law of thermodynamics. So if you had a high-powered vacuum trillions of miles across, 10 to the negative 17 torr, next to 14.7 psi, without it finding its equilibrium up there, the gas that we breathe down here, yeah, high pressure moves to low pressure. If the vacuum of space existed the way they describe it, all the air down here would get sucked up there and we wouldn't be able to breathe.
That's not true. That's an inequality. That's an inequality of Clausius. That's not true.
So your answer is nuh-uh. Oh, great.
It's an inequality of the Clausius theorem.
But like
Bullnox, have you ever seen a horse before?
Wait, can I just?
Hey, wait! Before we jump on him, I want to know what he means by that.
Can I just finish my line of
answer your question too? So Bullnox, you've seen a horse before. So if I showed you a picture of a horse, you'd have a reference point to use to tell me whether or not that's a realistic picture of a horse or not. But you've never been to the vacuum of space, so you have no reference point to use to tell me whether or not a picture from the vacuum of space is realistic or not. You have no reference point.
I think your knowledge of thermodynamics is probably the same. Yeah, I think your knowledge of thermodynamics is either greater or the same as mine. I'm not trying to argue about a picture of a horse. I was just
explain the inequality.
No, I wasn't talking about horses. I was talking about reference points. You have no reference point to use to tell me whether or not pictures from space are real or not. Do you understand that?
No, I'm
okay.
Ryan, look, that wasn't my question. First of all, so stop attacking me. I hate how.
Yeah.
Why is it so animosity? There's so much animosity.
There's no reason. Yeah, exactly. I'm sorry about that. I want to hear you explain that.
Law's had a good question, and
I had a line of questioning. So, it's your view that the astronauts who went into space are lying. It's your view that.
That's not.
Wait, so
I'm going to leave. But I wanted to hear what Bull. Real quick. I wanted to hear what Bull. You said something about the inequality of what? Real quick before I go.
The Clausius.
Inequality explain
of Clausius theorem. I don't want to hear that. I don't want to go into like the depths of it because I'm gonna have to pull up graphs and shit like that.
That's fine. Just real quick, what's that mean?
I don't know. No idea.
What do you mean you don't know?
Seriously, come on.
If you said that, you should have like a little quick explanation of it. You said it's not true about the second law of thermodynamics because the inequality.
I think it was just a troll. I think he's saying he was just trolling a little bit.
Trolling.
Were you trolling? No, he thinks it's real. He said there's depths of it he can't go into, but that's the explanation that you accept as far as
those diagrams and shit.
Container.
All right, I'll pull it up. All
right, pull it up.
Can I finish my line of questioning?
Yeah, Los, go ahead. So
you want to wait? Stop asking if we think people are lying. That's all I'm asking. Don't talk about whether
still believes the Apollo 11 TV show. No. My God.
Wait. So I'm just trying to get clear on your view. So
no. You can't just say "your" as if we're all one person, okay? And accusing us of accusing other people of lying isn't the point, okay? Talk about whether you think it's real and why you think it's real, and then it's up to you, man. If you want to believe it, go believe it.
I'm agnostic, but I just wanna try and get clear. So, if the Earth is flat, it's going to be the case that the astronauts who say that the Earth is round are either wrong or they're lying, right? It's also going to be the case that the NASA live feed is a hoax.
Well, they don't try to say that it's real.
Can I finish?
Most of it, they admit being CGI.
Am I allowed to finish, or am I not allowed to finish?
It didn't sound like a question.
Am I allowed to finish what I was saying, or am I not
Go
allowed
ahead,
to finish
Ross
what I was saying?
Perot.
Yeah. So, if the Earth is flat, it's going to be the case that the people who have gone into space, supposedly, are either deluded or lying. It's going to be the case that the NASA live feed is a hoax. And it's going to be the case that when people go on planes and see the curvature of the Earth, or go onto a high mountain place and go on to see the curvature of the Earth, that is somehow an illusion or something like that. So
Santa Claus doesn't exist.
Let me address that.
I don't know why I'm being overtalked. So
because you're throwing out.
I don't know why people are overtalking me.
So
listen.
One second. Let me get grasp on the situation, Lols. You threw out a couple of statements, right? We want to address every one of them, and not you shooting a ton of statements. Okay? So you claiming that people see curvature from an airplane or mountains is not correct, even in your model, right? We have Neil deGrasse Tyson saying that the guy that did the Red Bull jump, that he didn't see curvature because he was 2 millimeters of a beach ball, right? That is the analogy he gave. And then he doubled down saying you wouldn't see curvature from 60 miles up with the Bezos parabolic flight. Okay? So that is just plain wrong what you're saying. Now,
it's worse than that. It's subjective. He's talking about subjective reality, not objective reality. Lowe's, let me ask you a quick question. If you and I both went up on an airplane and we looked out the same window and you said, "Oh, I think I see the curvature of the Earth," and I said, "Oh, I see a flat Earth," how are we going to figure out which one of us is telling the truth? Do you see the problem here?
I never flew anything. So.
Okay, that's fine. So just let me. Okay, fine. We'll scrap that last one. Okay, that's fine. I'll just grant that people don't see the curvature. That's fine. I'll grant it for the sake of argument. So, just to be clear, what's your evidence that the Earth is flat?
Long-range observations that falsify the radius.
Have you done them?
Yes.
Yes, I have, but not with a telescope load of water. But plenty of people have.
Wait,
keep in mind, Lowe's, hold on a second. I need to point out to you, Lowe's, that our base axiom, Lowe's, can you hear me?
Plenty of other people have done them, but you haven't done them, so you're trusting other people.
No, I have, just not over bodies of water, because I don't exactly live in a place where there are bodies of water to do that with. But I have done it with mountains.
So you're trusting information from others?
No, I have falsified the radius with mountains. Can you hear what I'm saying, or are you retarded? Do you know what a mountain is?
Mountains might have like abnormalities. Like you have to do it over.
No. I'm talking about the base of the mountain, not the top of the mountain. I'm talking about observing the base of a mountain from 100 miles away. Yes, I have done that.
All of Earth could have abnormalities.
There's anomalies in the level and topography of the Earth. So
yeah, that's why bodies of water are ideal. I'm not in denial about this. So,
so you're trusting other people.
Axiom, Lowe's, our base axiom is that we see the Earth as flat, we feel it as stationary, and I do not observe any gas pressure existing without a container, whether around the rim of your car or around the rim of your bicycle. So, Lowe's, do you understand that the burden of proof is on you to present to me a measurement of curvature to prove that the Earth is a ball? Do you understand that?
Well, but to be fair, like just a third person. As like a third person.
That's not subjective. That's objective.
Can I just say, as like a third person perspective? I mean, like Laws is kind of like you're kind of like going away from his questioning, right? Like I think you should engage with what Laws is saying.
I don't think he had a question. He didn't ask a question.
Yeah, but he asked you if you trust in other people.
Hold on 1 second. So we can cut this off, right, Laws? Yeah, sure. Don't trust us. Claim that we believe in third parties. That's all great, right? Go do it
if you do.
yourself. Go do it yourself. That is what we always say. If you don't trust us, and we always say, don't trust us, don't believe us, right? go validate these globe claims for yourself. Right? Go to a large body of water, to the ocean, to the sea. Go do it yourself. Right? I've done it. Orion done it. Many people here in this room done it. Right? So if you say, well, you trust third people, well, fine. Right? Fine. Go do it yourself.
Hey, Lulz, I got a quick question to ask you, Lulz. When people go to space and they tell you that they went to space, is that first-hand information or is that second-hand information to you?
I don't know what.
Have you ever been to the vacuum of space, Lulz?
No, I haven't been to the vacuum of space.
It's different.
Okay, so that would be second-hand information. Now, what I'm telling you you can do is you can go and make observations, and those observations are first-hand, first-hand information, not second-hand information. So do you see the difference between the two?
Yeah, I mean, I have done an experiment on the water, and it seemed to confirm a globe Earth. But
then you must have been doing the wrong thing, because you wouldn't have needed to do an experiment. Experiments have to do with science. We're talking about geometry.
Oh wait, I don't understand
tell
that,
us about
because you said but you said that if it's geometry, then presumably it's an a priori conclusion.
I don't know what you just said.
Well, a priori is an argument that you can establish some sort of truth without any empirical justification. Like, empirical would be observation and sort of like science and stuff like that. That would be empirical. But I guess like mathematical truths would be a priori, because you don't need any observations.
What do you mean, like negative apples? Like if I got negative apples?
Math doesn't always reflect reality. Do you understand that?
Can you hand me a negative apple?
Well,
you owe me an apple.
I'm not convinced, Matt, that that's true.
Wait, okay, so can you possess negative apples in your hand? Lulz?
He just said negative stuff is okay. He just said that stuff that's demonstrable and falsifiable, don't worry about that. That's empirical. Leave that stuff alone. Let's go to like numbers, which is like arbitrary and random.
I never said that.
So don't you think we should take a first-hand observation, right, and try to get a measurement?
Look, I never said any of that.
Maybe I misunderstood what you were trying to say. Should we take first-hand observations?
All I'm saying, should you take first-hand observations? Yeah, I think it's at least in part evidence. Yeah.
Should we take first-hand observations over second-hand stories?
What part would not be evidence if we took a first-hand observation with our senses and useful tools to enhance our senses?
When you say first-hand observation, are you talking about like first person, like you are experiencing something?
Okay, I'm talking about like primary knowledge, something that you've experienced.
What's primary
knowledge? Like you ever had a glass of chocolate milk? You know what, you know what I'm talking about. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, I think that could be wrong.
Have you ever had kiwi cheese milk? Right, you haven't had a first-hand experience with that one, right?
I'm a vegan, so I don't eat cheese.
I'm sorry, I said cheese. Okay. But do you get what I'm saying? You have first-hand primary knowledge of chocolate milk once in your life, right?
Maybe we can. Yeah, I have had it, but maybe we can get back to the point.
Okay.
I'm just asking.
We're taking measurements, first-hand primary knowledge measurements, and we're not telling you to trust us. We're telling you to go outside and take first-hand primary measurements so you can have experience and knowledge of the curvature rather than a belief.
But I haven't done that. I haven't measured it yet. But I haven't done that. So what should I do? Should I just remain agnostic?
Wait a second. So you told us
you said you did do something.
Yeah, you still did. You did experiment.
I have 5 minutes ago. You said you measured the curvature of the Earth.
Tell us about it. Tell us about your quote-unquote experiment, please.
Okay, wait. I'll cut in. He said he's done experiments around water to
Yes.
prove that.
Bullrocks, we heard what he said. Let him speak for himself. Let him tell us about this experiment that he claimed to have done that confirmed the globe. Please.
Yeah. So, I have done one experiment, which is I went to the beach because I live near water, and I looked at a big sailboat drift off into the horizon, and it disappeared from bottom up, which is something you'd expect to see on the hypothesis that the Earth is a globe, but something you would not expect to see on the hypothesis
that would also happen on a flat surface.
Oh, Roger. Oh, Roger.
In reality.
Roger just...
Can we get like a clear...
Lols, you correctly named yourself.
Wait, can we just get clear on one thing? Like Orion and Lols, assuming that like Lols hasn't done like an experiment that is adequate. I mean, maybe he has, you know. Before we do that, but can I just say like the Orion? Would we conclude that Orion has not like firsthand experienced that the Earth is flat, and he had to like trust other people?
I do have first-hand experience that the Earth is flat.
Oh, but you said you didn't do any experiments of water.
I said I didn't make observations over water. I've done it over land, falsifying the radius.
Yeah, but like
keep in mind, our base axiom. Hold on, right there, buddy. Hold on, right there. Our base axiom is that we observe the Earth is flat and we feel it is stationary. Do you have any evidence to the contrary?
What would that be like our axiom?
What?
Murphy's Law. You're really talking out of school here, pal. We were talking
Why would that be our axiom? What?
Bro.
Yeah.
Because that's our base axiom. That's what we start out with what we know. We see the Earth is flat and we feel it as stationary. Do you feel the Earth moving right now, Murphy?
It's kind of confusing because I asked you why it's an axiom and you said it's because it's our base axiom. It's just repeating the claim.
Yeah, he was coming to that. Focus, right? He asked you, do you feel the Earth moving?
That's not. Look, I'm asking for like a reason. But look,
the reason
was confusing, right?
Do you know what a base axiom is, Murphy?
It's like a thing. I guess it's like a thing you don't have any justification for, and you just take on faith. Like, is that the idea?
No, it's actually kind of the opposite of that. A base axiom is what you know to begin with. So you might start out by observing one thing to be true, but maybe, just maybe, possibly with some situations and some subjects, probably not this one, but with other subjects, your eyes might deceive you. So you might, find evidence to the contrary. Something that you might have thought to be true at one point in time might not be true. Now, as far as a base axiom in regards to the Earth, we observe the Earth is flat, we feel it as stationary, and we do not observe gas pressure existing next to a high-powered vacuum without a solid barrier.
I just want to ask a clarifying question. Like, so you're saying an axiom? So it's an axiom that the Earth is flat, and an axiom is something you know is true. Like, who's you? Are you talking about me or you or like everyone? Or
I'm talking about all of us. I'm talking about you, I, and everyone we know. Our base axiom is that it's flat and stationary until we have evidence to the contrary.
Wait, so you're saying everyone knows that the Earth is flat?
Oh, everybody
at the very least subconsciously, probably, yeah. But Murphy, let me ask you an important question, Murphy.
What's the argument for that? Oh, hold on, what's the argument? You're saying I have like a knowledge that the Earth is flat. What's the argument?
I said subconsciously. Did you hear that, Murphy?
Do you see the curve, Murphy?
Yeah. Do you see the curve, Murphy?
Why are you guys asking me questions? Look, he just made a claim.
Yeah. No, listen.
No, it's not a claim, Murphy. That's an observation, not a claim. Murphy, let's go into the 3 points with you.
Spinning? Do you feel the Earth spinning? Do you see curvature? Are you having trouble breathing, sir?
No,
do you
not having
experience any of those
things? The oxygen might not get into his brain.
Pay attention like your breathing plan, then. Do you feel yourself spinning?
No.
But wait, do you see curvature right now?
No. Wait,
did you see any this week?
I saw curvature on. I did like an experiment on like the. I did an experiment on the ocean.
Why are you guys so obsessed with that word? Okay. Why can't you understand that experiments have to do with science and this is geometry we're talking about?
Yeah, it's an observation. It's an observation.
Okay. Oh, wait, Murphy, let's make this conversation more productive. Do you know of any time in the past of when anyone?
Hold on.
More productive.
There's a small problem. There's a small problem. So you said
no. There's no small problem. Dude.
Let me just point it out. Let me just point it out.
No, it's not. Let's just
you
move on to the
finish
next
and I
thing.
point it out after. No, you finish and then I point it out after. Okay, go ahead.
Yeah. Okay. So Murphy, do you know of any time in the past of when anyone has made a direct measurement of the curvature of the Earth that you believe in, proving the Earth to be a sphere?
No.
All right, but you believe it's a sphere, right?
No, I don't.
Planet?
I don't.
You don't?
No.
Oh, okay. Cool.
Okay, now can I point out the problem?
After two more questions.
But
so,
hold on,
do you know of any time in the past
you asked
when?
me 2 questions.
Yeah. Do you know of any time in the past of when anyone has ever measured axial rotation of the Earth? We observe the sun moving across the sky as the day goes by.
No, I don't believe it either.
All right.
Okay, so are we done?
And you don't believe it either. All right. Yeah. Do you believe in the vacuum of space?
Well, come on, man. You're asking me like 20 questions. I don't believe in that too. So, are we done now?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. So you made the claim that like the Earth is flat is an axiom, and that just means it's something everyone knows. So you're saying I and LOLs and like everyone here believes that
false.
the Earth is,
I got to stop you right there, Murphy. No, stop. False. I did not claim that the Earth is flat. I observed that the Earth is flat.
But you said. Hold on a sec.
Can you let Murphy talk?
So you said that like the Earth is flat is an axiom, correct?
Base axiom. Yes.
Or no?
Yeah, and a base axiom is just something everyone knows.
To begin with.
Yeah, exactly.
Yes.
So you're saying I know that the Earth is flat, right?
To the best of my knowledge, yes.
When you were a child, you couldn't see the curvature.
Does he have an argument for that? Let's just ask him. Do you have an argument that I know that there is?
Yes. When you were a child, did you see the curvature? No, you had to develop your senses.
That's a question. That's not an argument.
I understand, but you're asking his base axiom, what he was born with.
Argument that everybody knows.
I'm giving it.
I have a pretty simple answer to this question.
If you could be quiet.
No, but like, guys, it's a very simple thing. He's saying right now, I have the knowledge that the Earth is flat, and I'm just asking, why should anyone believe that?
No, that's the knowledge you born with when you were like 5 years old.
Let him answer, man. Can you just let him answer?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, so why should anyone believe, Orion, that the Earth is that I know that the Earth is flat?
Because there's no evidence that it's curving or conforming to the shape of a sphere.
So if there's no evidence that it's round, then it follows that I know that it's flat?
You mean spherical, right? Yeah. There's no evidence that it's a ball.
You're saying there's like an entailment. You're saying there's an entailment. You're saying there is an entailment from there is no evidence that it's round to I know that it's flat. What's the entailment? I don't see it.
I observe it as flat, and I have no evidence for it being a ball. Thus, it is flat.
But I don't see the entailment from there's no evidence for. I don't see the entailment from there's no evidence that the Earth is round. To I personally, Murphy's Law, know that it's like flat.
But you're saying entailment? Can you define entailment? I don't even know what you're saying.
Yeah, it's like some kind of thing that like you understand like the idea of like following. So some statement follows from another statement. Like for example, if I say I don't know, Murphy's a bachelor, it just follows that Murphy's like unmarried, right? Like that kind of thing.
Yeah, I get that. I just didn't understand what you said before that.
Well, so
you're saying
he's asking for the argument, right? So what you need, right, is if you're trying to justify the claim that Socrates is mortal, right, you might say all men are mortal, Socrates is a man, therefore Socrates is mortal, right? He's asking you for the inference.
Right. So I can boil this down. Everybody ever alive experienced the Earth as flat and non-rotating. That is the base axiom. That is your starting point, right? It's self-evident.
But like the issue is like you guys agree that on the globe Earth model, you wouldn't see the rotation. You wouldn't see a curvature.
No.
That's not what we say at all.
That's not what we say at all.
Okay, listen to what we say. Listen to our argument. If there's curvature, we should be able to go find it because you guys said boats go over it. So we've been looking for it. We can't find it. But your base axiom, when you were born and you're brought into this world and your senses develop, what you don't sense is curvature or motion or a vacuum without a container.
But like I'm saying,
so it's like what you're born with.
You're presupposing phenomenal conservatism as well.
No, but you're saying that like so you guys listen. You agree that on the globe Earth model, you would expect to not see curvature if you haven't done experiments at the water, right?
You
Like,
would
the Earth is
expect
too
to see
big.
curvature.
Yeah, exactly. Even on the globe Earth model, even you said it yourself. Like even on a plane, you wouldn't see curvature.
Yeah.
Yeah. So why would
No, you would be able to. You would.
Well, but you said
that's the thing that blocks boats.
No, but hold on.
This is me.
I haven't. Look, the only experiment that I've done with like boats showed me that like the boats disappear. Okay, so I have no observations of water that show that the Earth is flat, right? So you're saying that like my observations as a kid is I just look around and I see that the Earth is flat, but I'm saying that doesn't like discriminate between the two hypotheses. On both hypotheses, you would expect to see like flatness, right? Because it's too big. Even you guys agree with that.
No,
even from planes,
it's not that big. How big is it?
No, but like,
how big is the Earth?
I'm not sure.
Give us a guess, Murphy. What would you guess the radius is, Murphy?
I don't know, something like 6,000 kilometers or something. I don't know. 11,000.
Yeah, that's pretty close. Okay, yeah, no, 6,000. You got it. All right, so at 1.225 times the square root of the observer site in feet, that's where the horizon should be, and we've caught it way past 10 miles.
No, but
so you can measure it.
No, but listen, I said you can measure it, but the claim this guy is making is that I know, like Orion said, I know that the Earth is flat. And I'm saying I haven't done
I said subconsciously. Can you hear what I'm fucking saying? Subconsciously. Do you know what that word means?
What do you mean by that?
It means deep down in the back of your mind. That's what subconscious means.
Yeah, why would I
subconsciously
believe that? Why would I believe that? What's the reason?
Whatever, dude. That was an opinion, okay? So I was stating an opinion. My bad. I'll hold my opinions to myself.
Okay, so now we can go back. So now we can go back to the argument with Lulz, and now you don't say that the Earth is flat is an axiom because it's just an opinion of yours.
No, it is an axiom. You're just an idiot.
You're not.
Like, I understand that, but I just asked you for. But I just asked you for a justification for it, and then you said it's just an opinion. So like you can't justify it, right?
No.
So let's just go back.
Oh my God, you are retarded.
That's not what he meant. Stop talking for a second.
Yeah. So that is not what he meant. He meant. So I'm now talking for myself, right? So the base axiom is 1 second. I wasn't finished yet. 1 second. The base axiom is that everybody ever alive experiences the Earth as flat and non-rotating. That is the starting point. That is how Earth presents itself to us, to human beings. Okay. Then Orion said, well, maybe everybody knows this subconsciously in the back of their mind, right? It doesn't mean that they know it, right? Because the starting point will be Earth presents itself as flat and non-rotating. Okay, then comes the claim the Earth is actually a ball with a radius of 3959 and spins around on its axis at 1,000 miles per hour. And then we ask, how can you validate that claim? How can it be measured that the Earth is actually a ball and actually spinning, right, in an infinite vacuum? Because all you have ever experienced is a flat, non-rotating Earth, which is a base axiom. It's the starting point from which we can move to what is the Earth, right? That is what we are saying.
Can I respond to that?
So stop saying, right, that a base axiom is knowing. No, it is experiencing, right? It is how it is presenting it.
Can I respond?
Well, actually, it is knowing. It's just the beginning of your knowing is what it is.
Yeah. Can I just respond to that? So, like, can I respond? Can I respond to that? Yeah.
Sure.
Thank you. So, there was like a discussion going on between Lulz and Orion, and then Orion was like trying to make a point, and one of his like premises. Can I just finish, please? One of his premises. Okay, and one of his premises was that like we shouldn't be agnostic or something like that about like we shouldn't be agnostic because everyone is just an axiom that the Earth is flat. Then we asked him, what do you mean by that? And he just said, well, that just means that everyone subconsciously, quote unquote, knows that the Earth is.
I addressed
but just 1 second. Let me just finish. Right. So he said everyone subconsciously knows that the Earth is flat. I asked him for like an argument, and he just says, "Whatever, man. It's just an opinion." So now that like we has established that like he doesn't have any justification for it, and it's just an opinion, whatever, man.
So
now what we could do, can I just finish? What we could do
You're
is
going off on a tangent, Murphy. You're not sticking to the topic. You're talking about people, not ideas. Talk about ideas, not people, Murphy.
This is important.
Let him finish.
Are you going to talk about me, or are you going to talk about the Earth, Murphy?
Yeah, go ahead.
So now,
go ahead, Murphy.
Yeah, so what I'm saying is we could now go back to the argument that Lulz and Orion were having, knowing that one of the premises he made, he just doesn't have any justification for, right? So that we were talking about like whether or not why not?
We can't, because you just made a fundamental error, and then now you're dictating the conversation back to something that was happening before. We got to address the secondary error with your misunderstanding. He did not say that the whole premise of this basic concept, we're born, we see the grass is green, right? And then we experience droughts, right? And then, sometimes it's brown. Okay, the base axiom was grass is green, because that's what you were born like, right? That's what he was saying.
Do you agree that he said...
Hold on, sir. This is the important part where I really want you to pay attention. The part where he says you subconsciously know it is the part that was his opinion. Okay? So he's not saying the whole concept, right, is an opinion, just the part that you may know it subconsciously. That's what he said, okay, I'll give you that. Maybe you don't know it subconsciously. But the premise is, grass is green, we're not worried about falling off the edges, we're not worried about experiencing vacuums way up there, or dirt way up there, because all dirt is on the water, right? That's where we find dirt. So new worlds, right, like the old world, new world, right, with the Americas, right, and the old world being like China and Siberia and, Alaska and all that, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, they don't worry about falling off. That's what a new world is. You guys are saying there's dirt in the sky and that we can go there and experience this, but we can't experience it. We're saying that things fall to the ground like when you drop a rock because of density. You guys are saying balls are like following each other in space and like patterns. And these balls of dirt.
I'm not saying anything, man. I'm just agnostic. I'm just agnostic about the shape of Earth. So I don't know why you're telling me this.
I have to leave in 5 minutes. I just wanted to say one thing really quickly. It seems like all your arguments presuppose phenomenal conservatism, which is the idea that the way the world appears to be is the way the world actually is.
No,
I don't see any reason why I should accept.
No, Lulz. No, you haven't listened, right? So we told you Earth presents itself as flat and non-rotating. That is the starting point. Listen to me. Starting point. Now, there is a claim on the table that says Earth is not flat as it presents itself.
I never said that.
Listen.
I'm agnostic.
Okay. I'm telling you the claim that is on the table, not your claim, the claim of heliocentrism, right? So
I'm agnostic, so why would we talk about
I don't care at this point. I'm addressing your straw man at this point because we told you Earth presents itself as flat. The base axiom is the starting point. That Earth presents itself as flat, non-rotating. We can move from that base axiom and validate the claim that is on the table. Earth is actually a ball spinning around at 1,000 miles per hour, right? And how do you do that?
Phenomenal conservatism.
So what did I just told you? So what did I just tell you?
Yeah, you said the Earth presents itself as flat.
Okay.
I don't really know what that means, but I take it that you're interpreting, right, what you see. So when you walk around on the street, it's a relatively flat street. It may have some ups and downs, but more or less it's flat.
Sure.
Right? And you're extrapolating on that, but therefore the rest of the whole Earth is flat, right?
Right.
He's repeating himself. He didn't listen to a word you said, Roger. These guys have the attention spans of goldfish.
I know. It's not about a street.
But that's presupposing phenomenal conservatism, right?
Lulz, it's not about a street.
But look, I'll give you an example. Look, I've only got 5 minutes, then I've got to go.
So your argument is downgraded.
No. Go on and keep believing that the Earth is a ball, Lulz. Go on and just keep believing that.
Let me just give an example, right? Because I got to leave soon.
Yeah.
So
Talk
if
faster.
I have something that's quite heavy, right, and I pick it up and I drop it and it goes flat onto the ground, I go, oh, okay. So every single object that I bring up into the air and I drop down is going to fall, right? So I'm assuming that that's going to be the case whenever, right? But lo and behold, when I fly a kite, that's not what happens. Lo and behold, when a helicopter or a plane goes up in the air, that's not
or
what
a helium balloon. Yeah,
so I'm saying,
sure.
yeah, exactly. So I'm saying that when you say that, okay, well, the Earth presents itself as flat, therefore the whole Earth is flat, right?
No.
That's a faulty inference, right? Because it doesn't really follow.
Listen,
and then secondly, I don't understand why you're over talking me. So first of all, the conclusion isn't logically necessitated, right? But I'm willing to, steelman you and say maybe you're making an inductive inference, and that's fine. And second of all, you appear to be presupposing phenomenal conservatism, that the way the world appears is the way the world actually is. And I haven't seen an argument for that.
Oh, okay. So
okay. Before you go, I just want to
No. Hold on. You gotta let Roger address what he just said. You can't just interrupt right now.
I just want to let you know that Laws is an expert on that topic. So
sure. Well,
cool.
Excellent. So, Lols, when we're talking about the Earth presents itself as flat, non-rotating, we are not talking about a street, right? We are talking about the water, right? You experience water as flat and level when it's in your glass, in your bathtub, in your swimming pool, in a small lake, big lake, sea, or ocean. To you, the water will always look flat and level, right? To you, the world does not spin. You do not feel it. You do not experience it. So yes, the base axiom will still be Earth presents itself as flat, non-rotating. When we talk about dropping things, right, we can observe when we drop stuff that it falls, and when we drop a helium balloon, it goes up, right? So not everything falls down. That is what we say, right? This is what we say. Not everything drops down, but you do not have any example of Earth not presenting itself as flat and non-rotating. Because of that, that is why we say Earth. The base axiom is Earth presents itself as flat and non-rotating. Okay, until you have an experience or an observation where you can say, "Well, here you go. This is something that doesn't conform to the base axiom." Well, we can talk about that, but point remains. Everybody ever alive on Earth experiences the Earth as flat and non-rotating, specifically when we're looking at water, right? Not to a street or to a mountain, because of course the Earth has topography. Sorry for my English. It has hills and indentations. Nobody's arguing that. We are talking about the water mainly.
All right, to address the second thing you said, is that because we've measured flat in a few places, we're saying the whole world is like this. No, actually, that's not true. That would be an assumption on your part. So let me address your argument from ignorance this way. We've collected more than just a few, right? All over the world, people have been doing this over frozen lakes. Some of the colleges have actually done some of the work for us. The Kansas is flatter than a pancake study. Abyssal plains make up more than 50% of the Earth's crust. So that means over 50% of the Earth is a gradual grade or a flat plain, right? And then there's Great Plains of Canada, North America, Israel. There's Great Plains all over the world, right? Then there's salt flats, and the largest salt flat in Bolivia was 9,000 square kilometers, with less than 1 meter of vertical relief. So when you have all these things put together, right, and these are all things that we can sign our sources for, you can look for yourself if you would be interested. But I understand that you said that you had to go, and I appreciate you coming by to debate with us. I hope that addresses your
point. I got class now, so I'll chat with you guys later. Peace out.
Peace. I know that he would want to respond to that, so I wanted to give him the last say if he wanted it, but I think he's out of time. So would someone else like to respond in his place from the other?
I'll pop in. I actually don't know where things stand, but what's up? Are we talk? I think one of the things that he asked was something that was already debunked, which was the whole Horizon sailboat thing.
Uh-huh.
So I think that was already debunked by Roger, or at least like presented, which was great.
Can I do another presentation on why the sailboat thing wouldn't work?
Do we have any other anti, or I guess Globers rather? Do we have any Globers that want to come off chat? I guess we can't really ask them, right? But you kind of just gotta Russian roulette this one.
Well, I identify as a Glober.
Okay, so explain your theory.
I mean, my theory is basically that the Earth has a globe.
It's fair.
Let's go over that then. Can everybody see the live stream voice text?
Yo, add me.
Sasha? The live stream voice text, Sasha, can you see it?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so let's say that this time lapse of Skunk Bay, which is something that anybody can look up, preferably one with grids or lines, so that you can see what's going on. This is what you guys call atmospheric refraction, right?
Wait, am I the only Glober in here right now?
I don't know. You can call a friend for help if you like. I'm just talking about basic stuff like refraction.
Wait,
you guys love to talk about refraction, right?
I think you guys should talk to Bullnox because he probably knows more about it.
No, I don't know anything, dude. You should talk to Sasha, bro.
Yeah, Sasha, you can play along. Come on, man. Be the Glober.
All right, yeah.
You're always in here.
As long as that guy Helio is not here, dude, we're here for a good time, dude. That guy needs to enjoy his Styx concert, dude. Relax.
Cool. Yeah, for sure.
For a second, Larry, I'm not going to gas you, but for a second I thought you were him with a voice emulator, but then you're speaking way too clearly. I was like, all right, it's not Helio.
I appreciate that. Yeah, I appreciate that. Yeah, you always want to double check when you have some of those. But yeah, let's go over this. Can you, sir, see the live stream voice text? I was hoping you and maybe if you had an audience could take a look at the GIF that I posted, because you kind of have to be looking at it to understand what I'm talking about. Because whenever we say that we see too far, this is the Glober response. This is like 101 how to be a Glober. Say the word atmospheric refraction, or you can just keep it simple and say refraction, and that's a one-word dismissal for any flat earther. And if they ask you any questions, change the subject vigorously and rapidly. So let's go over refraction.
What are we looking at right now?
So this is a GIF. It's a time lapse. You can actually pull this.
It's a gazillion fucking chats in here. Live stream
okay,
too?
it's the live stream voice text. It's the one right above this one.
Oh, look at me! Look at me! I'm doing Discord out here. Saw it.
Hey, hello. I have a question to ask. I don't know.
Oh, this atmosphere. What is this?
Yeah. So, hold on to your question. Let me go over this, and I'll go over. Okay, this is Skunk Bay time lapse. If you would like to get a better,
looks like After Effects like 9.0 right here. What the hell is going on here?
Well, I'm trying to tell you. If you want to pull it up on YouTube, it's called Skunk Bay time lapse, and get the one that has a grid on it. If you would like a clearer.
Wait, can you stream it for? Can you stream it for the fam out here? Just stream it.
No, I can't. But anybody can pull up Skunk Bay time lapse on YouTube if they got a phone.
Are you on your phone right now or on the computer?
Yeah, I'm on the phone.
Oh, you can't do it? Oh, you're on the phone?
Well, streaming is disabled in this room.
Yeah, we don't stream. But anyway, anybody can look that up. Yeah, just take like 3 seconds to turn on the phone and Skunk Bay time lapse. So what I'm going to go over is what's going on here. And you said you wanted to listen. This is where the argument hinges. This is the Super Bowl argument. Like this is the big, where everything is continging on, is the stuff that they're calling refraction. We call it turbulence, right? Because there is not different media in the atmosphere, which is a contradiction in terms. Gases have no apparent shapes. So what we're paying attention to is the lines on this picture or GIF where it says atmospheric refraction. Can you see the bottom line? The one that goes all the way across the middle? Sasha, you listening?
Oh, yeah, I can see the bottom.
Okay, cool. So what's going on here, and I'm just describing what's taking place in a time lapse that takes place in Skunk Bay. It's several hours throughout the day, and as the sun, begins to perturb the atmosphere, everything kind of gets wonky. But if you check it out at the beginning of the GIF, everything looks pretty clear, right? You can see on the other side, it's probably almost clear enough to where you can see vehicles, but I don't think there are any. So my point is that when you see the sun perturb the atmosphere, what it looks like is happening, it looks like that little bay over there is appearing from the bottom up, because you can see the blue. Hang on just a second. Yeah, you can see the blue, which is the water, go up over that line, and it looks like they're flooding over there, but that's only what it looks like. So what's actually happening is that the sun is perturbing the atmosphere, causing turbulence, right? So this is where we get like things like the different types of, things that people see, like mirages and stuff like this. So what it doesn't do, it doesn't allow you to see what's behind on the other side of that bay, right? It allows you to see the bay getting blocked off from the front. So what you guys claim is that atmospheric refraction allows us to see further, but here I'm demonstrating that actually the opposite of what you say is true, is that this thing you called atmospheric refraction, it actually makes things disappear from the bottom up, which is what the curved Earth is supposed to do. So if you would like to go ahead and respond.
Well, I disagree with that claim because you can see the horizon rising to the top line, so that makes you see further.
So what's on the other side of this bay? Can you tell me?
The ocean, I think.
Okay. You think because you can't see the bay popping up from the other side, what you actually see is the front of it disappearing from the bottom up. Now, if that were like a really giant ship, on the other side, right? Like say some kind of Carnival cruise or something. Would the water be making the boat look like it's disappearing from the bottom up in that GIF if the GIF had the boat instead of the bay on the other side? The water would still be rising, wouldn't it?
Yeah, I think so.
Making it look like the ship is disappearing from the bottom up?
Yeah.
That was weak.
So are you saying boats don't go over the horizon because of refraction?
No, that's not what I said at all. I said, can you see the water making the boat look like it's disappearing from the bottom up? But in this case, it's a bay, right? But if I were to paint a little boat there, would it look like he's disappearing from the bottom up when the real horizon is actually in the background, right? Because that's not even the real horizon. This is an artificial horizon caused by atmospheric turbulence. So you can see it almost makes the whole bay disappear,
that's not an artificial horizon. A horizon is where you can't see the Earth anymore. It's like the edge.
Okay, well, it's the apparent location where the sky meets the water or the Earth, right? So you can see the real one in the background under the second line, the shorter line. That's the real horizon. This one up front is artificial due to weather conditions. Because sometimes it's clear and you can see really far.
Like a beach. That's just where the water meets the sand.
This is the worst GIF for an argument. Period. End of story. Can we have another one for flat Earth? This is really bad.
You can go to YouTube and view it at like 1080p or something. If you were just to hit Alt Tab, open up E. Do
we have another? Do we have another? Like I like the images with arguments. I don't like people like throwing statistics. Like at least.
I haven't spoken about statistics.
I don't want to hear. I like imagery, GIFs, whatever. Like, stream it or post a video. That's better for Globers or whatever.
Why would it this GIF though? This GIF is a series of images. It's a video. What's the difference, dude?
It's too many. I guess those images are taken over like what 6 hours apart. Like it's just not fluid enough.
Yeah,
it's a rerun.
No, this one might be better. The latest one might be better for anyone. Yeah, this one's better. Looks like we have a great here.
I went and pulled it up. I should have, cited my source, but I don't know.
Should I stream, or we're not allowed to stream in here, or should I stream this for people?
You can stream it for
ACGI. That's why you don't like it.
What's that? Should I stream this?
You're used to 4K CGI NASA cartoons. That's why you're not interested in anything lower quality, I guess.
No, I was looking at a GIF from Larry.
Go ahead and post that. It's not the original GIF that I was showing. The original GIF that I was showing probably shows it better. You're probably going to have to grab the slider of the video where the time stamp is and slide it left and right.
Sped up? This is sped up?
Yeah.
Okay, I got you.
So grab that little time-lapse button, that changes it from like 1 minute to 60 minutes and slide it back and forth, and maybe you'll get to see the effect that I'm seeing because...
All right, never mind. My bad.
It's okay. Just listen. This thing called atmospheric refraction that these guys always talk about, it's actually kind of rare and kind of hard to see, and it, sometimes it happens, sometimes it doesn't. Right? So sometimes it's clear, like I'm sure you heard on the weather, like it's a clear day. Well, that's how Guinness Book of World Records have taken a photograph of Mount Monahou like 273 miles away. Because it was a clear day, they could see 273 miles, and that mountain should have been under a mile of curvature. If it wasn't a clear day, like a little bit of fog, maybe some rain, and think about it, 273 miles, like that's almost 300 miles. How many storms can fit in a 300-mile stretch of land? So it was clear all the way, and he saw it and got the shot. And he wasn't even a flat earther. He was just a guy trying to do long-distance photography. So this is stuff that you can look up. This is Guinness Book of World Records. I think he's been beat by someone recently. But, yeah. So it's not only what we're telling you, like, you can take it into consideration, you can take it with a grain of salt. We don't really care. The whole thing is to go outside and do it for yourself, because these arguments, they're not meant to convince you that the earth is flat. That would be stupid, right? We're talking about flat earth, right? The dumbest people on the planet, right? What we're actually saying is go outside, get a large body of water at rest with a spotlight or binoculars or some sort of tool like a mirror where you can reflect the sun. Get it basic as you want to, like where anyone can do it. Go outside, large body of water at rest, earth curve calculator, make some observations, see what you can see. See if it adds up to what we were told. And what we were told, the boats go over the horizon. Then they gave us the radius. So they found the radius by looking at the refraction from a mountain, and they were looking at the horizon. So the thing that they debunked our flat earth observations is the thing that they hold steady for their precious radius. So you can't be circular like that. You can't destroy the thing they're destroying their own foundation. They don't even realize it. By the way, that was
when a glober says refraction, they automatically debunk Al-Biruni.
Who's Al-Biruni?
Al-Biruni's the guy that gave us the radius. He was the guy who measured the size of the Earth by
a Greek guy or something.
I believe he was Muslim, if I'm not mistaken. But yeah, this Al-Biruni guy, he's got a crater on the moon. He's pretty well known. I mean, this isn't a secret.
But
so Al-Biruni,
have we went to the moon?
I haven't. Have you?
I don't know, but like, have we went to the moon?
Are you saying there's like dirt in the sky that we can walk on, like Mario Brothers? I don't know, bro. I've never done that.
Let me get a mushroom real quick.
Let's do it. I'm with you. Let's go find out.
We'll go
together. We'll go to the loony bin together, bro.
But he's got a crater on the moon. I want a crater on the moon. Come on.
Right? Hey, I'll sell you some real estate real cheap. Hit me up with them DMs. Get some lunar real estate. Oh, yeah, son.
I got you a bullshit NFT, dude.
Lunar real estate. The Halo 3 is going to stack up.
Son, I got a one bedroom in the NFT in the metaverse, dude. I got 1 bedroom, dude. $1 million.
That's all about that Venetian real estate. You got nothing to lose but the paperwork. That's the paper cost, bro. That's the whole cost.
As long as there's 6 door columns, that's it. We're good to go.
I'm telling you, there's dirt and space. But literally, you can go right now on the internet and buy lunar real estate. I can't sell it to you because it's illegal for me to do it, but they can. But seriously, you can go buy
You couldn't even sell it if you tried, bro.
Yeah, for real, I can't. It's illegal. It's international law. You can't sell lunar real estate. Only they can.
Here's the deal. I got some prime dirt right outside my lot. I'll sell you it for $1. You can live next to me. Dude, you can actually on my property. I'll give it to you for $1. You can live on my property. How about that?
I've got a subprime loan I can give you.
Oh, no, I'm good. I want no loans.
Triple B's? Triple B's? Go, send me.
Triple B, bro.
Send me, baby.
All right, so for me, it's like one of those things to where like you can buy like a square meter of land in Scotland, and they'll call you like some royal name or something.
Yeah, that's a
forget
thing.
what it is.
That's a thing. That's a thing. You can call yourself a king in Scotland. My friend is actually a king in Germany in like a small town, and like as long as no one can shoot this wooden bird, like he has to go back every year, and if someone beats him at shooting this wooden bird, then he's like they're the king of the town. But like for like 9 years straight, he's been popping this fucking wooden bird, dude. Ever since college,
everybody else using the Coriolis effect.
Ever since college. Oh, come on, bro. Coriolis doesn't. Okay, I don't even know where that stands in this community, but it's short enough that Coriolis does not matter whether or not you believe it or not. So,
well, I would say you might want to double check because Neil deGrasse Tyson watched a football game. Somebody kicked a field goal, and he said that the Coriolis effect was the determining factor of whether they lost because it was so close that it hit the pole.
So you believe in the Coriolis effect?
Just not Earth-based Coriolis effect, but Neil deGrasse Tyson does because
whatever.
He was tweeting about a football game.
All right. Well, the point is of this story is it's 20 feet, so it doesn't really matter.
Okay, yeah, it probably doesn't matter then.
It doesn't matter whether
How can
or not
they not shoot 20 feet away? I could with a shotgun. I could get
maybe it's like 40. No, it's a pistol, but
okay, I got you.
Maybe it's 40 feet, 60 feet. Coriolis does not matter at that point.
All right, so here's another
bunch
thing.
Of drunk Germans with fucking lederhosens on and a fucking Das Boot in their hand. Like it doesn't matter, dude. Maybe not a Das Boot. They probably hold it true with the whatever the mugs are with the tops on them. Can't remember the name of them.
So here's another thing. Globe Earthers love to say, right?
Yes.
So they love to say that, you can't prove things, right? And what they mean by that is that science doesn't prove things. So they say that it's never going to be proven. It's all going to be theoretical, right? And that's kind of one of the things that we understand to be true. Like science is always going to change. It's not like a religion where Muhammad is always going to be the prophet and Jesus the Christ and, the Jews come from a guy named Judah, right? That's never going to change, right? But science always changes. You get new information, you change the new information, integrate it into the new theories, and if it, does away with some theories, then you get some new theories, right? Or new experiments, right? Better experiments. So the thing is that they're saying they can't know anything, and they don't like the scientific method. They call it quantum eraser's scientific method, like he invented it. In fact, actually, I think it was invented a long time before QE was ever born, because this is something that's fundamental, right? Cause and effect. We all know about the laws of cause and effect. If you see water boiling and you go, hey, I got a hypothesis, maybe the heat's causing that water to boil, right? And then you go check it out, like you add heat to it and it boils, you take away the heat, stops boiling, like you proved it with the scientific method that heat causes water to boil. Now, science has never settled, so at any time somebody could say, hey, I got an experiment, low gas pressure also causes water to boil at low heat. Like, okay, so things are always changing, right? Everything's fluid when it comes to science because new information dictates new knowledge. Okay, so they call this thing science, right? Because we gain knowledge from doing experiments. So when it comes to cosmology, astronomy, and theoretical astrophysics, you can't manipulate space, bro. You're here on ground. So all you can do is look up and tell stories. So I could look up, me being the village idiot, and tell you a story about how I don't believe that gas can burn and make plants grow. Right? I could say I think it's more electromagnetic, but what do I know? I'm an idiot. Right? So the guy with the PhD after his name, he could.
Conspiracies out here?
No, I'm just telling you what people believe. So if you're a heliocentric believer, right, then you believe that gas is burning in space.
What's heliocentric? What is it? What's a heliocentric believer? I'm not familiar with
it's a person that thinks that the Earth is a sphere, and in the solar system, the sun is the largest thing, and all the bodies in the solar system go around it.
I think it's more that the Earth could be flat, but it's heliocentric, right? It's around the Earth, right? Or around the sun, rather. So like the Earth could be flat and moving around the sun. Could also be the same as the Earth is a sphere and moving around the sun. That's what heliocentric means.
No, I don't think so. Okay, so
they can both be true. They can both be true.
So this isn't
heliocentric.
Hold on, listen.
Heliocentric means the Earth can be flat and move around the sun, and it could also be sphere and move around the sun. I'm just saying.
No, it doesn't.
Yes. Heliocentric. Sun is the center. Period.
Right.
So the Earth, whatever that minuscule piece of shit is, could be flat or sphere or square or cube or whatever.
Minuscule piece of shit. Speak for yourself, man.
Yo, that sun. Yo, give me that. Give me that vitamin C.
I get what you're saying.
No, I'm just saying. I'm just being technical here for no reason. I'm just like giving you flack.
It's okay. I just want to agree with you. It's not an AK-47 where you could take parts off of another and put it in and go bang. Right? You can't mix the models, right? Because it wouldn't make any sense. The gravity would squash the flat Earth into a little ball if it were real, but we have a different understanding of gravity, right? So when you mix the models, it makes us look like idiots, because if you think that that's what we think is going on, and we should probably lead with this, we don't think the Earth is flying through space. It's not moving. It's the bottom of the universe. In fact, there's probably a basement where you can, dig out under solid rock. Deep underground military bases probably exist. They probably existed for a long time.
Well, if that's the case, I want to.
Guess who's back, Bullnox?
Helio, what's up, baby?
Guess who's back? Me.
Let's go, baby.
No, they cannot mean the same thing. You can't just say heliocentrism and listen.
All I'm saying is,
no. I heard what you said. God damn it! I heard.
I'm trying to play poker in that deep room.
You're just playing. You don't have a good poker face, bro. Though that's what I'm saying.
Oh my God! I don't want to talk to Helio again if he's going to attack me.
That's why I came back in, because you don't want to talk to me.
There's a new person in here called Joels. Joels, do you believe that the Earth is a spinning ball in the vacuum of space? I want to talk
to Jimmy freaking 5 minutes with Joels.
Because finally, Joels. All right, Joels has been trying to talk for forever.
The reason that the difference.
Shut the hell up! I love you.
No. I'm not going to shut the fuck up. I'll shut everybody fucking else up if you tell me to shut the fuck up again. If you tell me to shut up, I'm going to shut everybody else up.
Go ahead.
All right.
I think we have someone new to talk to, so somebody's been waiting to ask a question.
No, this idiot's going to fucking keep talking. And,
dude, I'm not talking.
No, he'll be quiet.
I'm having I'm just saying. Joel,
hey, remember that guy that was asking a question? Yeah, we're gonna let him talk.
Yeah, it's me. Someone asked me if I believe in that the Earth is a ball spinning in outer space. Personally, I do, but I'm not here to argue whether or not it is. I'm here just to get information on both of the sides and their arguments.
Sure. And the reason I wanted to come in,
you're gonna get one side.
Something. No. I was gonna. Actually, I encourage everyone to.
He's going to get the other side everyone else, Steve.
Why are you fucking interrupting me when I just get freaking 3 words? Stop interrupting me, everyone. The reason that I actually encourage everyone to learn both sides and then come to your own conclusion. I hear a lot of people, I think most of the flat earthers know both sides. But the Globies, they don't even know anything about what the flat earthers think. They just come in with these weird ideas about what flat earthers think, and then they just bloviate all kinds of weird shit. We do know what the heliocentric. I heard you ask him what Wait, was it Hank? Wasn't it like freaking 2 minutes ago? Somebody asked you what heliocentrism means. I mean, come on, man. I mean, fuck.
I described it perfectly, didn't I?
You did. Well, but at the same time, they just blew it off. It's just like, oh yeah, well, it's like, but you flat earther. No, this is what you think you believe, but you don't understand anything about heliocentrism. You're pretty much just bloviating shit that just like, hey, everybody else believes that we're the third rock from the sun. And as far as all the math goes, and this is what, when you understand both sides of the argument, including the math. I know math is hard. Don't make it harder than it is, because the math is really not hard. When you actually look at the two sides, you're going to find out that their idea about third rock from the sun, solar system, spinning around the universe, it's really not that hard to figure out. The math works out the same way both times. You know what? I just wanted to come in and say that if you don't want to take time to really look at both sides and come to your own conclusion in an honest fashion, then hang out and you guys can just argue past each other all fucking day. Anyway.
Hey, so Jules, what is the one thing that makes you feel? What's the one thing that makes you feel most convinced that the Earth is a planet?
I just feel like there's not enough evidence on the flat Earth side to against the evidence that's on the Earth side, if you get what I mean.
Well, from a point of view of what we're used to, what we're used to hearing and seeing on the TV and in school, I can to a certain degree understand what you're saying. But but that doesn't really answer my question. Like, what makes you believe that the Earth is a ball, though? Is it stuff you see on TV or something somewhere else?
I just feel like what has been told to us makes sense, and there's no reason to lie about it. I just don't see the point as to why multiple governments and agencies all across the world would just unify to lie to us about something that it just doesn't make any sense to me as to why they'd lie about this. I don't know.
But you do admit that doesn't necessarily mean they didn't lie, right?
I do. I'd say they could be lying. I mean, why does anyone do anything, right? But still, I just don't see why they would.
Well, here, I'm going to ask you 3 questions. It's finding the answers to these 3 questions or not finding the answers to these 3 questions that will help you know for sure whether you're on a spinning ball in the vacuum of space or not. So do you know of any time that anyone's ever measured the curvature of the Earth directly and the method of how they did that? Where and when?
I'm sorry, can you ask that again? I was distracted.
Do you know of any time in the past when anyone's measured the curvature of the Earth directly, like an arc segment of the curvature of the Earth?
No, I don't think so, no.
It's all right. Do you know of any time that anyone's ever proven it to be spinning, measured axial rotation of the Earth?
I don't think so as well. I'm very uneducated about the topic. That's why I'm here.
Yeah, that's all right. It's a good place to learn. So, do you know of any time that anyone's ever demonstrated gas pressure without a container due to gravity? Like, take, for instance, the 36 pounds per square inch around the rim of a car without the tire due to gravity. Do you know of anyone ever doing that?
No, I don't.
All right. Good to know. Well, just so you know, the radius has been falsified with long-range observations over water. I'm not sure if you want to learn about that.
What was the question? I'm sorry.
Well, I was just letting you know that the radius that we were taught in school, the 3,959 mile radius.
It's not
so
real.
we've falsified that. It's been falsified many times with lasers over water and long-range optics pointed horizontally over water.
Can you show us those studies or no?
Oh yeah. Just give me a second. I'll post something in the live stream voice text.
Cool.
All right.
Yeah, that's one thing about this server. At any time, you should be able to ask us to, cite our source, anything like that. That's a reasonable thing to do here. So, yeah, earlier when you were complaining about the GIF, I should have automatically cited it without saying anything. So my apologies. In the future, just go ahead and ask. Please continue.
I just had a question. I think this will come as very confrontative, and I'm sure you guys hear this a lot, probably from trolls and stuff.
Definitely.
But it's just a legitimate question that I have from the videos that I've watched and stuff like that.
Okay, mute him right now.
No.
So my question is,
get it. Go ahead.
I asked this before as well in the chat, but my question is, based on wait a second. Let me try to word this. It's hard for me. Wait a second. So based on your point of views as a flat earther, how do you explain planets that when we go outside with a telescope we see, be it in outer space or not? How are those explained by the Flat Earth Society? What are they? Why are they?
Oh, that's a good question.
We're not the society. It is a good question.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes.
No, it's a good question. Someone with a legitimate answer.
I'll go ahead and moderate. You got it. You got this one on the bench this time, bro. Okay, so
I apologize for calling it society. I read that.
It's okay.
I'm sorry.
It's okay. Yeah, we're not them. They're not us. They put out stupid stuff on purpose to make us look bad. We think that they are angry.
Okay, no. The question is
hold on, bro. Be quiet. I'm
stop
talking.
bashing whatever they are,
bro. Are you going to tell me how to run the Discord?
I love you, but I love you.
I'll rank you, bro. I'm so sorry. You're going to have to be quiet for a second.
I'm just trying to.
Yourself.
Okay, no worries. But
can I
don't like the rank flex. I don't like that.
Can I just add something?
Moderate. There's 2,000 people here. Do you mind if we have a conversation that's coherent?
Was trying to. Yeah.
Okay.
Go ahead.
So I just want to hear what the guy has to say and answer his question. Then I'm going to pass the mic. Then everybody else gets a chance because I'll be super quick. We're hyper empiricists here. So if we can't tell you what it is from primary knowledge, we'll tell you those lights in the sky that are called planets, we don't know what they are. The difference is the heliocentric model tells us that they're balls of gas in a vacuum. But when we say, how do you have a lump of gas in a vacuum? Because if you suck all the air out, right, and then you introduce a ball of gas like a balloon, it's going to fill the whole container and the balloon's going to pop because of the pressure that is there because of the absence of material. It's going to cause a vacuum. And anytime there's a vacuum, nature abhors a vacuum. And it doesn't like balls either. Show me balls in nature, right? What they're telling you that there's balls of dirt in the sky and balls of gas, and these balls of gas are held together by gravity. We're just saying they're lights in the sky. That's a cool story, but the only thing we know is they're lights in the sky. I would like to let another Flatty answer. Pass.
Yeah. So it's not really that we're just saying that they're lights in the sky. It's just that they are unverified lights in the sky until you can validate any claim as of what they are. So lots of people can make claims as far as what the stars are, what the planets are, what the sun is, what the moon is. Lots of people can make claims about what they are. I claim the moon is made out of cheese. But that would be equally valid as what they claim it is too, because there's no evidence, proving it what they say the moon is to be what it is, and there's no evidence that it's made out of cheese either. So they're just unverified lights in the sky until you can prove what they are.
So basically,
and you can't do it with spectroscopy. You can only do that in isolated laboratory settings. You have to isolate something in order to use spectroscopy to figure out what it is. And I don't think anybody has any way to isolate the sun, moon, or stars or planets. So
you're talking about flat Earth, right? Because I'm asking them based on what the flat earthers think is what are those things based on what you guys think?
You guess is as good as mine. Like I wondered myself all the time what they are, but I have no idea.
There's no explanation yet.
So here's the thing: the scientist has to wonder about some things because science can't answer everything. If we could science the shit out of the stars and take like biopsies and say, hey, this sun, even though it was really hot, we got a biopsy and we found out this is the molecular makeup of the sun, right? Just like cancer doctors do, right? They take a biopsy. Until they get the biopsy, they don't know, right? Could be cancerous, could be benign, right? But you don't know till you get the biopsy. So all we're saying is we don't know. We're hyper empiricists, which means we want to be in the possession of knowledge, and we don't care about belief. Belief is a cool story. So everything we experience, firsthand experience, like if you've ever went fishing, you have firsthand experience fishing, welding, baking, etc., right? That's what we're all about. If you want to hear somebody, tell a story about a really big fish they caught, that's imagination. You didn't experience that. So everything else outside of your experience is imagination.
Yeah, I understand. No, I get it. That's a good answer in my opinion.
Super tangent. You fish? Larry, you fish?
I've caught some trees before in the lakes because they're man-made.
Oh, in the lakes. You don't go open sea?
No, I haven't been yet. I'm supposed to go this year.
Oh, dude, that's where the unknown is. Like, if we're talking about what we know about the Earth right now, what I'll tell you, what down beneath, outside of the lake, where every species that's in there, bro, you never know what you're gonna pull up. I'll tell you that much.
I've seen pretty things come out of the motion. I gotta hand it to you there.
We go like 60 miles out. It could be a hammerhead. It could be a tuna that's 60 pounds. It could be a tuna that's 200 pounds. It could be fucking God knows what. It could be like those are the only things I've caught. But a lot of sharks, a lot of tunas. But you got to wake up 2 a.m., go out,
calm down,
blast the music.
Tangent's over. All right, moving on.
All right. Sorry, I was trying to lighten it up. Okay. I was trying to lighten up for the next round. You
did great. You did great. Comic relief. I love it. So, does anybody else have any questions? I want to pass the mic to let someone else answer. Okay, since nobody's got any questions, so we're talking about the known and the unknown, right? So if I claim that I have 10 toes, you don't know it till you fly out to Dallas, I pick you up, you get some gloves on, and you do like an eye-hand examination, not just with your eyes, because what if my children are like really, high-tech engineers and the prosthetics that one child creates is only perfected by the art that my Hollywood artist other child can create to make it look real with hair and everything, scars that you can't tell just by looking, right? So you would have to like feel my feet, touch my toes, feel the blood, feel the warmth, feel the tendons, and at that point you know how many toes I have. Just by looking, you can't tell. So 2 or more confirmations is the way we like to do things around here. Just by looking at something in the sky, like we've seen, so-called deep space photos. Like, how do we know that that's a gas cloud? And they say blue shift and red shift. How do we know that's not some sort of plasma cloud? Because what does plasma do? Plasma lights up, right? So if we see lights in the sky, some people might, say that looks like gas burning, right? Well, gas burning is plasma. So we don't know what they're talking about because, that doesn't usually make like plants grow. Burn some gas around your crops, like some propane or something, and see if it helps the plants grow. So that's what they say.
Would carbon dioxide be produced from that? Maybe it would help the plants grow. Probably more suitable in a greenhouse and without the burning.
I mean, maybe it would help it grow, but it wouldn't be because of like the light, right? So basically, what I'm saying is we don't know what the sun is, right? They tell us it's a lump of gas in a vacuum, hydrogen and helium, and something about fusion. So how would you verify that? Like, so to the new guy who's asking questions, like if you wanted to verify their claim, they say that they're pointing stuff at it and they can tell what it's made out of by looking at it. They have special equipment, right? That's what they say. But I say, how do we know they're not picking up the hydrogen and the helium that's in the upper layers of the gas? Because where does hydrogen and helium go naturally? To the top. So they're saying the sun's made of that. How do they know that's not interfering? Can we eliminate that variable to see if they're correct? Can we remove all the helium and hydrogen from the upper atmosphere, so-called? So we can't. So you can't do science in space. Like, they say that the moon's gravity is causing the tides. Can we stop the moon's gravity long enough to see if the tides stop? No. So what if I had a theory that maybe, just maybe, there's a lot of magnetic rocks on the dark side of the moon, and that's what actually makes the tides go. How do I prove it? Well, I can't. Both are equally as scientific. Not at all scientific. So you've heard one a million times since you were 5 years old, and you heard this new one, and you're going to have bias, like everybody else, like I have bias. It's called anchor bias. The first thing you came across, so it's what you're going to go with, right? It's what you think you've experienced because you've seen it on TV. The thing is, the TV is the greatest weapon ever invented because it makes you have experiences that you can't experience otherwise. So imagine if I could take it back, 600 years ago to the Native Americans. I would have them believe in whatever I wanted them to believe. And the thing is, humans haven't changed that much in 600 years. So they believe what they see, right? And only educated people know that, what they see on TV isn't necessarily real. So you've seen 1,000 space movies. Have you ever seen a man walk on dirt in the sky? You ever seen him land on dirt in the sky? You ever experienced anything like the globe picture that when I say Earth, you picture the blue marble floating in space? You've never experienced any of that. Because our base axiom is dirt between our toes. Where's the edge? I don't know, somewhere way over there. Does it look like it's curving? No, it looks like the distance that we see changes throughout the day based on conditions of the weather. It has nothing to do with a edge of the earth because of geometry, because a hard curve, like a pregnant lady's belly, she can't see her toenails because the curve, the geometric shape of her stomach won't allow it. And no matter how much she's in the steam room or refraction's going on, she's not going to be able to see her toes because they're on the other side of her belly.
That magical refraction, and she'll see her toes.
Not if she's carrying my son. So, the thing about refraction is it's a word that actually happens, right? Refraction actually happens when you look at a fish below the water, but the amount of density between the water and the gas above it that we're breathing in and out of our lungs is a huge difference. So when that happens, light will change direction and things will appear to be where they're not actually at, just like the sun, moon, and stars. When we're looking up through the different layers, but see, we're looking across one layer, the bottom layer, when we make these observations. And we think that, this is the best way to do it so far. If anybody has a different idea, like some people use lasers, some people use mirrors to reflect the light, some people use spotlights, some people like to use high-tech and expensive cameras, or the cheaper folks might use a telescope or a secondary object for their phone or something. But yeah, you can do it for next to no money. You need to go to the ocean and get some vitamin D anyway.
Yeah, something that costs even less is using logic and understanding that the burden of proof is on their side to show you a measurement of curvature, proving it to be a ball. And if no one ever presents that, it's not a ball.
I mean, they can say whatever they want to say, but it's like, how do you verify it? Like, if they say the Earth is a sphere, then we should be able to verify it. I went out to the ocean myself and was not capable of seeing the 66 feet of curvature that I should have saw, given the exact location, height, elevation that I was looking at 10 miles away. I didn't see it. So I tried several times. I was there for like 2.5 days, and anytime I got in the water, like, I couldn't make that observation. So that means I was as low as I could get without, like, getting in the water to where I couldn't see because of the waves. Because the waves can block it. That's another thing that'll cause things to disappear from the water. Just, the turbulence of the water. So the turbulence of the atmosphere can make it look shorter than 1.225 miles. But it shouldn't be able to make it look longer, because we're talking about something that's physically obstructing your view, making it an impossible line of sight. This is what flat earthers are claiming all over the world. And the thing about it is, the globe earthers aren't arguing that we can see too far. They admit readily that we can see too far, but the reason is because of atmospheric refraction. So that's where we're disagreeing at. This is the crux of the argument for anybody who wanted to know, like, what's been going on for the past 7 years. Why are flat earthers and globe earthers debating? Shouldn't the globe earthers have already shut it down like 7 years ago? And why are these flat earthers, making these arguments? This is why, because we experience the opposite of what they say. The government, imagine that.
Flat Earth truth.
Did I kill the chat?
It's just late. I'm still wondering, what does penguin taste like? I mean, we know global warming isn't going to kill those things.
Chocolate. Penguin's a chocolate bar in Britain.
Do you have them there? I bet they taste like fish. They eat a lot of fish.
I bet they're like shark or something.
There's this one rare kind of fish that I've eaten called a Norwegian wolffish. It's a really ugly, weird-looking thing, but very delicious. And it tastes almost exactly like crab. And I think it's because they eat almost just crabs.
Yeah, there's certain animals that are only allowed to eat certain food. Like I think there's a fish, or there's a pig that's only fed like walnuts and truffles or something like that. And the meat is like outrageously expensive for like rich people.
Yeah, I've actually heard of that, and that they cure the meat for an entire year. Except, I heard it as herbs and hazelnuts. But I'm sure there's plenty of people doing plenty of things like that.
Yeah, there's lots of recipes. You know, chemistry is probably the coolest thing ever, because what you can mix with what and get what. And it's like, I wonder if like children realize it when they're getting into Minecraft. Like, I want to be a scientist. Like, look at all this stuff that you can make. I hope I didn't come in and dominate the conversation and kill it. Sorry, guys. Helio, come back. You can blame it all on me.
So I watched a movie tonight. I think it's called Monster Trucks, made in like 2008 or something. And about halfway through the movie, I just thought to myself, because it's a movie about like creatures and some odd adventure and something more like a kids movie sort of, but like kind of interesting enough that I was continued to watch it. Thomas Lennon was in it, who's an actor I really like, so I kind of kept watching it because of him. But anyway, as I was like halfway through the movie, I was just thinking to myself, wow, that's amazing. I haven't seen a single globe, like not even in the intro, just because, it's Paramount, not Universal Studios, And like I was just thinking to myself, because these monsters, they come from down under from an oil well. Like they're drilling for oil in the Midwest of the United States, and they drill down. They find some underwater ocean next to the oil, and they find some monsters crawling up from it and everything. But it's like no vacuum of space here, and no like shots of the spinning ball from CGI 1, CGI 2, or whatever, it's like kind of refreshing.
Well, they were just kind of normies and made a movie and told a story without propagandizing the fuck out of your children, huh?
I mean, the monsters are fictional. The ecosystem below, there's no evidence of that in real life. But at least I didn't have to like show any spinning ball in the beginning or end or in the middle, or no alien spaceships or whatever.
Yeah, but it still made you want to be scared of the Earth. Don't dig down. There'll be monsters.
That's the funny thing is that they were friendly monsters. It was actually all the people, some of the people that were the antagonists. Like I said, it was kind of like a kids movie. It was made by Nickelodeon. That's why I was like, ugh. At the beginning, I was like, oh, what the hell am I watching this for?
That's the whole life. Not the whole life together. Done life.
I've seen any good movies lately, but I haven't been watching them either, so probably haven't missed much. The thing I watch is like fights, and usually, I might get a chance to squeeze in like a 15, 25-minute fight here and there. So I don't watch much TV. I have been looking at, what's going on because every time we know there's events and then it's not real important what actually happened during the event. It's important on how much emotions that they can use to put us in states of emergency. So, in case you guys were wondering what's going on with that, they're contemplating red flag laws, but I don't think that they're going to pass. But if they did, what is the difference between them taking your stuff and taking your body? Like, okay, that guy down the street, he said he was going to do something crazy, right? It's like, okay, I get it. Like, that needs to be investigated. But, like, I don't know. That's one of those things to where, is that really a line that you would want to cross? It's not easy. I'll give you that. It's not easy, but for me it is. Like, it's obvious that, people in the past who, disarmed their population, why aren't they worried about places like, Chicago and like Baltimore? When those shootings happen, they don't care, right? And it's like, oh, okay, the judge over there, like, he's dismissing all these like murders with weapons, but he's backed by Soros. Okay, that makes sense. Okay, that works out. Checks out. So yeah, we don't care about the killings in the, the inner cities. We just want to take away the guns, from the people who are obeying the law. So that's what's going on. In News in 2 Minutes, brought to you by Larry, period.
If it's just Larry, why are you saying the period?
Look at my name. Larry was already taken, so I added a period. And that's what I want to be. What do you want to be called? Larry, period. That's a whole sentence right there. Forget there's no subject and predicate and all that stuff. Just shortest sentence in the world. What do you want to be called? Larry, period. That's it.
I'm kind of glad you did that because, like, I mean, my middle name is Orion, so I go by that. But I mean, otherwise, I would go by Charles, my first name. And I kind of wish, like, I think it'd be cool if, like, one day in the future, if everyone did that, they just went by their first name or their middle name or their last name, whichever one sounds best, whatever.
Yeah, basically, learned that, no one should be accepting like all these titles. Sorry about that. I basically figured out that we're not supposed to accept, like, all these lovely titles and stuff like that people want to give us, like, oh, you're a good person, you're a Republican, you have Alzheimer's, you have dementia. It's like, fuck your bullshit. You people are a bunch of label machines. So, I mean, if anybody were to ask, like, what are you? It's like, I'm just a man. Like, what else could I be? Just a man. But, aren't you, like, in this box or that box? Like, don't you, like, fit in these boxes? It's like, no, I got, big feet and a big head and a big body, and I don't usually fit in, most clothing that's one size fits all. I'm not going to fit in your one size fits all box neither.
Yeah, that's what the people at the top are trying to do, huh? Fit us into a box.
Yeah, and like the German guy was saying earlier, like as soon as they get you in the box, they can say the word Nazi after it, right? So, it's kind of like what we do sometimes. I guess, it's like we want to be like, you're a communist, but really you're just a person. You got some bad ideas. Or no, you're just a man, not a person, a man. You're just a man with bad ideas. You're not a communist. And even if you were, you probably wouldn't make it past the first or second wave, so you won't be a communist long.
So I don't remember which one of the founding fathers of this country, the United States, said it, but one of them had a famous quote of saying something along the lines of, at the beginning of a revolution or whatever, or at the beginning of something big, at first it requires a lot of courage and a lot of hard work, and you have to be very brave and smart in order to do good things to like further a cause or something like that, or whatever, to try and achieve freedom or whatever is what they were talking about, trying to break free from Great Britain or whatever. And basically what I'm saying, but then the quote continues on to say, but later on, further down the road, once more people have joined up with the fight for freedom or the fight for this or that, it would be easy at that point in time, it'd be easy for the timid to join in, because at that point in time, it costs nothing to be a patriot, but that's in regards to being a patriot. But I think the same kind of concept applies to flat Earth. I think that only the really smart and, I guess, brave, I don't know, really just smart. I'm not sure if bravery has much to do with it. I think it's just smartness or the lack of it. Only the really smart are very, easily understanding and able to get the truth and understand the truth and comprehend the truth and openly acknowledge the truth in regards to the Earth being flat. I think that only the really smart do that earlier on. I think after a period of time, if more people openly acknowledge it, I think that only the timid will acknowledge the Earth is flat and stationary, after like 25% of the general populace does. I think that once we get past 25% in the future, and I think that may happen, but if we ever get to that point, like once we're at 25%, everyone else that openly acknowledges the Earth is flat and stationary after that, like those people are just, they're just going along with the crowd. Like, I mean, at that point in time, it's like, I'm just saying. But then you might have the diehard Globers out there that, just be like, kind of in their own camp, just being like, oh yeah, the Earth's a ball, the Earth's a ball. Like, doesn't matter if most people say it's flat, the Earth is still a ball to me or whatever, They'll probably still exist.
Got a guy coming here the other night, and he like automatically started, spouting the mystery school religion. Spheres are perfect shape. And it was like, show me a sphere in nature. It's like, how are they perfect? Everybody knows that circles can't be perfect. There's no perfect circle, and you got to have a perfect circle to have a perfect sphere. You ever try to make a perfect sphere?
Yeah, that's Percent. Percent is just one of those guys that just plainly has a stick up his ass. Like, I mean, he's a flat earther, but he's just a perfect example that, you can still be a flat earther and a fucking idiot, He's not even the most stupid one. Like, he's actually, like, one of the smarter of the stupid. Like, if you want a famous example of a stupid-ass flat earth, there's a guy called Russian Vids on YouTube. Such a coward, he doesn't even show his, like, real face or his real name or anything like that. And, he just talks mad shit about so many other people and just presents so many things as fact when he's just a conspiracy theory. Nut job.
Let's not hate on flat earthers. That's not going to get us nowhere. We got your opinion.
That guy's different though. Like, he's a legitimate idiot. Like, I mean, I'm going to say, like, yeah, it's cool that he acknowledges the earth is flat and everything, but I mean, like, he'll literally point at any fucking woman and say, oh, that's a man, that's a dude, and if you don't believe me, then you're an idiot.
Okay, I watched Russian vids in like 6 years, so I don't know. You may be right, but yeah, we try not to talk about other flat earthers here. I mean, if you want to take it down below, sure, go ahead, knock yourself out. But yeah, some people have put in a lot of really good work, and they don't deserve to be disparaged because not everybody is doing the same thing. Now, I understand that you are someone who's put in a lot of good work. Can you imagine if someone was like, "Oh, that guy will run. He's lazy. He doesn't go out there and put work in. He doesn't, hit them streets. He's afraid to speak up. He'd be pissed." So maybe you're wrong and ignorant about the other flat earthers. Maybe you're right, but it's neither here nor there.
I'm just talking about the specific subject of making extraordinary claims and not presenting extraordinary evidence. I mean, let's be honest, that doesn't help.
Agreed. Yeah, if that's what he's doing, then maybe he needs to change up his tactics and try something a little different, a little more concrete. But, I don't know. I have no primary knowledge of that. So moving on back to the Coriolis effect or whatever the next subject is. Up next on Now My Balls, Larry's going to talk about that number with 120 zeros again. About how Michio Kaku says it's the largest mixed match between observation and theory in the history of science. Science.
Could you repeat that, please, Matt?
What? What'd you say?
Could you repeat that, please, Matt? I joined a little bit late, and I'd like to hear it again.
Oh, you're cutting out. I couldn't hear you.
I'd like to hear what you said before. Sorry, I joined a little bit late.
Yeah, we were talking about science and geometry.
Oh, yeah. That's not my strong field, mate. I left that in year 10, eh? I'll butt out of this one.
What does interest you about this topic?
Which topic?
The shape of the Earth being flatter. Being an object that floats through space. Or is it around it?
What interests me? I mean, there's a fair few valid points on either side, but I don't know.
Can you share with us the valid
points? Wait, hold on. You said there's been a few valid points on either side, but if it's flat, wouldn't that mean the points on the other side are invalid? And if it's a ball, wouldn't that mean the points on the other side are invalid? I mean, how can you have valid points on both sides? Wouldn't one side have to have valid points and one side have invalid points?
No.
Well, that's cognitive dissonance, though. Believing that the Earth can be flat and a ball at the same time, those two things can't be true at the same time.
Why not?
Why not? Is that a rhetorical question?
I'll take it.
Yeah, calm down.
Yeah, it's fine. It's fine. So the reason it can't be is because it's a violation of the law of non-contradiction. So you can't be
what, sorry?
The violation of the law is the natural law of non-contradiction. So I can't be a married bachelor, can I? I'm either married or a bachelor.
Unless you identify.
Well, how can I identify as married if I go home every night?
Well, you identify as anything these days.
Well, what would the RS agent do when they showed up and said, Mr. whatever your last name is, wouldn't you like to know? How come, you said that you're married here, but I don't see any females here with a census for the past, 20 years. Where does your wife live? Well, I identify as married. That's not going to go over very well, is it?
Nah, yeah, at that point you pretty much have to pick a side, but I mean, I'm just still stuck in the middle, I mean, yeah, there's points here, there, and everywhere, but it's getting bombarded with information,
Yeah, you're only stuck in the middle of your research. You're not in the middle of, a flat or spherical Earth. But yeah, I would continue with your research, and the best way to do that, instead of researching someone else's research, because after a while, it gets stale. Go outside and do your own search for the curvature, and then other people can research the thing that you've already searched out, and then you won't be stuck in the middle, and they'll be able to look at your research, or your search, and when they get to make up their mind because of their research, they'll just go outside and check, because that's the only way you can know. Everything else is imagination.
That sounds interesting. How would you recommend going about that? Going about my own research?
Super, super easy. 95% of the population lives next to the ocean or a large body of water at rest. That's all you need. One large body of water that's at rest, not during hurricane season, when it's chill, and you can see when you can see the shadow of the moon go all the way from the horizon to your feet. On nights like those, you can make observations when it's clear, and days when it's clear, and you can know that the Earth curves at this rate, 8 inches per mile squared. This is what all the Globers tell us. They have Earth curve calculators made by the Globers on the internet that we can use for free. So you take that Earth curve calculator, and you take your little bit of observations, and then when you do that, you'll be able to determine for yourself if we can see too far. But here's the thing, kid. We can see too far. The Globers and the Flatties automatically already agree that we can see too far, but they have one-word excuse is where they mic the drop. They drop the mic, and they say refraction. And then you ask them, what do you mean by refraction? What are you talking about? They're like, oh, my microphone's down. I'm sorry, I don't want to answer. But can we get into the refraction thing? I don't really want to talk about it. I'm not a scientist, So that one word is how does that disprove what we're saying we can see too far?
All right, I understand what you're saying, but when you say do your own research, then you use someone else's tool. Aren't you then using their research as well?
What? What'd you say?
When you said you use someone else's tool to do these calculations and all that.
Yeah, or you could do the math yourself. I told you it's 8 inches per mile squared, so in 10 miles it'll be 66.6 feet of curvature. Right? Get your little 10-mile stretch.
I'm in kilometers, man. Sorry. But yeah, I could convert that pretty easy, I reckon.
That's all right. Yeah, there's one for the metric system too. It's going to be a rate of curvature that you can verify. And then you can look on Google Maps, verify where you're at. And if when you're done, you still want to believe that you live on a globe, you can click it over to Google Earth and you can look at the Earth as a globe all day long. But I'm telling you, the Earth is not what you see on TV or in your mind's eye. The Earth is actually that stuff that gets in between your toes while you're at the beach, at the sand. Right, where it's halfway in between the sea and the land, you get sand, and then after that you get earth, and all these different worlds, they're not floating in the sky like dirt in the sky. They're actually in the oceans, and if you go exploring, I think that you would find islands, or maybe even other worlds like Antarctica, if you were allowed to go there, but you're not.
Oh, yeah, no, that's fair. Yeah.
Yeah, he's got a good suggestion there, but and I think you should follow his suggestion. But I have another one, and that is to do your best to be honest with yourself and search for evidence for the globe. You know, evidence of curvature, like a direct measurement of curvature. Because if anyone could ever present to you a direct measurement of curvature, then the Earth would be a ball. But I've been looking pretty hard for myself, and I haven't found it. Same thing with axial rotation. Look pretty damn hard, pretty damn long, for evidence that the Earth is spinning and orbiting the sun at the same time. Couldn't find evidence for either of those things. So just be honest with yourself, and look for evidence for the heliocentric model. See if you can ever find it. Oh, and by the way, I'm not inherently against the idea of being on a spinning ball in the vacuum of space. I just don't want to blindly believe it. So if you ever do find that evidence, bring it to me, because I'd want to know.
Yeah, exactly. It's not like we wanted to be like the most laughed at group in the world. Yeah, we just wanted to be like the flat earthers. It's not how we planned it out, but sometimes if you're open-minded, truth is stranger than fiction.
That's the funny thing about this, though, is that is truth stranger than fiction? Because it seems to me the fiction is the heliocentric model, and I mean, like the Earth being a ball spinning in the vacuum of space, falling around the sun, and the sun's falling around a black hole in the center of the galaxy. I mean, truth is stranger than fiction. I don't know. I mean, in this particular case, I'd say fiction is actually stranger than truth.
Yeah, now that you put it that way. Seems like it's always made sense that way. But yeah, here's the deal. How do you figure out if refraction is actually happening the way that they say it is? Well, we've seen refraction cause the opposite of what they say. Surprise. The government's lying. Oh no, imagine that. But yeah, we got GIFs of Skunk Bay time lapse where the atmosphere is actually causing the bay on the other side to look like it's disappearing from the bottom up, but it's actually not happening the way that they say it is. The way that they say it is that it lets us see around the curve. Now, how am I supposed to figure that out? Which one's which? Well, I can demonstrate that it causes things to disappear from the bottom up. Can they demonstrate that it causes you to see around the curve? And think about what that means. That means like there's a hump of water 60 feet up in the sky compared to, how much it can block off. 60 feet, right? So it's blocking out 60 feet lower than that is how it should be said, I guess. And you can't see it. Well, how wouldn't you be able to see it? Why wouldn't it be there if they said that it's there? Anybody else have any questions?
Someone was asking questions?
Yeah, earlier there was. I was going to see if anybody else had any questions. How you doing, bro?
Pretty good, man. Hope all is well with you.
Glad to hear it, man. Learning every day. Did you think about what I said when I met with you and Gregory about repeating people's sentences back to them, letting them know like you understand and trying to do that? What'd you think about that? Has that worked out for you?
I'm not sure I've tried that method. I'm not sure I've tried it. I mean, perhaps I have. You mean repeating it back to them verbatim, or just asking them for clarity, like you know, basically the way. Well, I mean, I do that if you're talking about me saying, so are you saying this, and this? Because I know when Glover is doing it, it's super annoying because you're like, the sky's blue, so you're saying that the river is red. Huh? You know what I mean? Like, but if someone says, yeah, my sneakers are nice, it's like, oh, so you're saying you enjoyed the purchase. You know, something that makes sense.
Yeah, not so much in the internet realms, but like in your everyday life. Like talking to people in real life. Like, don't repeat the sentence back to them, but like word for word, drop in a few words that they said or that they said it, so that like it clicks that, oh, this guy's following along. He's like actually listening.
Yeah, of course.
Because people love attention, right?
Mm-hmm. I mean, that's how you do it in sales.
So it's 7 o'clock for you. You're up early, bro.
No, 6. I've been to hospital. I haven't been to sleep.
Oh, you're in the hospital.
Yeah, for absolutely nothing. Apparently, I'm so upset.
Dang,
I said to myself, you know, I'm not going to the hospital. I'm fine. I'm not going to the hospital. My friend said, you gotta go to the hospital. You gotta make sure you don't want it to be like me. You know, just waited to see if something was wrong. Now I might have to get a stent in my heart. Blah 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 blah. So I said, all right, no, I'm gonna go to the hospital because I had this pain in my I now want to call it my spleen area, you know.
Oh man.
But I had CAT scans, I had everything. They checked my kidneys. Apparently, there's nothing wrong. Okay, so why am I feeling the way I'm feeling? Am I laying wrong? Is that what it is? Did I like, you know, pinch a nerve on my side? Like, why is how I'm feeling? But every time I come to the hospital, I never really get an answer. So I don't like coming here.
Dude, my brother's had like this problem that he's had like over and over again, where it's like, okay, what am I going to do? I have an abscess. Am I going to like go digging around and try to get it out myself, or am I going to go to like the co-op and get like some horse medicine, you know, for some antibiotics, or am I going to go to the hospital and let them charge me like an outrageous amount to basically not fix the problem? So he's been back like 7 times for the same thing. And it's like, why would you keep going to the same mechanic? I'm like, dude, go to like a big city or something.
Yeah, right. Yeah, I mean, you know, for me, like I went from, you know, just different emergency rooms to, you know, getting my primary doctor, because it's annoying to set up an appointment. I'm not sick then. I've gotten over it, you know what I mean? But spine, you know, primary care physician, multiple times, annoying him to death. Nothing's wrong, Mr. Freeman. Go home. It's annoying after that. It's like, okay, so something's wrong, but nothing is wrong. All right, whatever.
Yeah, that's frustrating as hell. Yeah, I'm sending good vibes your way, bro.
Thank you, man. Yeah, I'm fine. Turns out, having a couple of aches, I guess. Nothing too serious. Just came because my friend said I should go. Total waste of time. Got to do a moving job in the couple of hours that I didn't get sleep for. So.
I'll tell you what, man. I guess it's better safe than sorry. And if you get your symptoms, maybe they'll catch something that you didn't get, and then you can do your own research. They can see things that you can't see. So if I was you, I would just demand your rights, have your blood taken, get as much of the paperwork back that you can, because you can tell a lot about people by like snapshots of their blood.
Yeah, that's what I'm waiting for. The blood test. I'm pretty sure they're gonna say everything is regular. Then again, they might tell me something's up with my liver. Who knows? Who knows? I'd like something better than nothing. They got this app called My Health, and it basically records everything that the doctors do. No matter where you go here in NYC, all your results, everything is in there. MyHealth.com or the app. Which is pretty cool.
Yeah, maybe they'll get it all worked out for you. You never know. They might actually, do something. Mm-hmm. It's not like they haven't done it before. They've done good in the past.
Yeah.
Sometimes, right?
Mm-hmm. Okay. All right, man. I'm gonna take a nap or something. I don't know.
All right, keep your chin up. It'll be over before too long. You can sit this one out. Won't be long.
All right. Later.
Peace.
Peace.
Houston, do you read me?
Loud and clear.
Clayton, how'd you cross your name out?
I got one strike from Discord. I got two more strikes left. I got one strike from Discord.
That's how they crossed your name out, though?
Yeah.
Like, put a line through it.
No way.
No, your name has a line through it.
No, it doesn't.
Yeah, it does.
Blink 3 times if it... Is it still there?
Yes.
Yeah, there's a line through your name, dude.
It looks really cool, though.
It does.
Yeah, it looks like a chemtrail.
No, I use this one site that let me put like certain characters into Discord.
Oh,
they got lines through my name.
Platter Days, I just watched the video that you posted on your channel. It's pretty cool.
It's weird, huh?
Mm-hmm. What are your conclusions?
Huh?
What are your conclusions?
I just think it's weird that they use the word sentient being, dude.
Yeah, that's just like, what do you think about that?
That's the weirdest part of the whole video. And then did you see how the guy was dressed?
No.
The guy's dressed weird, dude. Like he's in like this weird like theatrical tuxedo. There's a picture of him in the beginning
who was that guy?
With his twin in the dark. That was weird too. It's like if they really had suspended that dude for saying that, they wouldn't put that on the news. So the whole thing's a PI stunt. I think it's just to like, it's basically just to put it out there that that's what they're doing, you know?
For what intentions?
Just to put it out there. Like, have you ever heard of like lesser magic? Or like what they call like gray magic?
No, I haven't heard of gray magic.
Where they put stuff, like lesser magic is like where they put stuff out there for the public to see, and the way they rationalize it, if you're too stupid to not see it, then you don't deserve to know about it. That's the way they think, you know.
What's your stand on artificial intelligence? Are you against it, or
yeah, for sure,
in favor of it? For sure?
No, I'm not in favor of it. I don't like it at all.
I'm in favor of it. I'm not against it. Yeah.
No.
I don't think artificial intelligence can like reach to a level where you know, I don't imagine, like, for example, artificial intelligence being able to feel happiness. You know, it's just like another tool we can use in our favor, to like a tool, you know, just like a tool. But the whole thing about sentient beings, like you were mentioning before, is just like, in my opinion, it's unachievable. But
hold on real quick. Where was it at?
I'm talking about all the stuff on the side.
It's still good.
No, it's not.
All right, well, throw it away then. Sorry about that.
That's okay.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't think of it as a tool like that. I think of it as like what they call, like, they literally say like the demon in the machine. I think it's just a way that that demons can manifest and stuff.
Really?
Yeah, that's what I believe. But I mean, I don't have any way to prove that, so it's just a belief.
Mm-hmm.
You believe in demons?
I believe in consciousness.
Oh.
I mean, I don't. Yeah. Demons. Mm. Mm. Can you expand a little more on that? Like, I don't really dig it that much.
Can I expand on what a demon is?
Yeah.
Dirty electricity, unclean spirit, one of the fallen angels. Does that help?
So it's like a type of being, no? It's like it's a being, no? Obviously.
Well, what do you mean when being? Do you mean physical?
No, I mean that it exists. I mean, for example, like a volitional being, like a being that is able to choose, not like an animal. Like animals are kind of like a volitional being that is able to that is free and that is able to choose. What's that?
Like shape-shifting, you mean?
Like
shape-shifting?
No, I don't really like.
Or you mean it has its own? It can choose what it wants to do. It has its own. Like animals can't do that. Like a free will.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know about the free will. That I don't know about. We might be the only ones who have free will. The people.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. That's just speculation.
For example, I do believe in magic.
You could believe in what?
Like, I do believe in magic, like in white magic, black magic.
Oh, like MAGA, right?
What's MAGA?
MAGA, MAGA.
What is that? What's MAGA? I'm not aware of that.
Make America Great Again.
Okay.
MAGA, you know, magic?
Yeah.
Yeah.
What does magic have to do with that?
Oh, that's what MAGA is.
So like, for example, I do like I like in terms of magic, I do believe like, for example, I don't think that all magic is bad. Like, for example, you can utilize magic for good or for bad. I do believe in that, but like rituals,
so when you call magic that's good a miracle?
Yeah, exactly. Like healing, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I think it's the intent, right? And the result.
It's all about the intention, yeah.
Yeah. But then I think the other one should be labeled something else besides magic. Because words are very important, you know? So I think if it's good, it should be called a miracle.
Oh, okay. A miracle. A miracle sounds like a miracle sounds like something that you cannot prove how it's been done, but you can see it, kind of.
And what you think magic isn't like that?
Magic in the sense of like rituals, like once again, I shouldn't be talking about this. I don't have any but
When you said you shouldn't be talking about it, what do you mean by that?
I shouldn't be talking about something that I don't know much about. That's what I mean.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Okay.
Yeah, I start sounding retarded when I start talking about things I don't know much about. I hate it.
Well, were you ever tarded?
I don't think so.
Well, then how can you be retarded if you were never tarded to begin with?
I start sounding like one.
Oh, all right.
Yeah.
Oh, shit! I just burned my finger.
You okay?
I swear I can't smoke enough blunts, bro. I've been smoking now like 6 or 7 a day.
Smoking 7 what?
Blunts.
Okay. Are you okay with 7 blunts or what? Is that enough? Is that enough?
Man. The part that sucks is having to get the seeds in the stem out. Like having to I hate that part. That's the long, horrible part of it. You know, having to get it just perfect. That shit takes forever. You smoke weed?
No, I have experimented with it.
Yeah.
I have many times.
Experimented.
Why are you laughing?
Oh, it's like saying you've experimented with cigarettes or something.
Oh, wow. I have good experiences and bad experiences. Yeah.
Where do you stay out there?
What's that?
Where you living out there?
Where am I living?
Yeah, Europe or something? You have some European accent?
Exactly. Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
I mean, Spain, yeah.
Oh, yeah?
Mm-hmm.
Spain. Mm-hmm. My brother lives in Spain.
What? That's crazy.
Yeah. My little brother.
Wow, you have a little brother? Like, how old is he?
So 3. Fuck, he's like.
You sound.
In his late, 38, I think, or 39.
Dude, you sound so fucking young, bro.
It's because I don't wear shoes, bro. Seriously. That not wearing shoes, in my opinion, will give you 10 years, maybe 20 years on your life.
For real?
I mean, that's my opinion, bro. They would never publish something like that for the public to see, though. That'd be crazy. Why would they do that? That's something that you could do for free, you know? Think about this, though. All systems on Earth are grounded. Otherwise, your TV reception would have all snow and stuff in it, or it would short circuit the place, possibly causing damage to the whole electrical system. You know what I mean?
So there's no point in promoting something like that. Yeah.
Well, I mean, it's free. How is Nike good? How would Nike or any of the other places make money off that? Not just Nike. I'm just saying that's a small example. But you know what I mean?
Dude, I freaking love shoes, bro.
Most people do, because you've been conditioned to be that way through mass mind hypnosis. You know what I mean? Everybody wants to rock those J's, dude. You know, think about how hard those sneakers can. You know, I mean, in the 80s, they were making people think that your sneakers were so dope that people were getting killed for sneakers. I mean, where I live, that was happening all the time, supposedly. People were getting killed and robbed for their sneakers on the spot, dude. You know, when you think of going to jail, the first thing you think of going to jail or prison is somebody getting you for your shoes, you know? So they've embedded in people's minds a fear of losing your sneakers. You know what I mean?
Sneakers can be useful. Shoes can be useful at certain times, of course, right? But it's true that we use. I mean, like I use them all the time, even in my house, bro. Even in my house. Yeah. I wake up. The first thing I do is I put my shoes on, bro.
Yeah. You should try not doing that.
It's like an addiction almost. I swear.
Especially if you have metal springs in your mattress. You got metal springs in your mattress?
I don't think so.
Most of them do, unless otherwise specified, and then they'd cost more money. You'd be surprised. Unless otherwise specified. You know what I mean? For instance, toothpaste doesn't all say it has fluoride in it, but unless otherwise specified, toothpaste will be more expensive, and it'll be like, it'll say something like no fluoride or non-fluoridated toothpaste. They otherwise specify it. Other than that, toothpaste, unless it's like really weird toothpaste with like a cartoon kid theme style that'll say like with fluoride, then it doesn't specify it. Just like salt doesn't specify that it's non-iodized. You know what I mean? But unless otherwise specified, this does not contain non-iodized salt. It's all double speak, bro. It's the inversion of everything. If you really want to figure something out, you'll look at a whole pattern of things and then notice one little inconsistency. And so from that inconsistency, you can create a whole other pattern of what they really mean. You know? It's not what they say so much as what they don't say. That's the key right there, you know? You rip stuff apart like that. That makes sense?
I can kind of I see what you're saying. I see what you're saying.
Do you live by Barcelona?
I wish. I've never been to Barcelona. Can you believe? Oh, he does?
He lives in Barcelona.
He lives in Barcelona.
You know what he does? He takes people on hikes and stuff like that, like a tour guide.
Wow.
Takes them like up there for a couple of days camping and all kinds of crazy stuff.
That's amazing.
Yeah, he knows how to live off the land, like I guess supposedly, up to a certain point, I imagine.
Do you keep in touch with him?
I try to. He says some disturbing things. Well, I don't know, the way he talked to me like the only ways is to communicate with most of my family or like my brothers is like through a messenger, some type of social media thing. They don't ever answer their phone or anything. Like most people though. And so like I started telling my little brother about flat earth. I was like, if anybody would understand, you would, if you know you love nature and everything. And the things he said back to me were something that made me super uncomfortable because he was talking to me like as if I was like violating him, like the way a woman would talk to a guy who's like keeps trying to get on her, you know? That's what he talked to me like. He's like, I feel like this conversation, I feel like, what do you say? I feel like you're violating my space right now by the things you're saying to me, and this conversation's now non-consensual. And I'm like, dude, what the hell? Like, when you say that your brother, dog, that's some weird ass shit, dude. Do you know what I mean? That's like some, you know what I mean? Like, what the fuck?
Yeah, totally.
First of all, why would a guy ever talk like that, period? Like, I would never talk like that. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
If I'm feeling a certain type of way against somebody, I would tell them, like, you know, you're crossing a line or whatever. But I mean, I would never come from the point of like to me, that's like a woman who's like getting taken advantage of. That's just a weird stuff for a guy to talk like, you know what I mean?
Like, yeah, complete defense. Like, like, I'm going to sue you.
It's just weird, yeah. Like, I don't know, it's just weird, dude. And I was just like, dang, that's crazy. Like, me mentioning that flat Earth to you, and like, damn, you just shut it down so fast. But I've been shut down so many times by so many people, you know? If you flat smack one new person every single day, sometimes 4 or 5 different people a day, you know what I mean? About 5, rounded off to like 500 people a year, you tell about flat Earth for the first time. Not to mention the other 15 or 2,000 people a year who are repeat customers, and they just by circumstance of them having to be in your vicinity for a certain time or certain period, continually over the week or whatever, be it neighbors or other friends or family or whatever, employees, they're just gonna hear it. You know, I'm just gonna, I don't know. It's just like my aunt was sympathizing with me the other day, and she was like, "Yeah, it sucks." Like about how like the criminal justice system is so unfair. Like this kid over in the Midwest killed somebody, and then he got out on bail, and then he killed somebody again, and he's still out or something. And I'm like, I hate to say this to you, but none of the things on the news are real. Period. Like not even sports or weather. None of it's organic, dude. So I was just like, I have to tell you that. She, no matter what I told her, she's like, well, I believe it's real. I'm like, all right, well, I mean, there's only so much we can talk about before something is going to cross the paradigm of my reality and your reality. And me personally, I'm going to say something. I don't care who it is or what reason. I'm not just going to keep talking about something that I know is not real. I'm not going to just use somebody's like, tell me about global warming or something. I'm just going to keep going along with what they're saying. Yeah.
You know,
Tell them, babe, what?
If you want to go ahead and keep believing people are dying when they're not, then go ahead.
You heard her? She knows what's up.
So
Children dying, go right ahead. I choose to believe that there isn't.
Right? We don't believe none of that shit, right? You still believe in that shit?
What?
Just that shit that they show
on the news?
Yeah.
I don't. It's not that I don't believe it. It's I have lost my trust. It's like it's not. There was a time many years ago where you could like watch the news and you had certain respect for the people that did the job. You know, they were communicators and stuff. But now definitely it's like, you know, I've lost my trust. I just like I don't take it serious. I just. It used to be like kind of like an authority in the good sense of the word, like. But now it's I just lost my trust. Like, if it's real, it's not real. It's like irrelevant, like to me. I mean, but I am aware that I wouldn't be surprised if they faked it. I don't know how it gets infiltrated, but.
Bro, real flat earthers, it's not that we don't take the news serious, and it's not that we don't like it. We hate it, period.
You hate it? You hate the news?
It's not that we don't like it or take it serious.
Mm-hmm.
We just hate it, period. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I understand. I understand what you're saying. I mean, if you can avoid, if you, I mean, you don't have to hate it. I mean, if you hate it, you hate it, you know. But I just, to me, it's like kind of, yeah.
I just hate it what it's done to my friends and family. That's what I hate about it more than anything. It's really sad.
But you can still observe where the world is at. You know, I mean, it's
Oh yeah, when they start the news and they show a globe behind them. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, exactly. I mean, you turn on the TV, you watch the news, and you have enough.
You have a brain full of headaches.
Understanding, yeah. No, you have an individual. You know, you can tell where we are at.
Mm-hmm.
You can see where we're at.
When you say we, what do you mean we?
I mean, like, kind of
how can you
in
speak
terms
for
of
anybody?
society.
You mean where they're
like,
at, like where they're filming the news at? You could see the location where they're filming it at?
No, I mean where we're at in terms of like progress, development, understanding, and
no
control and stuff.
You can only get that if you know how to decode stuff, but that takes a long time. Not a long time, but it takes some digging, dude. Like it's boring. Sometimes you have to sit through hours of stuff, you know. But as far as like what they say, like on the surface, though, nah, it's all double speak. Unless you know how to speak double speak well, and you can just decode it when they're speaking. Can you do that off the top of your head without a pencil and paper? I'm just curious. Takes a lot of concentration.
Yeah, it does.
But yeah, I suggest a pencil and paper always handy. Highly. You know what I mean? Sometimes there's just too many encoded words, bro. So, Leon, how long you been a flat earther for? Home skillet?
Yeah, I've been watching videos since like 2016, man. Like, I've been.
Let me ask you again. How long have you been a flat earther for?
A flat earther. I say that I'm a flat earther. You know.
Okay, let me ask you a third time. Hold on. Wait, how long have you been a flat earther for?
How can I know? Like, what you become a flat earther? Like now I'm a flat earther.
How long have you not been a virgin for? Do you remember when you got de-virginized?
Yeah.
You remember the first girl, right? Maybe how old you were? Okay, so I'm saying is how long have you been a flat earther for?
I believe the earth is flat.
Just as much as you know when you got de-virginized as you know when you became a flat earther.
Yeah, I am I consider myself like an individual thinker. I think the earth is flat, but I don't see myself as a. Yeah, I'm a flat earther. When did I become a flat earther? I just don't. I don't think I do a good. I don't think I work enough to own that title. You know.
What? What do you mean? You don't need to do anything to own a title. It's not even owning. You'll never own that title. You mean?
Yeah, like for example, if you create content and you're out there and you are like educating people, then maybe you can own that title. But I just
no. That's the difference. Is like if you're doing a certain thing, maybe you could say your name's like Latter-day Saints or something, and nobody else could do that. But that has nothing to do with like being a flat earther per se. Like, yeah, it's just like like a personal thing. Like, who cares what anybody else says? Like, if you know in your heart, you know.
If I don't believe that the Earth is the globe, which is that is true. I don't believe that the Earth. Does that make me a flat earther?
Well, do you know the Earth isn't a globe? Like, regardless of what you believe. I don't think anyone. For sure. It's been measured. Do you know for sure that not believe, but do you know that the Earth is not a globe?
No. I believe it's not a globe.
Yeah, you're starting to sound like my chick.
It's like, for example,
people can't really know because they do tests.
Well, how? Yeah, exactly. Like I know it's not. Well, I know it's not a. But no, I think I'm still like in the position where I believe. I'm in the position of belief.
Hey, Saint.
Just like globe earthers believe that the Earth is a globe, I believe that it's not.
I got a question to you, Saints.
What up? Oh, I recognize your voice. What up?
I know this is going to sound very confrontative. That's not what I mean at all. I just want to ask you, how are you like 100% sure that the Earth is not a globe? And 100%.
So how do I know that the Earth is 100% not a globe? It's because water always finds its true level.
Is it because of what?
Because of water, sea level.
But you think that's enough to prove that the Earth is not a globe?
Yeah, absolutely. It's more than enough.
Personally, I think that the only way to prove yourself and like to say the Earth is not a globe would be to see it for yourself. Actually see it for yourself from like way up there type of shit.
Okay, well, if I could just simply do measurements of what they say the measurement is, dude, I'm gonna leave the room if you keep talking, Jackie. I'm trying to talk and you keep interrupting me. The hell, man? I don't do that shit to you. You're talking to your friends, whatever. Talking about makeup.
In my opinion, dog, there can be all the proofs in the world that.
Sorry, before I was so rudely interrupted. You know what I mean?
No, that's all right. There can be all the proofs in the world that this is this and that is that. Until you see it for yourself, I wouldn't say that I'm 100% sure. That's just me, though.
I would be willing to bet my life on it, bro.
Damn, dog. Don't ever do that.
I already have.
You already have?
Yeah, if anybody's listening who wants to take me out because I'm telling a false narrative of what the shape of the world is, then feel free to.
I don't think anyone would do that, but hey, bro.
Well, I'm just saying, though. You know what I mean? I'm just putting it out there.
Yeah.
Whatever, Daddy.
All I'm saying is, I think that for someone to be 100% sure that something
looking on
is
there,
not
and you're gonna
the way, see for yourself.
Hey guys, sorry, I only have to join the room. What are you guys talking about? I just joined.
He said that he's 100% sure that the Earth is not a globe, and I said that, in my opinion, for someone to be 100% sure, you should see it for yourself.
Yeah, like that's true. Nothing is 100%, but it could be 99%.
Do you wear shoes all the time, Joel?
All the time, like 100% of the time.
When you're not sleeping or taking a shower.
Well, no, I don't wear shoes all the time.
Well, I believe in the flat Earth, but it's not. It's like the theory is not 100% because we didn't actually. But I still believe in flat Earth. It could be 95%.
I believe the Earth is a globe, but I wouldn't discard the flat Earth idea until I prove to myself that the Earth is a globe. So I see it from up there. Once I see it from up there, I will say 100% that the Earth is a globe.
Well, that shows intelligence. Well done. You have some intelligence. You know, you're open minded. It's good to know that.
Who's open minded?
The guy who just said that, like he doesn't disbelieve that the Earth is flat, but he still doesn't believe it. You know, but he's open to it.
That's cool. He's fluid, huh?
Yeah.
That's
yeah, but
good,
look,
man.
guys,
That's cool. If that's how you want to be, that's good.
You can't force anybody to do anything. Like, I mean, don't force people into believing the flat Earth. Like, let them find their own path. You know, because the more you force them, the more they'll want to have an argument against you. Like, actually, just agree with them, you know, and be nice to them. Like, don't have to.
That is very wise, bro. I'm not even gonna lie. That is very wise from you. Off of the people that be like. It's not an insult. I'm not trying to generalize either, but it's just the way I see it. From the point that I stand on, with all of the people that I've interacted, a lot of people that believe in flat Earth try to force that idea onto others, and I just don't like that.
Yeah, that straight off puts you on the offensive straight away. Anyway, if you want to convince somebody.
Yeah.
You know what's weird is in all my experience, it doesn't make a difference how you are about it. Once you presented the truth to somebody, right? And if your intentions are good, regardless of how it's presented, and it's the truth, then it's either gonna affect somebody because of the truth that it's said in, or it's not. And I've noticed that there's no as far as like who hears about flat Earth and who comes to understand it and know that it's the truth and how it affects their life, and those who don't, there's no rhyme or reason. It's not because of how you talk to a certain person. It's not any socioeconomical class whatsoever, divided by race, creed, color, religion, sex, age, whatever. None of it. There's no algorithm for it.
Do you believe
it hasn't been able to be figured out yet, bro.
Do you believe in any God?
Do I believe in any God? Like Gadriel from the garden?